This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Peterson. Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 27, in which Amelia joins her regiment. When Joss's fine carriage drove up to the inn door at Chatham, the first face which Amelia recognized was the friendly countenance of Captain Dobbin, who had been pacing the street for an hour past in expectation of his friend's arrival. The captain, with shells on his frock-coat and a crimson sash and sabre, presented a very military appearance, which made Joss quite proud to be able to claim such an acquaintance, and the stout civilian hailed him with a cordiality very different from the reception which Joss vouchsafed to his friend in Brighton and Bond Street. Along with the captain was Ensign Stubble, who, as the barouche neared the inn, burst out with an exclamation of "By Jove, what a pretty girl!" highly applauding Osborne's choice. Indeed, Amelia, dressed in her wedding pelisse and pink ribbons, with a flush in her face, occasioned by rapid travel through the open air, looked so fresh and pretty as fully to justify the ensign's compliment. Dobbin liked him for making it. As he stepped forward to help the lady out of the carriage, Stubble saw what a pretty little hand she gave him, and what a sweet, pretty little foot came tripping down the step. He blushed profusely, and made the very best bow of which he was capable, to which Amelia, seeing the number of the regiment embroidered on the ensign's cap, replied with a blushing smile and a curtsy on her part, which finished the young ensign on the spot. Dobbin took most kindly to Mr. Stubble from that day, and encouraged him to talk about Amelia in their private walks and at each other's quarters. It became the fashion, indeed, among all the honest young fellows of the to adore and admire Mrs. Osborne. Her simple, artless behavior and modest kindness of demeanor won all their unsophisticated hearts. All which simplicity and sweetness are quite impossible to describe in print. But who has not beheld these among women, and recognized the presence of all sorts of qualities in them, even though they say no more to you than that they are engaged to dance the next quadrille, or that it is very hot weather? George, always the champion of his regiment, rose immensely in the opinion of the youth of the corps by his gallantry in marching this portionless young creature, and by his choice of such a pretty, kind partner. In the sitting-room which was awaiting the travelers, Amelia, to her surprise, found a letter addressed to Mrs. Captain Osborne. It was a triangular billet on pink paper, and sealed with a dove and an olive branch, and a profusion of light blue sealing-wax, and it was written in a very large, though undecided, female hand. "It's Peggy O'Dowd's fist," said George, laughing. "I know it by the kisses on the seal." And in fact it was a note from Mrs. Major O'Dowd, requesting the pleasure of Mrs. Osborne's company that very evening to a small friendly party. "You must go," George said. "You will make acquaintance with the regiment there. O'Dowd goes in command of the regiment, and Peggy goes in command." But they had not been for many minutes in the enjoyment of Mrs. O'Dowd's letter when the door was flung open, and a stout, jolly lady in a riding habit, followed by a couple of officers of ours, entered the room. "Sure I couldn't stop till tay time. Present me, George, my dear fellow, to your lady. Madam, I'm delighted to see you, and to present to you me husband, Major O'Dowd." And with this the jolly lady in the riding habit grasped Amelia's hand very warmly, and the latter knew at once that the lady was before her whom her husband had so often laughed at. "You've often heard of me from that husband of yours," said the lady with great vivacity. "You've often heard of her," echoed her husband, the major. Amelia answered, smiling, that she had. "And small good he's told you of me," Mrs. O'Dowd replied, adding that George was a wicked divil. "That I'll go to bail for," said the Major, trying to look knowing, at which George laughed, and Mrs. O'Dowd, with a tap of her whip, told the Major to be quiet, and then requested to be presented in form to Mrs. Captain Osborne. "This, my dear," said George, with great gravity, "is my very good, kind, and excellent friend, Aurelia Margaretta, otherwise called Peggy." "Faith, you're right," interposed the Major. "Otherwise called Peggy, lady of Major Michael O'Dowd of our regiment, and daughter of Fitzgerald Beresford de Burgo Maloney de Glenmalony, County Kildare, and Murray Square Dublin," said the lady with calm superiority. "And Murray Square, sure enough," the Major whispered. "'Twas there ye courted me, Major dear," the lady said, and the Major assented to this, as to every other proposition which was made generally in company. Major O'Dowd, who had served his sovereign in every quarter of the world, and had paid for every step in his profession by some more than equivalent act of daring and gallantry, was the most modest, silent, sheep-faced, and meek of little men, and as obedient to his wife as if he had been her tay-boy. At the mess table he sat silently, and drank a great deal. When full of liquor he reeled silently home. When he spoke, it was to agree with everybody on every conceivable point, and he passed through life in perfect ease and good humor. The hottest suns of India never heated his temper, and the Walcheren ague never shook it. He walked up to a battery with just as much indifference as to a dinner-table, had dined on horseflesh and turtle with equal relish and appetite, and had an old mother, Mrs. O'Dowd of O'Dowdstown indeed, whom he had never disobeyed but when he ran away and enlisted, and when he persisted in marrying that odious Peggy Mahoney. Peggy was one of 5 sisters and 11 children of the noble house of Glenmalony, but her husband, though her own cousin, was of the mother's side, and so had not the inestimable advantage of being allied to the Malonys, whom she believed to be the most famous family in the world. Having tried 9 seasons at Dublin, and 2 at Bath and Cheltenham, and not finding a partner for life, Miss Maloney ordered her cousin Mick to marry her when she was about 33 years of age, and the honest fellow, obeying, carried her off to the West Indies to preside over the ladies of the regiment into which he had just exchanged. Before Mrs. O'Dowd was half an hour in Amelia's, or indeed in anybody else's, company, this amiable lady told all her birth and pedigree to her new friend. "My dear," she said good-naturedly, "it was my intention that George should be a brother of my own. My sister Glorvina would have suited him entirely. But, as bygones are bygones, and he was engaged to yourself, why, I'm determined to take you as a sister instead, and to look upon you as such, and to love you as one of the family. Faith, you've got such a nice, good-natured face, and they would you, and I'm sure will agree, that you'll be an addition to our family anyway." "'Deed and she will," said O'Dowd, with an approving air, and Amelia felt herself not a little amused and grateful to be thus suddenly introduced to so large a party of relations. "We're all good fellows here," the Major's lady continued. "There's not a regiment in the service where you'll find a more united society, nor a more agreeable mess-room. There's no quarrelling, bickering, slandering, or small talk amongst us. We all love each other." "Especially Mrs. Magennis," said George, laughing. "Mrs. Captain Magennis and me has made up, though her treatment of me would bring me gray hairs with sorrow to the grave." "And you with such a beautiful front of black, Peggy, my dear," the Major cried. "Hold your tongue, Mick, you booby. Them husbands are always in the way, Mrs. Osborne, my dear, and as for me Mick, I often tell him he should never open his mouth but to give a word of command, or to put meat and drink into it. I'll tell you about the regiment, and warn you when we're alone. Introduce me to your brother now. Sure, he's a mighty fine man, and reminds me of me cousin, Dan Maloney. Maloney of Ballymaloney, my dear, you know, who married Ophelia Scully of Oytherstown, own cousin of Lord Poldoody.
"Mr. Sedley, sir, I'm delighted to be made known to ye. I suppose you'll dine at the mess to-day. Mind that divil of a Dr. Mick, and whatever you do, keep yourself sober for me party this evening." "It's the 150th gives us a farewell dinner, my love," interposed the Major, "but we'll easy get a card for Mr. Sedley." "Run Simple, Ensign Simple of ours, my dear Amelia. I forgot to introduce him to you. Run in a hurry with Mrs. Major O'Dowd's compliments to Colonel Tavish, and Captain Osborne has brought his brother-in-law down, and will bring him to the 150th Mess at 5 o'clock sharp, when you and I, my dear, will take a snack here if you like." Before Mrs. O'Dowd's speech was concluded, the young ensign was trotting downstairs on his commission. "Obedience is the soul of the army. We will go to our duty while Mrs. O'Dowd will stay and enlighten you, Emmy," Captain Osborne said, and the two gentlemen, taking each a wing of the Major, walked out with that officer, grinning at each other over his head. And now, having her new friend to herself, the impetuous Mrs. O'Dowd proceeded to pour out such a quantity of information as no poor little woman's memory could ever tax itself to bear. She told Amelia 1,000 particulars relative to the very numerous family of which the amazed young lady found herself a member. Mrs. Heavytop, the Colonel's wife, died in Jamaica of the yellow fever and a broken heart combined, for the horrid old Colonel, with a head as bald as a cannon-ball, was making sheep's eyes at a half-caste girl there. Mrs. Magennis, though without education, was a good woman, but she had the devil's tongue, and would cheat her own mother at whist. Mrs. Captain Kirk must turn up her lobster eyes forsooth at the idea of an honest round game, wherein me father, as pious a man as ever went to church, me uncle Dame Maloney, and our cousin the bishop, took a hand at loo or whist every night of their lives. Neither of them's going with the regiment this time," Mrs. O'Dowd added. "Fanny Magennis stops with her mother, who sells small coal and potatoes, most likely, in Islington town, hard by London, though she's always bragging of her father's ships, and pointing them out to us as they go up the river. Mrs. Kirk and her children will stop here in Bethesda Place to be nigh to her favourite preacher, Dr. Ramshorn. Mrs. Bunny's in an interesting situation, faith, and she always is then, and has given the lieutenant 7 already. And Ensign Posky's wife, who joined 2 months before you, my dear, has quarrelled with Tom Posky a score of times, till you can hear 'em all over the barrack. They say they're come to broken pleats, and Tom never accounted for his black eye. And she'll go back to her dear mother, who keeps a ladies' seminary at Richmond. Bad luck to her for running away from it. Where did you get your finishing, dear? I had mine, and no expense spared, at Madam Flanahan's, at Ilyssus Grove, Booterstown, near Dublin, with a Marchioness to teach us the true Parisian pronunciation, and a retired Major-General of the French service to put us through the exercise." Of this incongruous family, our astonished Amelia found herself all of a sudden a member, with Mrs. O'Dowd as an elder sister. She was presented to her other female relations at tea-time, on whom, as she was quiet, good-natured, and not too handsome, she made rather an agreeable impression until the arrival of the gentlemen from the mess of the 150th, who all admired her so that her sisters began, of course, to find faults with her. "I hope Osborne has sown his wild oats," said Mrs. Magennis to Mrs. Bunny. "If a reformed rake makes a good husband, sure she'll have the fine chance with Jarge." Mrs. O'Dowd remarked to Posky, who had lost her position as bride in the regiment, and was quite angry with the usurper. And as for Mrs. Kirk, that disciple of Dr. Ramshorn put 1 or 2 leading professional questions to Amelia, to see whether she was awakened, whether she was a professing Christian, and so forth, and finding from the simplicity of Mrs. Osborne's reply that she was yet in utter darkness, put into her hands 3 little penny books with pictures, viz., The Howling Wilderness, The Washerwoman of Wandsworth Common, and The British Soldier's Best Bayonet, which, bent upon awakening her before sleep, Mrs. Kirk begged Amelia to read that night ere she went to bed. But all the men, like good fellows as they were, rallied round their comrade's pretty wife, and paid her their court with soldierly gallantry. She had a little triumph, which flushed her spirits and made her eyes sparkle. George was proud of her popularity, and pleased with the manner, which was very gay and graceful, though naive and a little timid, with which she received the gentlemen's attentions and answered their compliments. And he in his uniform, how much handsomer he was than any man in the room. She felt that he was affectionately watching her, and glowed with pleasure at his kindness. "I will make all his friends welcome," she resolved in her heart. "I will love all as I love him. I will always try and be gay and good-humored and make his home happy." The regiment indeed adopted her with acclamation. The captains approved, the lieutenants applauded, the ensigns admired. Old Cutler, the doctor, made one or two jokes, which being professional need not be repeated, and Cackle, the assistant M.D. of Edinburgh, condescended to examine her upon literature, and tried her with his 3 best French quotations. Young Stubble went about from man to man whispering, "Jove, isn't she a pretty gal?" and never took his eyes off her, except when the negus came in. As for Captain Dobbin, he never so much as spoke to her during the whole evening. But he and Captain Porter of the 150th took home Joss to the hotel, who was in a very maudlin state, and had told his tiger hunt story with great effect, both at the mess table and at the soiree, to Mrs. O'Dowd in her turban and bird of paradise. Having put the collector into the hands of his servants, Dobbin loitered about, smoking a cigar before the inn door. George had meanwhile very carefully shawled his wife, and brought her away from Mrs. O'Dowd's after a general handshaking from the young officers, who accompanied her to the fly, and cheered that vehicle as it drove off. So Amelia gave Dobbin her little hand as she got out of the carriage, and rebuked him smilingly for not having taken any notice of her all night. The captain continued that deleterious amusement of smoking long after the inn and street was gone to bed. He watched the lights vanish from George's sitting-room windows and shine out in the bedroom close at hand. It was almost morning when he returned to his own quarters. He could hear the cheering from the ships in the river, where the transports were already taking in their cargoes, preparatory to dropping down the Thames. End of chapter 27.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Peterson. Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 28, in which Amelia invades the Low Countries. The regiment with its officers was to be transported in ships provided by His Majesty's government for the occasion, and in 2 days after the festive assembly at Mrs. O'Dowd's apartments, in the midst of cheering from all the East India ships in the river and the military on shore, the band playing "God Save the King," the officers waving their hats, and the crews hurrahing gallantly, the transports went down the river and proceeded under convoy to Ostend. Meanwhile the gallant Joss had agreed to escort his sister and the Major's wife, the bulk of whose goods and chattels, including the famous bird of paradise and turban, were with the regimental baggage, so that our 2 heroines drove pretty much unencumbered to Ramsgate, where there were plenty of packets plying, in one of which they had a speedy passage to Ostend. That period of Joss's life which now ensued was so full of incident that it served him for conversation for many years after, and even the tiger hunt story was put aside for more stirring narratives which he had to tell about the great campaign of Waterloo. As soon as he had agreed to escort his sister abroad, it was remarked that he ceased shaving his upper lip. At Chatham he followed the parades and drills with great assiduity. He listened with the utmost attention to the conversation of his brother officers, as he called them in after days sometimes, and learned as many military names as he could. In these studies the excellent Mrs. O'Dowd was of great assistance to him,
and on the day, finally, when they embarked on board the Lovely Rose, which was to carry them to their destination, he made his appearance in a braided frock coat and duck trousers, with a foraging cap ornamented with a smart gold band. Having his carriage with him, and informing everybody on board confidentially that he was going to join the Duke of Wellington's army, folks mistook him for a great personage, a commissary general, or a government courier at the very least. He suffered hugely on the voyage, during which the ladies were likewise prostrate, but Amelia was brought to life again as the packet made Ostend by the sight of the transports conveying her regiment, which entered the harbor almost at the same time with the Lovely Rose. Jos went in a collapsed state to an inn, while Captain Dobbin escorted the ladies, and then busied himself in freeing Jos's carriage and luggage from the ship and the custom-house, for Mr. Jos was at present without a servant, Osborne's man and his own pampered menial having conspired together at Chatham, and refused point-blank to cross the water. This revolt, which came very suddenly and on the last day, so alarmed Mr. Sedley, Jr., that he was on the point of giving up the expedition. But Captain Dobbin, who made himself immensely officious in the business, Jos said, rated him and laughed at him soundly. The mustachios were grown in advance, and Jos finally was persuaded to embark. In place of the well-bred and well-fed London domestics, who could only speak English, Dobbin procured for Jos's party a swarthy little Belgian servant who could speak no language at all, but who, by his bustling behavior, and by invariably addressing Mr. Sedley as "my lord," speedily acquired that gentleman's favour. Times are altered at Ostend now. Of the Britons who go thither, very few look like lords, or act like those members of our hereditary aristocracy. They seem for the most part shabby in their attire, dingy of linen, lovers of billiards and brandy, and cigars, and greasy ordinaries. But it may be said as a rule that every Englishman in the Duke of Wellington's army paid his way. The remembrance of such a fact surely becomes a nation of shopkeepers. It was a blessing for a commerce-loving country to be overrun by such an army of customers, and to have such creditable warriors to feed. And the country which they came to protect is not military. For a long period of history they have let other people fight there. When the present writer went to survey with eagle glance the field of Waterloo, we asked the conductor of the diligence, a portly, warlike-looking veteran, whether he had been at the battle. "Pas si bête," such an answer and sentiment as no Frenchman would own to, was his reply. But, on the other hand, the postilion who drove us was a viscount, the son of some bankrupt imperial general, who accepted a pennyworth of beer on the road. The moral is surely a good one. This flat, flourishing, easy country could never have looked more rich and prosperous than in that opening summer of 1815, when its green fields and quiet cities were enlivened by multiplied red coats, when its wide chaussées swarmed with brilliant English equipages, when its great canal boats, gliding by rich pastures and pleasant quaint old villages, by old chateaux lying against old trees, were all crowded with well-to-do English travellers, when the soldier who drank at the village inn not only drank but paid his score, and Donald the Highlander, billeted in the Flemish farmhouse, rocked the baby's cradle, while Jean and Jeanette were out getting in the hay. As our painters are bent on military subjects just now, I throw out this as a good subject for the pencil, to illustrate the principle of an honest English war. All looked as brilliant and harmless as a Hyde Park review. Meanwhile, Napoleon, screened behind his curtain of frontier fortresses, was preparing for the outbreak which was to drive all these orderly people into fury and blood, and lay so many of them low. Everybody had such a perfect feeling of confidence in the leader, for the resolute faith which the Duke of Wellington had inspired in the whole English nation was as intense as that more frantic enthusiasm with which at one time the French regarded Napoleon. The country seemed in so perfect a state of orderly defense, and the help at hand in case of need so near and overwhelming that alarm was unknown, and our travelers, among whom two were naturally of a very timid sort, were, like all the other multiplied English tourists, entirely at ease. The famous regiment, with so many of whose officers we have made acquaintance, was drafted in canal boats to Bruges and Ghent, thence to march to Brussels. Jos accompanied the ladies in the public boats, which all old travellers in Flanders must remember for the luxury and accommodation they afforded. So prodigiously good was the eating and drinking on board these sluggish but most comfortable vessels, that there are legends extant of an English traveller who, coming to Belgium for a week, and travelling in one of these boats, was so delighted with the fare there that he went backwards and forwards from Ghent to Bruges perpetually until the railroads were invented, when he drowned himself on the last trip of the passage-boat. Jos's death was not to be of this sort, but his comfort was exceeding, and Mrs. O'Dowd insisted that he only wanted his sister Glorvina to make his happiness complete. He sate on the roof of the cabin all day drinking Flemish beer, shouting for Isidore, his servant, and talking gallantly to the ladies. His courage was prodigious. "Boney, attack us!" he cried. "My dear creature, my poor Emmy, don't be frightened. There's no danger. The Allies will be in Paris in 2 months, I tell you, when I'll take you to dine in the Palais Royal, by Jove. There are 300,000 Russians, I tell you, now entering France by Mayence and the Rhine. 300,000 under Wittgenstein and Barclay de Tolly, my poor love. You don't know military affairs, my dear. I do, and I tell you there's no infantry in France can stand against Russian infantry, and no general of Boney's that's fit to hold a candle to Wittgenstein. Then there are the Austrians. They are 500,000 if a man, and they are within 10 marches of the frontier by this time, under Schwarzenberg and Prince Charles. Then there are the Prussians under the gallant Prince Marshal. Show me a cavalry chief like him now that Murat is gone. Eh, Mrs. O'Dow, do you think our little girl here need to be afraid? Is there any cause for fear, Isidore? Eh, sir? Get me some more beer." Mrs. O'Dowd said that her Glorvina was not afraid of any man alive, let alone a Frenchman, and tossed off a glass of beer with a wink which expressed her liking for the beverage. Having frequently been in presence of the enemy, or, in other words, faced the ladies at Cheltenham and Bath, our friend the collector had lost a great deal of his pristine timidity, and was now, especially when fortified with liquor, as talkative as might be. He was rather a favorite with the regiment, treating the young officers with sumptuosity, and amusing him by his military airs. And as there is one well-known regiment of the army which travels with a goat heading the column, whilst another is led by a deer, George said with respect to his brother-in-law that his regiment marched with an elephant. Since Amelia's introduction to the regiment, George began to be rather ashamed of some of the company to which he had been forced to present her, and determined, as he told Dobbin, with what satisfaction to the latter it need not be said, to exchange into some better regiment soon, and to get his wife away from those damned vulgar women. But this vulgarity of being ashamed of one's society is much more common among men than women, except very great ladies of fashion, who, to be sure, indulge in it. And Miss Amelia, a natural and unaffected person, had none of that artificial shamefacedness which her husband mistook for delicacy on his own part. Thus Mrs. O'Dowd had a cock's plume in her hat, and a very large repather on her stomach, which she used to ring on all occasions, narrating how it had been presented to her by her father as she stepped into the carriage after her marriage, and these ornaments, with other outward peculiarities of the Major's wife, gave excruciating agonies to Captain Osborne when his wife and the Major's came in contact, whereas Amelia was only amused by the honest lady's eccentricities, and not in the least ashamed of her company. As they made that well-known journey, which almost every Englishman of middle rank has traveled since, there might have been more instructive, but few more entertaining companions than Mrs. Major O'Dowd.
"Talk about canal boats, my dear. You should have seen the canal boats between Dublin and Ballinasloe. It's there the rapid travelling is, and the beautiful cattle. Sure, me father got a gold medal, and His Excellency himself eat a slice of it, and said never was finer mate in his life for a 4-year-old heifer, the like of which he never saw in this country any day."
And Jos owned with a sigh, for that good streaky beef really mingled with fat and lean. There was no country like England.
"Except Ireland, where all your best mate comes from,"
said the Major's lady, proceeding, as is not unusual with patriots of her nation, to make comparisons greatly in favor of her own country. The idea of comparing the market at Bruges with those of Dublin, although she had suggested it herself, caused immense scorn and derision on her part.
"I'll think ye tell me what they mean by that old gazebo at the top of the market-place," she said, in a burst of ridicule fit to have brought the old tower down. The place was full of English soldiery as they passed. English bugles woke them up in the morning. At nightfall they went to bed to the note of the British fife and drum. All the country and Europe was in arms, and the greatest event of history pending. And honest Peggy O'Dowd, whom it concerned as well as another, went on prattling about Ballinafad, and the horses in the stables at Glenmalony, and the claret drunk there, and Jos Sedley interposed about curry and rice at Dum Dum, and Amelia thought about her husband, and how best she should show her love for him, as if these were the great topics of the world. Those who like to lay down the history book, and to speculate upon what might have happened in the world but for the fatal occurrence of what actually did take place, a most puzzling, amusing, ingenious, and profitable kind of meditation, have no doubt often thought to themselves what a specially bad time Napoleon took to come back from Elba, and to let loose his eagle from Gulf San Juan to Notre Dame. The historians on our side tell us that the armies of the Allied powers were all providentially on a war footing, and ready to bear down at a moment's notice upon the Alban emperor. The august Jobbers assembled at Vienna, and carving out the kingdoms of Europe according to their wisdom, had such causes of quarrel among themselves as might have set the armies which had overcome Napoleon to fight against each other, but for the return of the object of unanimous hatred and fear. This monarch had an army in full force because he had jobbed to himself Poland, and was determined to keep it. Another had robbed half Saxony, and was bent upon maintaining his acquisition. Italy was the object of a third solicitude. Each was protesting against the rapacity of the other, and could the Corsican but have waited in prison until all these parties were by the ears, he might have returned and reigned unmolested. But what would have become of our story and all our friends then? If all the drops in it were dried up, what would become of the sea? In the meanwhile, the business of life and living, and the pursuits of pleasure, especially, went on as if no end were to be expected to them, and no enemy in front. When our travellers arrived at Brussels, in which their regiment was quartered, a great piece of good fortune, as all said, they found themselves in one of the gayest and most brilliant little capitals in Europe, and where all the Vanity Fair booths were laid out with the most tempting liveliness and splendor. Gambling was here in profusion, and dancing in plenty. Feasting was there to fill with delight that great gourmand of a Jos. There was a theatre where a miraculous Catalani was delighting all hearers, beautiful rides, all enlivened with martial splendor, a rare old city with strange costumes and wonderful architecture to delight the eyes of little Amelia, who had never before seen a foreign country, and fill her with charming surprises, so that now and for a few weeks' space in a fine handsome lodging, whereof the expenses were borne by Jos and Osborne, who was flush of money and full of kind attentions to his wife, for about a fortnight, I say, during which her honeymoon ended, Mrs. Amelia was as pleased and happy as any little bride out of England.
Every day during this happy time there was novelty and amusement for all parties. There was a church to see, or a picture gallery. There was a ride or an opera. The bands of the regiments were making music at all hours. The greatest folks of England walked in the park. There was a perpetual military festival. George, taking out his wife to a new jaunt or junket every night, was quite pleased with himself as usual, and swore he was becoming quite a domestic character. And a jaunt or a junket with him? Was it not enough to set this little heart beating with joy? Her letters home to her mother were filled with delight and gratitude at this season. Her husband made her buy laces, millinery, jewels, and gimcracks of all sorts. Oh, he was the kindest, best, and most generous of men. The sight of the very great company of lords and ladies and fashionable persons who thronged the town and appeared in every public place filled George's truly British soul with intense delight. They flung off that happy frigidity and insolence of demeanor which occasionally characterizes the great at home, and appearing in numberless public places, condescended to mingle with the rest of the company whom they met there. One night, at a party given by the general of the division to which George's regiment belonged, he had the honor of dancing with Lady Blanche Thistlewood, Lord Bareacres' daughter. He bustled for ices and refreshments for the two noble ladies. He pushed and squeezed for Lady Bareacres' carriage. He bragged about the Countess when he got home in a way which his own father could not have surpassed. He called upon the ladies the next day. He rode by their side in the park. He asked their party to a great dinner at a restaurateur's. He was quite wild with exultation when they agreed to come. Old Bareacres, who had not much pride and a large appetite, would go for a dinner anywhere. "I hope there will be no woman besides our party," Lady Bareacres said, after reflecting upon the invitation which had been made and accepted with too much precipitancy. "Gracious heaven, mamma, you don't suppose the man would bring his wife?" shrieked Lady Blanche, who had been languishing in George's arms in the newly imported waltz for hours the night before. "The men are bearable, but their women—" "Wife, just married. Devilish pretty woman, I hear," the old Earl said. "Well, my dear Blanche," said the mother, "I suppose, as Papa wants to go, we must go, but we needn't know them in England, you know." And so, determined to cut their new acquaintance in Bond Street, these great folks went to eat his dinner at Brussels, and condescending to make him pay for their pleasure, showed their dignity by making his wife uncomfortable, and carefully excluding her from the conversation. This is a species of dignity in which the high-bred British female reigns supreme. To watch the behavior of a fine lady to other and humbler women is a very good sport for a philosophical frequenter of Vanity Fair. This festival, on which honest George spent a great deal of money, was the very dismalest of all the entertainments which Amelia had in her honeymoon. She wrote the most piteous accounts of the feast home to her mamma, how the Countess of Bareacres would not answer when spoken to, how Lady Blanche stared at her with her eyeglass, and what rage Captain Dobbin was in at their behavior, and how my lord, as they came away from the feast, asked to see the bill, and then pronounced it as a damn bad dinner, and damn dear. But though Amelia told all these stories, and wrote home regarding her guest's rudeness and her own discomfiture, old Mrs. Sedley was mightily pleased nevertheless, and talked about Emmy's friend, the Countess of Bareacres, with such assiduity that the news how his son was entertaining peers and peeresses actually came to Osborne's ears in the city. Those who know the present Lieutenant Governor, Sir George Tufto, K.C.B., and have seen him, as they may on most days in the season, padded and in stays, strutting down Pall Mall with a rickety swagger on his high-heeled lacquered boots, leering under the bonnets of passers-by, or riding a showy chestnut and ogling broughams in the park, those who know the present Sir George Tufto would hardly recognize the daring Peninsular and Waterloo officer. He has thick, curling brown hair and black eyebrows now, and his whiskers are of the deepest purple. He was light-haired and bald in 1815, and stouter in the person and in the limbs, which especially have shrunk much of late. When he was about 70 years of age, he is now nearly 80, his hair, which was very scarce and quite white, suddenly grew thick, and brown, and curly, and his whiskers and eyebrows took their present color. Ill-natured people say that his chest is all wool, and that his hair, because it never grows, is a wig. Tom Tufto, with whose father he quarrelled ever so many years ago, declares that Mademoiselle de Gessé of the French Theatre pulled his grandpapa's hair off in the green room. But Tom is notoriously spiteful and jealous, and the General's wig has nothing to do with our story. One day, as some of our friends of the were sauntering in the flower market of Brussels, having been to see the Hôtel de Ville, which Mrs. Major O'Dowd declared was not near so large or handsome as her father's mansion of Glenmalony, an officer of the rank, with an orderly behind him, rode up to the market, and, descending from his horse, came amongst the flowers, and selected the very finest bouquet which money could buy. The beautiful bundle being tied up in a paper, the officer remounted, giving the nosegay into the charge of his military groom, who carried it with a grin, following his chief, who rode away in great state and self-satisfaction. "You should see the flowers at Glenmalony," Mrs. O'Dowd was remarking. "Me father has 3 Scotch garners with 9 helpers. We have an acre of hothouses, and pines as common as pays in the season. Our grapes weigh 6 pounds every bunch of 'em, and upon me honour and conscience I think our magnolias is as big as tay-kettles." Dobbin, who never used to draw out Mrs. O'Dowd as that wicked Osborne delighted in doing, much to Amelia's terror, who implored him to spare her, fell back into the crowd, crowing and sputtering until he reached a safe distance, when he exploded amongst the astonished market people with shrieks of yelling laughter. "What's that gawky guggling about?" said Mrs. O'Dowd. "Is his nose bleedin'? He always used to say 'twas his nose bleedin' till he must have pumped all the blood out of him. Ain't the magnolias at Glenmalony as big as tay-kettles, O'Dowd?" "'Deed then they are, and bigger, Peggy," the Major said, when the conversation was interrupted in the manner stated by the arrival of the officer who purchased the bouquet. "Devilish fine horse. Who is it?" George asked. "You should see me brother Malloy Maloney's horse, Molasses, that won the cup at the Curragh," the Major's wife was exclaiming, and continuing the family's history, when her husband interrupted her by saying, "It's General Tufto, who commands the cavalry division," adding quietly, "He and I were both shot in the same leg at Talavera." "Where you got your step," said George with a laugh. "General Tufto. Then, my dear, the Crawleys are come." Amelia's heart fell. She did not know why. The sun did not seem to shine so bright. The tall old roofs and gables looked less picturesque all of a sudden, though it was a brilliant sunset, and one of the brightest and most beautiful days at the end of May. End of chapter 28.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maureen O'Brien. Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 29. Brussels. Mr. Joss had hired a pair of horses for his open carriage, with which cattle and the smart London vehicle he made a very tolerable figure in the drives about Brussels. George purchased a horse for his private riding, and he and Captain Dobbin would often accompany the carriage in which Joss and his sister took daily excursions of pleasure. They went out that day in the park for their accustomed diversion, and there, sure enough, George's remark with regard to the arrival of Rawdon Crawley and his wife proved to be correct. In the midst of a little troop of horsemen, consisting of some of the very greatest persons in Brussels, Rebecca was seen in the prettiest and tightest of riding habits, mounted on a beautiful little Arab, which she rode to perfection. having acquired the art at Queen's Crawley, where the baronet, Mr. Pitt, and Rawdon himself had given her many lessons, and by the side of the gallant General Tufto. "Sure, it's the Duke himself," cried Mrs. Major O'Dowd to Jos, who began to blush violently. "And that's Lord Uxbridge on the bay. How elegant he looks! Me brother, Maloney, is as like him as two peas." Rebecca did not make for the carriage, but as soon as she perceived her old acquaintance Amelia seated in it, acknowledged her presence by a gracious nod and smile, and by kissing and shaking her fingers playfully in the direction of the vehicle. Then she resumed her conversation with General Tufto, who asked who the fat officer was in the gold-laced cap, on which Becky replied that he was an officer in the East Indian service. But Rawdon Crawley rode out of the ranks of his company and came up and shook hands heartily with Amelia, and said to Jos, "Well, old boy, how are you?" and stared in Mrs. O'Dowd's face and at the black cock's feathers, until she began to think she had made a conquest of him. George, who had been delayed behind, rode up almost immediately with Dobbin, and they touched their caps to the august personages, among whom Osborne at once perceived Mrs. Crawley. He was delighted to see Rawdon leaning over his carriage familiarly and talking to Amelia, and met the aide-de-camp's cordial greeting with more than corresponding warmth. The nods between Rawdon and Dobbin were of the very faintest specimens of politeness. Crawley told George where they were stopping with General Tufto at the Hotel du Parc, and George made his friend promise to come speedily to Osborne's own residence. "I'm sorry I hadn't seen you 3 days ago," George said. "Had a dinner at the Restaurant Shures. Rather a nice thing. Lord Bareacres and the Countess and Lady Blanche were good enough to dine with us. Wish we'd had you." Having thus let his friend know his claims to be a man of fashion, Osborne parted from Rawdon, who followed the august squadron down an alley into which they cantered, while George and Dobbin resumed their places, one on each side of Amelia's carriage. "How well the Duke looked," Mrs. O'Dowd remarked. "The Wellesleys and Maloneys are related, but of course poor I would never dream of introducing myself unless his Grace thought proper to remember our family tie." "He's a great soldier," Jos said, much more at ease now that the great man was gone. "Was there ever a battle won like Salamanca? Hey, Dobbin? But where was it he learnt his art?" "In India, my boy. The jungle's the school for a general. Mark me that. I knew him myself, too. Mrs. O'Dowd, we both of us danced the same evening with Miss Cutler, daughter of Cutler of the Artillery, and a devilish fine girl, Dum-Dum." The apparition of the great personages held them all in talk during the drive, and at dinner, and until the hour came when they were all to go to the opera. It was almost like old England. The house was filled with familiar British faces, and those toilettes for which the British female has long been celebrated. Mrs. O'Dowd's was not the least splendid amongst these, and she had a curl on her forehead and a set of Irish diamonds and cairngorms, which outshone all the decorations in the house, in her notion. Her presence used to excruciate Osborne, but go she would upon all parties of pleasure on which she heard her young friends were bent. It never entered into her thought but that they must be charmed with her company. "She's been useful to you, my dear," George said to his wife, whom he could leave alone with less scruple when she had this society. "But what a comfort it is that Rebecca's come. You will have her for a friend, and we may get rid now of this damned Irishwoman." To this Amelia did not answer yes or no. And how do we know what her thoughts were? The coup d'oeil of the Brussels Opera House did not strike Mrs. O'Dowd as being so fine as the theatre in Fishamble Street in Dublin, nor was French music at all equal, in her opinion, to the melodies of her native country. She favored her friends with these and other opinions in a very loud tone of voice, and tossed about a great clattering fan she sported with the most splendid complacency. "Who is that wonderful woman with Amelia, Rawdon, love?" said a lady in an opposite box, who, almost always civil to her husband in private, was more fond than ever of him in company. "Don't you see that creature with a yellow thing in her turban, and a red satin gown, and a great watch?" "Near the pretty little woman in white?" asked a middle-aged gentleman seated by the querist's side, with orders in his button, and several under-waistcoats, and a great choky white stock. "That pretty woman in white is Amelia, General. You are remarking all the pretty women, you naughty man." "Only one, begad, in the world," said the General, delighted, and the lady gave him a tap with a large bouquet which she had. "Bedad, it's him," said Mrs. O'Dowd, "and that's the very bouquet he brought in the Marché aux Fleurs." And when Rebecca, having caught her friend's eye, performed the little hand-kissing operation once more, Mrs. Major O.D., taking the compliment to herself, returned the salute with a gracious smile, which sent that unfortunate Dobbin shrieking out of the box again. At the end of the act, George was out of the box in a moment, and he was even going to pay his respects to Rebecca in her loge. He met Crawley in the lobby, however, where they exchanged a few sentences upon the occurrences of the last fortnight. "You found my check all right at the agent's?" George said, with a knowing air. "All right, my boy," Rawdon answered. "Happy to give you your revenge. Governor come round?" "Not yet," said George, "but he will, and you know I've some private fortune through my mother. Has Auntie relented?" "Sent me £20, damned old screw. When shall we have a meet? The General dines out on Tuesday. Can't you come Tuesday? I say, make Sedley cut off his mustache. What the devil does a civilian mean with a mustache and those infernal frogs to his coat? Bye-bye. Try and come on Tuesday." And Rawdon was going off with two brilliant young gentlemen of fashion, who were, like himself, on the staff of a general officer. George was only half pleased to be asked to dinner on that particular day, when the General was not to dine. "I will go in and pay my respects to your wife," said he, at which Rawdon said, "As you please," looking very glum, and at which the two young officers exchanged knowing glances. George parted from them and strutted down to the lobby to the General's box, the number of which he had carefully counted. "Entrez," said a clear little voice, and our friend found himself in Rebecca's presence, who jumped up, clapped her hands together, and held out both of them to George, so charmed was she to see him. The General, with the orders in his button, stared at the newcomer with a sulky scowl, as much as to say, "Who the devil are you?" "My dear Captain George," cried little Rebecca in an ecstasy, "how good of you to come! The General and I were moping together tete-a-tete. General, this is my Captain George, of whom you heard me talk." "Indeed," said the General, with a very small bow. "Of what regiment is Captain George?" George mentioned the dashed. How he wished he could have said it was a crack cavalry corps. "Come home lately from the West Indies, I believe. Not seen much service in the late war. Quartered here, Captain George?" the General went on with killing haughtiness. "Not Captain George, you stupid man. Captain Osborne," Rebecca said. The General all the while was looking savagely from one to the other. "Captain Osborne, indeed. Any relation to the L Osbornes?" "We bear the same arms," George said. as was indeed the fact, Mr. Osborne having consulted with a herald in Longacre, and picked the L arms out of the peerage when he set up his carriage 15 years before. The General made no reply to this announcement, but took up his opera-glass. The double-barreled lorgnon was not invented in those days, and pretended to examine the house. But Rebecca saw that his disengaged eye was working round in her direction, and shooting out bloodshot glances at her and George. She redoubled in cordiality. "How is dearest Amelia? But I needn't ask. How pretty she looks! And who is that nice, good-natured-looking creature with her? A flame of yours? Oh, you wicked men! And there is Mr. Sedley eating ice. I declare how he seems to enjoy it. General, why have we not had any ices?" "Shall I go and fetch you some?" said the General, bursting with wrath. "Let me go, I entreat you," George said. "No, I will go to Amelia's box. Dear, sweet girl, give me your arm, Captain George." And so saying, and with a nod to the General, she tripped into the lobby. She gave George the queerest, knowingest look when they were together, a look which may have been interpreted, "Don't you see the state of affairs, and what a fool I'm making of him?" But he did not perceive it. He was thinking of his own plans, and lost in pompous admiration of his own irresistible powers of pleasing. The curses to which the General gave a low utterance as soon as Rebecca and her conqueror had quitted him were so deep that I am sure no compositor would venture to print them were they written down. They came from the General's heart, and a wonderful thing it is to think that the human heart is capable of generating such produce, and can throw out, as occasion demands, such a supply of lust and fury, rage and hatred. Amelia's gentle eyes, too, had been fixed anxiously on the pair, whose conduct had so chafed the jealous General. But when Rebecca entered her box, she flew to her friend with an affectionate rapture which showed itself, in spite of the publicity of the place. For she embraced her dearest friend in the presence of the whole house, at least in full view of the General's glass, now brought to bear upon the Osborne party. Mrs. Rawdon saluted Jos, too, with the kindliest greeting. She admired Mrs. O'Dowd's large Cairngorm brooch and superb Irish diamonds, and wouldn't believe that they were not from Golconda direct. She bustled, she chattered, she turned and twisted, and smiled upon one and smirked on another, all in full view of the jealous opera-glass opposite. And when the time for the ballet came, in which there was no dancer that went through her grimaces or performed her comedy of action better, she skipped back to her own box, leaning on Captain Dobbin's arm this time. No, she would not have George's. He must stay and talk to his dearest, best little Amelia. What a humbug that woman is, honest old Dobbin mumbled to George when he came back from Rebecca's box, whither he had conducted her in perfect silence, and with a countenance as glum as an undertaker's. She writhes and twists about like a snake. All the time she was here, didn't you see, George, how she was acting at the General over the way? Humbug! Acting? Hang it, she's the nicest little woman in England, George replied, showing his white teeth and giving his ambrosial whiskers a twirl. You ain't a man of the world, Dobbin. Damme, look at her now. She's talked over Tufto in no time. Look how he's laughing. Gad, what a shoulder she has. Emmy, why didn't you have a bouquet? Everybody has a bouquet. Faith, then, why didn't you buy one? Mrs. O'Dowd said, and both Amelia and William Dobbin thanked her for this timely observation. But beyond this, neither of the ladies rallied. Amelia was overpowered by the flash and the dazzle and the fashionable talk of her worldly rival. Even the O'Dowd was silent and subdued after Becky's brilliant apparition, and scarcely said a word more about Glen Maloney all the evening. "When do you intend to give up play, George, as you have promised me, any time these 100 years?" Dobbin said to his friend a few days after the night at the opera. "When do you intend to give up sermonizing?" was the other's reply. "What the deuce, man, are you alarmed about? We play low. I won last night. You don't suppose Crawley cheats? With fair play it comes to pretty much the same thing at the year's end." "But I don't think he could pay if he lost," Dobbin said. And his advice met with the success which advice usually commands. Osborne and Crawley were repeatedly together now. General Tufto dined abroad almost constantly. George was always welcome in the apartments, very close indeed to those of the general, which the aide-de-camp and his wife occupied in the hotel. Amelia's manners were such, when she and George visited Crawley and his wife at these quarters, that they had very nearly come to their first quarrel. George scolded his wife violently for her evident unwillingness to go, and the high and mighty manner in which she comported herself towards Mrs. Crawley, her old friend. And Amelia did not say one single word in reply, but with her husband's eye upon her, and Rebecca scanning her, as she felt, was, if possible, more bashful and awkward on the second visit which she paid to Mrs. Rawdon than on her first call. Rebecca was doubly affectionate, of course, and would not take notice in the least of her friend's coolness. "I think Emmy has become prouder since her father's name was in since Mr. Sedley's misfortunes," Rebecca said, softening the phrase charitably for George's ear. "Upon my word, I thought when we were at Brighton she was doing me the honor to be jealous of me, and now I suppose she is scandalized because Rawdon and I and the General live together. Why, my dear creature, how could we, with our means, live at all, but for a friend to share expenses? And do you suppose that Rawdon is not big enough to take care of my honor? But I'm very much obliged to Emmy, very," Mrs. Rawdon said. "Pooh! Jealousy!" answered George. "All women are jealous." "And all men, too. Weren't you jealous of General Tufto, and the General of you, on the night of the opera? Why, he was ready to eat me for going with you to visit that foolish little wife of yours." "As if I care a pin for either of you," Crawley's wife said, with a pert toss of her head. "Will you dine here? The Dragon dines with the Commander-in-Chief. Great news is stirring. They say the French have crossed the frontier. We shall have a quiet dinner." George accepted the invitation, although his wife was a little ailing. They were now not quite 6 weeks married. Another woman was laughing or sneering at her expense, and he not angry. He was not even angry with himself, this good-natured fellow. "It is a shame," he owned to himself, "but hang it, if a pretty woman will throw herself in your way, why, what can a fellow do, you know? I am rather free about women," he had often said, smiling and nodding knowingly to Stubble and Spoony and other comrades at the mess table. And they rather respected him than otherwise for this prowess. Next to conquering in war, conquering in love has been a source of pride, time out of mind, amongst men in Vanity Fair. Or how should schoolboys brag of their amours, or Don Juan be popular? So Mr. Osborne, having a firm conviction in his own mind that he was a woman-killer and destined to conquer, did not run counter to his fate, but yielded himself up to it quite complacently. And, as Emmy did not say much, or plague him with her jealousy, but merely became unhappy and pined over it miserably in secret, he chose to fancy that she was not suspicious of what all his acquaintance were perfectly aware, namely, that he was carrying on a desperate flirtation with Mrs. Crawley. He rode with her whenever she was free. He pretended regimental business to Amelia, by which falsehood she was not in the least deceived, and consigning his wife to solitude or her brother's society, passed his evenings in the Crawleys' company, losing money to the husband, and flattering himself that the wife was dying of love for him. It is very likely that this worthy couple never absolutely conspired and agreed together in so many words, the one to cajole the young gentleman, whilst the other won his money at cards. But they understood each other perfectly well, and Rawdon let Osborne come and go with entire good humour. George was so occupied with his new acquaintances that he and William Dobbin were by no means so much together as formerly. George avoided him in public and in the regiment, and, as we see, did not like those sermons which his senior was disposed to inflict upon him. If some parts of his conduct made Captain Dobbin exceedingly grave and cool, of what use was it to tell George that, though his whiskers were large and his own opinion of his knowingness great, he was as green as a schoolboy, that Rawdon was making a victim of him as he had done of many before, and as soon as he had used him would fling him off with scorn? He would not listen. And so, as Dobbin, upon those days when he visited the Osborne house, seldom had the advantage of meeting his old friend, much painful and unavailing talk between them was spared. Our friend George was in the full career of the pleasures of Vanity Fair. There never was, since the days of Darius, such a brilliant train of camp followers as hung round the Duke of Wellington's army in the Low Countries in 1815, and led it, dancing and feasting, as it were, up to the very brink of battle. A certain ball which a noble duchess gave at Brussels on the 15th of June in the above-named year is historical. All Brussels had been in a state of excitement about it, and I have heard from ladies who were in that town at the period that the talk and interest of the persons of their own sex regarding the ball was much greater even than in respect of the enemy in their front. The struggles, intrigues, and prayers to get tickets were such as only English ladies will employ in order to gain admission to the society of the great of their own nation. Jos and Mrs. O'Dowd, who were panting to be asked, strove in vain to procure tickets, but others of our friends were more lucky. For instance, through the interest of my Lord Bareacres, and as a set-off for the dinner at the restaurateurs, George got a card for Captain and Mrs. Osborne, which circumstance greatly elated him. Dobbin, who was a friend of the general commanding the division in which their regiment was, came laughing one day to Mrs. Osborne and displayed a similar invitation, which made Jos envious, and George wonder how the deuce he should be getting into society. Mr. and Mrs. Rawdon, finally, were of course invited, as became the friends of a general commanding his cavalry brigade. On the appointed night, George, having commanded new dresses and ornaments of all sorts for Amelia, drove to the famous ball, where his wife did not know a single soul. After looking about for Lady Bareacres, who cut him, thinking the card was quite enough, and after placing Amelia on a bench, he left her to her own cogitations there, thinking on his own part that he had behaved very handsomely in getting her new clothes and bringing her to the ball, where she was free to amuse herself as she liked. Her thoughts were not of the pleasantest, and nobody except honest Dobbin came to disturb them. Whilst her appearance was an utter failure, as her husband felt with a sort of rage, Mrs. Rawdon Crawley's debut was, on the contrary, very brilliant. She arrived very late. Her face was radiant, her dress perfection. In the midst of the great persons assembled, and the eyeglasses directed to her, Rebecca seemed to be as cool and collected as when she used to marshal Miss Pinkerton's little girls to church. Numbers of the men she knew already, and the dandies thronged round her. As for the ladies, it was whispered among them that Rawdon had run away with her from out of a convent, and that she was a relation of the Montmorency family. She spoke French so perfectly that there might be some truth in this report, and it was agreed that her manners were fine, and her air distingué. 50 would-be partners thronged around her at once, and pressed to have the honor to dance with her. But she said she was engaged, and only going to dance very little, and made her way at once to the place where Emmy sat, quite unnoticed, and dismally unhappy. And so, to finish the poor child at once, Mrs. Rawdon ran and greeted affectionately her dearest Amelia, and began forthwith to patronize her. She found fault with her friend's dress, and her hairdresser, and wondered how she could be so chaussée, and vowed that she must send her corsetière the next morning. She vowed that it was a delightful ball, that there was everybody that everyone knew, and only a very few nobodies in the whole room. It is a fact that in a fortnight, and after 3 dinners in general society, this young woman had got up the genteel jargon so well that a native could not speak it better, and it was only from her French being so good that you could know she was not a born woman of fashion. George, who had left Emmy on her bench on entering the ballroom, very soon found his way back when Rebecca was by her dear friend's side. Becky was just lecturing Mrs. Osborne upon the follies which her husband was committing. "For God's sake, stop him from gambling, my dear," she said, "or he will ruin himself. He and Rawdon are playing at cards every night, and you know he is very poor, and Rawdon will win every shilling from him if he does not take care. Why don't you prevent him, you little careless creature? Why don't you come to us of an evening, instead of moping at home with that Captain Dobbin? I dare say he is très aimable, but how could one love a man with feet of such size? Your husband's feet are darlings. Here he comes. Where have you been, you wretch? Here is Emmy crying her eyes out for you. Are you coming to fetch me for the quadrille?" And she left her bouquet and shawl by Amelia's side and tripped off with George to dance. Women only know how to wound so. There is a poison on the tips of their little shafts which stings 1,000 times more than a man's blunter weapon. Our poor Emmy, who had never hated, never sneered all her life, was powerless in the hands of her remorseless little enemy. George danced with Rebecca twice or thrice. How many times, Amelia scarcely knew. She sat quite unnoticed in her corner, except when Rawdon came up with some words of clumsy conversation, and later in the evening, when Captain Dobbin made so bold as to bring her refreshments and sit beside her. He did not like to ask her why she was so sad, but as a pretext for the tears which were filling in her eyes, she told him that Mrs. Crawley had alarmed her by telling her that George would go on playing. "It is curious, when a man is bent upon play, by what clumsy rogues he will allow himself to be cheated," Dobbin said. And Emmy said, "Indeed." She was thinking of something else. It was not the loss of the money that grieved her. At last George came back for Rebecca's shawl and flowers. She was going away. She did not even condescend to come back and say good-bye to Amelia. The poor girl let her husband come and go without saying a word, and her head fell on her breast. Dobbin had been called away, and was whispering deep in conversation with the general of the division, his friend, and had not seen this last parting. George went away then with the bouquet, but when he gave it to the owner, there lay a note coiled like a snake among the flowers. Rebecca's eye caught it at once. She had been used to deal with notes in early life. She put out her hand and took the nosegay. He saw by her eyes as they met that she was aware what she should find there. Her husband hurried her away, still too intent upon his own thoughts, seemingly, to take note of any marks of recognition which might pass between his friend and his wife. These were, however, but trifling. Rebecca gave George her hand with one of her usual quick, knowing glances, and made a curtsy and walked away. George bowed over the hand, said nothing in reply to a remark of Crawley's, did not hear it even, his brain was so throbbing with triumph and excitement, and allowed them to go away without a word. His wife saw the one part, at least, of the bouquet scene. It was quite natural that George should come at Rebecca's request to get her scarf and flowers. It was no more than he had done 20 times before in the course of the last few days. But now it was too much for her. "William," she said, suddenly clinging to Dobbin, who was near her, "you've always been very kind to me. I'm not well. Take me home." She did not know she called him by his Christian name, as George was accustomed to do. He went away with her quickly. Her lodgings were hard by, and they threaded through the crowd without, where everything seemed to be more astir than even in the ballroom within. George had been angry twice or thrice at finding his wife up on his return from the parties which he frequented. So she went straight to bed now. But although she did not sleep, and although the din and clatter and the galloping of horsemen were incessant, she never heard any of these noises, having quite other disturbances to keep her awake. Osborne, meanwhile, wild with elation, went off to a play-table and began to bet frantically. He won repeatedly. "Everything succeeds with me tonight," he said. But his luck at play did not cure him of his restlessness, and he started up after a while, pocketing his winnings, and went to a buffet, where he drank off many bumpers of wine. Here, as he was rattling away to the people around, laughing loudly and wild with spirits, Dobbin found him. He had been to the card tables to look there for his friend. Dobbin looked as pale and grave as his comrade was flushed and jovial. "Hallo, Dob! Come and drink, old Dob. The Duke's wine is famous. Give me some more, you sir." And he held out a trembling glass for the liquor. "Come out, George," said Dobbin, still gravely. "Don't drink." "Drink? There's nothing like it. Drink yourself, and light up your lantern jaws, old boy. Here's to you." Dobbin went up and whispered something to him, at which George, giving a start and a wild "Hooray!" tossed off his glass, clapped it on the table, and walked away speedily on his friend's arm. "The enemy has passed the Sambre," William said, "and our left is already engaged. Come away. We are to march in 3 hours." Away went George, his nerves quivering with excitement at the news so long looked for, so sudden when it came. What were love and intrigue now? He thought about 1,000 things but these in his rapid walk to his quarters. His past life and future chances, the fate which might be before him, the wife, the child, perhaps, from whom unseen he might be about to part. Oh, how he wished that night's work undone, and that, with a clear conscience at least, he might say farewell to the tender and guileless being by whose love he had set such little store. He thought over his brief married life. In those few weeks he had frightfully dissipated his little capital. How wild and reckless he had been! Should any mischance befall him, what was then left for her? How unworthy he was of her! Why had he married her? He was not fit for marriage. Why had he disobeyed his father, who had always been so generous to him? Hope, remorse, ambition, tenderness, and selfish regret filled his heart. He sat down and wrote to his father, remembering what he had said once before when he was engaged to fight a duel. Dawn faintly streaked the sky as he closed this farewell letter. He sealed it and kissed the superscription. He thought how he had deserted that generous father, and of the 1,000 kindnesses which the stern old man had done him. He had looked into Amelia's bedroom when he entered. She lay quiet, and her eyes seemed closed, and he was glad that she was asleep. On arriving at his quarters from the ball, he had found his regimental servant already making preparations for his departure. The man had understood his signal to be still, and these arrangements were very quickly and silently made. Should he go in and wake Amelia, he thought, or leave a note for her brother to break the news of departure to her? He went in to look at her once again. She had been awake when he first entered her room, but had kept her eyes closed, so that even her wakefulness should not seem to reproach him. But when he had returned, so soon after herself too, this timid little heart had felt more at ease, and turning towards him as he stepped softly out of the room, she had fallen into a light sleep. George came in and looked at her again, entering still more softly. By the pale night lamp he could see her sweet pale face. The purple eyelids were fringed and closed, and one round arm, smooth and white, lay outside of the coverlet. Good God, how pure she was! How gentle, how tender, and how friendless! And he, how selfish, brutal, and black with crime. Heart-stained and shame-stricken, he stood at the bed's foot and looked at the sleeping girl. How dared he? Who was he to pray for one so spotless? God bless her! God bless her! He came to the bedside and looked at the hand, the little soft hand, lying asleep. And he bent over the pillow noiselessly towards the gentle pale face. Two fair arms closed tenderly round his neck as he stooped down. "I am awake, George," the poor child said, with a sob fit to break the little heart that nestled so closely by his own. She was awake, poor soul, and to what? At that moment, a bugle from the place of arms began sounding clearly, and was taken up through the town, and amidst the drums of the infantry and the shrill pipes of the Scotch, the whole city awoke. End of chapter 29. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit www.librivox.org. Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 30. The Girl I Left Behind Me. We do not claim to rank among the military novelists. Our place is with the non-combatants. When the decks are cleared for action, we go below and wait meekly. We should only be in the way of the maneuvers that the gallant fellows are performing overhead. We shall go no farther with the than to the city gate, and leaving Major O'Dowd to his duty, come back to the Major's wife, and the ladies, and the baggage. Now, the Major and his lady, who had not been invited to the ball at which in our last chapter other of our friends figured, had much more time to take their wholesome natural rest in bed than was accorded to people who wished to enjoy pleasure as well as to do duty. "It's my belief, Peggy, my dear," said he, as he placidly pulled his nightcap over his ears, "that there will be such a ball danced in a day or two as some of 'em has never heard the tune of." And he was much more happy to retire to rest after partaking of a quiet tumbler than to figure at any other sort of amusement. Peggy, for her part, would have liked to have shown her turban and bird of paradise at the ball, but for the information which her husband had given her, and which made her very grave. "I'd like you to wake me about half an hour before the assembly beats," the Major said to his lady. Call me at 1:30, Peggy dear, and see me things is ready. Maybe I'll not come back to breakfast, Mrs. O'D." With which words, which signified his opinion that the regiment would march the next morning, the Major ceased talking and fell asleep. Mrs. O'Dowd, the good housewife, arrayed in curl papers and a camisole, felt that her duty was to act and not to sleep at this juncture. "Time enough for that," she said, "when Mick's gone." And so she packed his travelling valise ready for the march, brushed his cloak, his cap, and other warlike habiliments, set them out in order for him, and stowed away in the cloak pockets a light package of portable refreshments, and a wicker-covered flask or pocket pistol, containing near a pint of a remarkably sound cognac brandy, of which she and the Major approved very much. And as soon as the hands of the repaither pointed to 1:30, and its interior arrangements (it had a tone quite equal to a cathedral, its fair owner considered) knelled forth that fatal hour, Mrs. O'Dowd woke up her Major, and had as comfortable a cup of coffee prepared for him as any maid that morning in Brussels. And who is there will deny that this worthy lady's preparations betokened affection as much as the fits of tears and hysterics by which more sensitive females exhibited their love, and that their partaking of this coffee, which they drank together while the bugles were sounding the turnout and the drums beating in the various quarters of the town, was not more useful and to the purpose than the outpouring of any mere sentiment could be. The consequence was that the Major appeared on parade quite trim, fresh, and alert, his well-shaved, rosy countenance, as he sat on horseback, giving cheerfulness and confidence to the whole corps. All the officers saluted her when the regiment marched by on the balcony on which this brave woman stood, and waved them a cheer as they passed. And I dare say it was not from want of courage, but from a sense of female delicacy and propriety, that she refrained from leading the gallant dashed personally into action. On Sundays, and at periods of a solemn nature, Mrs. O'Dowd used to read with great gravity out of a large volume of her uncle the Dean's sermons. It had been of great comfort to her on board the transport as they were coming home, and were very nearly wrecked on their return from the West Indies. After the regiment's departure, she betook herself to this volume for meditation. Perhaps she did not understand much of what she was reading, and her thoughts were elsewhere, but the sleep project, with poor Mick's nightcap up there on the pillow, was quite a vain one. So it is in the world. Jack or Donald marches away to glory with his knapsack on his shoulder, stepping out briskly to the tune of "The Girl I Left Behind Me." It is she who remains and suffers, and has the leisure to think and brood and remember. Knowing how useless regrets are, and how the indulgence of sentiment only serves to make people more miserable, Mrs. Rebecca wisely determined to give way to no vain feelings of sorrow, and bore the parting from her husband with quite a Spartan equanimity. Indeed, Captain Rawdon himself was much more affected at the leave-taking than the resolute little woman to whom he bade farewell. She had mastered this rude, coarse nature, and he loved and worshipped her with all his faculties of regard and admiration. In all his life he had never been so happy as during the past few months his wife had made him. All former delights of turf, mess, hunting field, and gambling table, all previous loves and courtships of milliners, opera dancers, and the like easy triumphs of the clumsy military Adonis, were quite insipid when compared to the lawful matrimonial pleasures which of late he had enjoyed. She had known perpetually how to divert him, and he had found his house and her society 1,000 times more pleasant than any place or company which he had ever frequented from his childhood until now. And he cursed his past follies and extravagances, and bemoaned his vast outlying debts above all, which must remain forever as obstacles to prevent his wife's advancement in the world. He had often groaned over these in midnight conversations with Rebecca, although as a bachelor they had never given him any disquiet. He himself was struck with this phenomenon. "Hang it," he would say, or perhaps use a still stronger expression out of his simple vocabulary. "Before I was married I didn't care what bills I put my name to, and so long as Moses would wait or Levy would renew for 3 months, I kept on never minding. Since I'm married, except renewing, of course, I give you my honor I've not touched a bit of stamped paper." Rebecca always knew how to conjure away these moods of melancholy. "Why, my stupid love," she would say, "we have not done with your aunt yet. If she fails us, isn't there what you call the Gazette? Or stop, when your Uncle Bute's life drops, I have another scheme. The living has always belonged to the younger brother, and why shouldn't you sell out and go into the church?" The idea of this conversion sent Rawdon into roars of laughter. You might have heard the explosion through the hotel at midnight, and the haw-haws of the great dragoon's voice. General Tufto heard him from his quarters on the first floor above them. And Rebecca acted the scene with great spirit, and preached Rawdon's first sermon, to the immense delight of the general, at breakfast. But these were mere bygone days and talk. When the final news arrived that the campaign was open, and the troops were to march, Rawdon's gravity became such that Becky rallied him about it in a manner which rather hurt the feelings of the guardsmen. "You don't suppose I'm afraid, Becky, I should think," he said with a tremor in his voice. "But I'm a pretty good mark for a shot, and you see if it brings me down, why, I leave 1 and perhaps 2 behind me whom I should wish to provide for, as I brought 'em into the scrape. It is no laughing matter that, Mrs. C., anyways." Rebecca, by 100 caresses and kind words, tried to soothe the feelings of the wounded lover. It was only when her vivacity and sense of humor got the better of this sprightly creature, as they would do under most circumstances of life indeed, that she would break out with her satire. But she could soon put on a demure face. "Dearest love," she said, "do you suppose I feel nothing?" And hastily dashing something from her eyes, she looked up in her husband's face with a smile. "Look here," said he, "if I drop, let us see what there is for you. I have had a pretty good run of luck here, and here's £230. I have got 10 Napoleons in my pocket. That is as much as I shall want, for the general pays everything like a prince, and if I'm hit, why, you know, I cost nothing. Don't cry, little woman. I may live to vex you yet. Well, I shan't take either of my horses, but shall ride the general's grey charger. It's cheaper, and I told him mine was lame. If I'm done, those 2 ought to fetch you something. Grigg offered 90 for the mare yesterday before this confounded news came, and like a fool I wouldn't let her go under the 2 O's. Bullfinch will fetch his price any day, only you'd better sell him in this country, because the dealers have so many bills of mine, and so I'd rather he shouldn't go back to England. Your little mare the general gave you will fetch something, and there's no damned livery stable bills here as there are in London," Rawdon added with a laugh. "There's that dressing-case cost me 200. That is, I owe 2 for it, and the gold tops and bottles must be worth 30 or 40. Please to put that up the spout, ma'am, with my pins and rings and watch and chain and things. They cost a precious lot of money. Miss Crawley, I know, paid 100 down for the chain and ticker. Gold tops and bottles, indeed. Damme, I'm sorry I didn't take more now. Edwards pressed on me a silver gilt boot-jack, and I might have had a dressing-case fitted up with a silver warming-pan and a service of plate. But we must make the best of what we've got, Becky, you know." And so, making his last dispositions, Captain Crawley, who had seldom thought about anything but himself until the last few months of his life, when love had obtained the mastery over the dragoon, went through the various items of his little catalogue of effects, striving to see how they might be turned into money for his wife's benefit, in case any accident should befall him. He pleased himself by noting down with a pencil, in his big schoolboy handwriting, the various items of his portable property which might be sold for his widow's advantage, as, for example, my double barrel by Matin, say 40 guineas. My driving cloak lined with sable fur, 50 pounds. My dueling pistols in rosewood case, same which I shot Captain Marker, 20 pounds. My regulation saddle holsters and housings, my lorry ditto, and so forth, over all of which articles he made Rebecca the mistress. Faithful to his plan of economy, the captain dressed himself in his oldest and shabbiest uniform and epaulettes, leaving the newest behind under his wife's, or it might be his widow's, guardianship. And this famous dandy of Windsor and Hyde Park went off onto his campaign with a kit as modest as that of a sergeant, and with something like a prayer on his lips for the woman he was leaving. He took her up from the ground and held her in his arms for a minute, tight pressed against his strong beating heart. His face was purple and his eyes dim as he put her down and left her. He rode by his general's side and smoked his cigar in silence as they hastened after the troops of the general's brigade, which preceded them. And it was not until they were some miles on their way that he left off twirling his mustache and broke silence. And Rebecca, as we have said, wisely determined not to give way to unavailing sentimentality on her husband's departure. She waved him an adieu from the window, and stood there for a moment looking out after he was gone. The cathedral towers and the full gables of the quaint old houses were just beginning to blush in the sunrise. There had been no rest for her that night. She was still in her pretty ball dress, her fair hair hanging somewhat out of curl on her neck, and the circles round her eyes dark with watching. "What a fright I seem," she said, examining herself in the glass, "and how pale this pink makes one look." So she divested herself of this pink raiment, in doing which a note fell out from her corsage, which she picked up with a smile and locked into her dressing-box. And then she put her bouquet of the ball into a glass of water, and went to bed, and slept very comfortably. The town was quite quiet when she woke up at 10 o'clock and partook of coffee, very requisite and comforting after the exhaustion and grief of the morning's occurrences. This meal over, she resumed honest Rawdon's calculations of the night previous, and surveyed her position. Should the worst befall, all things considered, she was pretty well to do. There were her own trinkets and trousseau, in addition to those which her husband had left behind. Rawdon's generosity, when they were first married, has already been described and lauded. Besides these, and the little mare, the general, her slave and worshipper, had made her many very handsome presents, in the shape of cashmere shawls bought at the auction of a bankrupt French general's lady, and numerous tributes from the jewelers' shops, all of which betokened her admirers' taste and wealth. As for tickers, as poor Rawdon called watches, her apartments were alive with their clicking. For happening to mention one night that hers, which Rawdon had given to her, was of English workmanship, and went ill, on the very next morning there came to her a little bijou marked Leroy, with a chain and cover charmingly set with turquoises, and another signed Briquette, which was covered with pearls, and yet scarcely bigger than a half-crown. General Tufto had bought one, and Captain Osborne had gallantly presented the other. Mrs. Osborne had no watch, though, to do George justice, she might have had one for the asking, and the Honourable Mrs. Tufto in England had an old instrument of her mother's that might have served for the plate-warming pan which Rawdon talked about. If Messrs. Howell and James were to publish a list of the purchasers of all of the trinkets they sell, how surprised would some families be! And if all these ornaments went to gentlemen's lawful wives and daughters, what a profusion of jewelry there would be exhibited in the genteelest homes of Vanity Fair. Every calculation made of these valuables Mrs. Rebecca found. not without a pungent feeling of triumph and self-satisfaction, that should circumstances occur, she might reckon on 600 or 700 pounds at the very least, to begin the world with. And she passed the morning disposing, ordering, looking out, and locking up her properties in the most agreeable manner. Among the notes in Rawdon's pocket-book was a draft for 20 pounds on Osborne's banker. This made her think about Mrs. Osborne. "I will go and get the draft cashed," she said, "and pay a visit afterwards to poor little Emmy." If this is a novel without a hero, at least let us lay claim to a heroine. No man in the British army which has marched away, not the great Duke himself, could be more cool and collected in the presence of doubts and difficulties than the indomitable little aide-de-camp's wife. And there was another of our acquaintances who was also to be left behind, a non-combatant, and whose emotions and behavior we have therefore a right to know. This was our friend the ex-collector of Bogley Wollah, whose rest was broken, like other people's, by the sounding of the bugles in the early morning. Being a great sleeper and fond of his bed, it is possible he would have snoozed on until his usual hour of rising in the forenoon, in spite of all the drums, bugles, and bagpipes in the British army, but for an interruption, which did not come from George Osborne, who shared Joss's quarters with him, and was as usual occupied too much with his own affairs or with grief at parting with his wife to think of taking leave of his slumbering brother-in-law. It was not George, we say, who interposed between Joss Sedley and sleep, but Captain Dobbin, who came and roused him up, insisting on shaking hands with him before his departure. "Very kind of you," said Joss, yawning, and wishing the captain at the deuce. I didn't like to go off without saying good-bye, you know," Dobbin said in a very incoherent manner, "because you know some of us mayn't come back again, and I like to see you all well, and that sort of thing, you know." "What do you mean?" Joss asked, rubbing his eyes. The captain did not in the least hear him, or look at the stout gentleman in the nightcap, about whom he professed to have such a tender interest. The hypocrite was looking and listening with all his might in the direction of George's apartments, striding about the room, upsetting the chairs, beating the tattoo, biting his nails, and showing other signs of great inward emotion. Joss had always had rather a mean opinion of the captain, and now began to think his courage was somewhat equivocal. "What is it I can do for you, Dobbin?" he said in a sarcastic tone. "I'll tell you what you can do," the captain replied, coming up to the bed. "We march in a quarter of an hour, Sedley, and neither George nor I may ever come back. Mind you, you are not to stir from this town until you ascertain how things go. You are to stay here and watch over your sister, and comfort her, and see that no harm comes to her. If anything happens to George, remember she has no one but you in the world to look to. If it goes wrong with the army, you'll see her safe back to England, and you will promise me on your word that you will never desert her. I know that you won't. As far as money goes, you are always free enough with that. Do you want any? I mean, have you enough gold to take you back to England in case of a misfortune?" "Sir," said Joss majestically, "when I want money, I know where to ask for it. And as for my sister, you needn't tell me how I ought to behave to her." "You speak like a man of spirit, Joss," the other answered good-naturedly, "and I am glad that George can leave her in such good hands. So I may give him your word of honor, may I, that in case of extremity you will stand by her?" "Of course, of course," answered Mr. Joss, whose generosity in money matters Dobbin estimated quite correctly. "And you'll see her safe out of Brussels in the event of a defeat?" "A defeat? Dash it, sir, it's impossible. Don't try to frighten me," the hero cried from his bed. And Dobbin's mind was thus perfectly set at ease, now that Joss had spoken out so resolutely respecting his conduct to his sister. At least, thought the captain, There will be a retreat secured for her, in case the worst should ensue." If Captain Dobbin expected to get any personal comfort and satisfaction from having one more view of Amelia before the regiment marched away, his selfishness was punished just as such odious egotism deserved to be. The door of Jos's bedroom opened into the sitting-room which was common to the family party, and opposite this door was that of Amelia's chamber. The bugles had wakened everybody. There was no use in concealment now. George's servant was packing in this room, Osborne coming in and out of the contiguous bedroom, flinging to the man such articles as he thought fit to carry on this campaign. And presently Dobbin had the opportunity which his heart coveted, and he got sight of Amelia's face once more. But what a face it was! So white, so wild and despair-stricken, that the remembrance of it haunted him afterwards like a crime, and the sight smote him with inexpressible pangs of longing and pity. She was wrapped in a white morning dress, her hair falling on her shoulders, and her large eyes fixed and without light. By way of helping on the preparations for the departure, and showing that she too could be useful at a moment so critical, this poor soul had taken up a sash of George's from the drawers whereon it lay, and followed him to and fro with the sash in her hand, looking on mutely as his packing proceeded. She came out and stood, leaning at the wall, holding this sash against her bosom, from which the heavy net of crimson dropped like a large stain of blood. Our gentle-hearted captain felt a guilty shock as he looked at her. "Good God!" thought he, "and is it grief like this I dared to pry into?" And there was no help, no means to soothe and comfort this helpless, speechless misery. He stood for a moment and looked at her, powerless and torn with pity, as a parent regards an infant in pain. At last George took Emmy's hand and led her back into the bedroom, from whence he came out alone. The parting had taken place in that moment, and he was gone. "Thank heaven that is over," George thought, bounding down the stair, his sword under his arm, as he ran swiftly to the alarm ground where the regiment was mustered, and whither trooped men and officers hurrying from their billets. His pulse was throbbing and his cheeks flushed. The great game of war was going to be played, and he one of the players. What a fierce excitement of doubt, hope, and pleasure! What tremendous hazards of loss or gain! What were all the games of chance he had ever played compared to this one? Into all contests requiring athletic skill and courage, the young man, from his boyhood upwards, had flung himself with all his might. The champion of his school and his regiment, the bravos of his companions had followed him everywhere. From the boys' cricket match to the garrison races, he had won 100 of triumphs, and wherever he went, women and men had admired and envied him. What qualities are there for which a man gets so speedy a return of applause as those of bodily superiority, activity, and valor? Time out of mind, strength and courage have been the theme of bards and romances, and from the story of Troy down to today, poetry has always chosen a soldier for a hero. I wonder, is it because men are cowards at heart that they admire bravery so much, and place military valor so far beyond every other quality for reward and worship? So, at the sound of that stirring call to battle, George jumped away from the gentle arms in which he had been dallying, not without a feeling of shame, although his wife's hold on him had been but feeble, that he should have been detained there so long. The same feeling of eagerness and excitement was amongst all those friends of his of whom we have had occasional glimpses, from the stout senior major, who led the regiment into action, to little Stubble, the ensign, who was to bear its colors on that day. The sun was just rising as the march began. It was a gallant sight. The band led the column, playing the regimental march. Then came the major in command, riding upon Pyramus, his stout charger. Then marched the grenadiers, their captain at their head. In the center were the colors, borne by the senior and junior ensigns. Then George came marching at the head of his company. He looked up and smiled at Amelia and passed on, and even the sound of the music died away. End of chapter 30. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit www.librivox.org. Recorded July 16th, 2006, in Kettering, Ohio, USA. Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 31, in which Jos Sedley takes care of his sister. Thus, all the superior officers being summoned on duty elsewhere, Jos Sedley was left in command of the little colony at Brussels, with Amelia invalided, Isidore, his Belgian servant, and the bonne, who was maid of all work for the establishment, as a garrison under him. Though he was disturbed in spirit, and his rest destroyed by Dobbin's interruption and the occurrences of the morning, Jos nevertheless remained for many hours in bed, wakeful and rolling about there, until his usual hour of rising had arrived. The sun was high in the heavens, and our gallant friends of the dashed miles on their march, before the civilian appeared in his flowered dressing-gown at breakfast. About George's absence, his brother-in-law was very easy in mind. Perhaps Jos was rather pleased in his heart that Osborne was gone, for during George's presence the other had played but a very secondary part in the household, and Osborne did not scruple to show his contempt for the stout civilian. But Emmy had always been good and attentive to him. It was she who ministered to his comforts, who superintended the dishes that he liked, who walked or rode with him, as she had many, too many opportunities of doing, for where was George? And who interposed her sweet face between his anger and her husband's scorn. Many timid remonstrances had she uttered to George in behalf of her brother, but the former, in his trenchant way, cut these entreaties short. "I'm an honest man," he said, "and if I have a feeling I show it, as an honest man will. How the deuce, my dear, would you have me behave respectfully to such a fool as your brother?" So Jos was pleased with George's absence. His plain hat and gloves on a sideboard, and the idea that the owner was away, caused Jos I don't know what secret thrill of pleasure. "He won't be troubling me this morning," Jos thought, with his dandified airs and his impudence. "Put the captain's hat into the anteroom," he said to Isidore, the servant. "Perhaps he won't want it again," replied the lackey, looking knowingly at his master. He hated George, too, whose insolence towards him was quite of the English sort. "And ask if Madame is coming to breakfast," Mr. Sedley said with great majesty, ashamed to enter with a servant upon the subject of his dislike for George. The truth is, he had abused his brother to the valet a score of times before. Alas, Madame could not come to breakfast and cut the tartines that Mr. Jos liked. Madame was a great deal too ill, and had been in a frightful state ever since her husband's departure, so her bonne said. Jos showed his sympathy by pouring her out a large cup of tea. It was his way of exhibiting kindness, and he improved on this. He not only sent her breakfast, but he bethought him what delicacies she would most like for dinner. Isidore, the valet, had looked on very sulkily while Osborne's servant was disposing of his master's baggage previous to the captain's departure. For, in the first place, he hated Mr. Osborne, whose conduct to him and to all inferiors was generally overbearing. Nor does the continental domestic like to be treated with insolence, as our own better-tempered servants do. And secondly, he was angry that so many valuables should be removed from under his hands, to fall into other people's possession when the English discomfiture should arrive. Of this defeat he, and a vast number of other persons in Brussels and Belgium, did not make the slightest doubt. The almost universal belief was that the emperor would divide the Prussian and English armies, annihilate one after the other, and march into Brussels before 3 days were over, when all the movables of his present masters, who would be killed, or fugitives, or prisoners, would lawfully become the property of Monsieur Isidore. As he helped Joss through his toilsome and complicated daily toilette, the faithful servant would calculate what he should do with the very articles with which he was decorating his master's person. He would make a present of the silver essence bottles and toilet knickknacks to a young lady of whom he was fond, and keep the English cutlery and the large ruby pin for himself. It would look very smart upon one of the fine frilled shirts, which, with the gold lace cap and the frogged frock coat, might easily be cut down to suit his shape. And the captain's gold-headed cane, and the great double ring with the rubies, which he would have made into a pair of beautiful earrings, he calculated would make a perfect Adonis of himself, and render Mademoiselle Reine an easy prey. "How those sleeve buttons will suit me," thought he, as he fixed a pair on the fat pudgy wrists of Mr. Sedley. "I long for sleeve buttons, and the captain's boots with brass spurs in the next room. Corbleu! What an effect they will make in the Allée Verte!" So, while Monsieur Isidore with bodily fingers was holding on to his master's nose and shaving the lower part of Joss's face, his imagination was rambling along the green avenue, dressed out in a frogged coat and lace, and in company with Mademoiselle Reine. He was loitering in spirit on the banks, and examining the barges sailing slowly under the cool shadows of the trees by the canal, or refreshing himself with a mug of Failr at the bench of a beer-house on the road to Laeken. But Mr. Joseph Sedley, luckily for his own peace, no more knew what was passing in his domestic's mind than the respected reader, and I suspect what John or Mary, whose wages we pay, think of ourselves. What our servants think of us. Did we know what our intimates and dear relations thought of us, we should live in a world that we should be glad to quit, and in a frame of mind and a constant terror that would be perfectly unbearable. So Joss's man was marking his victim down, as you see one of Mr. Painter's assistants in Leadenhall Street ornament an unconscious turtle with a placard on which is written, "Soup tomorrow." Amelia's attendant was much less selfishly disposed. Few dependents could come near that kind and gentle creature without paying their usual tribute of loyalty and affection to her sweet and affectionate nature. And it is a fact that Pauline the cook consoled her mistress more than anybody whom she saw on this wretched morning. For when she found how Amelia remained for hours, silent, motionless, and haggard, by the windows in which she had placed herself to watch the last bayonets of the column as it marched away, the honest girl took the lady's hand and said, "Tenez, madame, est-ce qu'il n'est pas aussi alarmé, mon homme à moi?" with which she burst into tears. And Amelia, falling into her arms, did likewise. And so each pitied and soothed the other. Several times during the forenoon, Mr. Joss's Isidore went from his lodgings into the town, and to the gates of the hotels and lodging-houses round about the park, where the English were congregated, and there mingled with the other valets, couriers, and lackeys, gathered such news as was abroad, and brought back bulletins for his master's information. Almost all these gentlemen were in heart partisans of the emperor, and had their opinions about the speedy end of the campaign. The emperor's proclamation from Avesnes had been distributed everywhere plentifully in Brussels. "Soldiers," it said, "this is the anniversary of Marengo and Friedland, by which the destinies of Europe were twice decided. Then, as after Austerlitz, as after Wagram, we were too generous. We believed in the oaths and promises of princes, whom we suffered to remain upon their thrones. Let us march once more to meet them. We and they, are we not still the same men? Soldiers! These same Prussians who are so arrogant today were 3-1 against you at Jena, and 6-1 at Montmirail. Those among you who were prisoners in England can tell their comrades what frightful torments they suffered on board the English hulks. Madmen! A moment of prosperity has blinded them, and if they enter into France, it will be to find a grave there. But the partisans of the French prophesied a more speedy extermination of the emperor's enemies than this, and it was agreed on all hands that the Prussians and British would never return, except as prisoners in the rear of the conquering army. These opinions, in the course of the day, were brought to operate upon Mr. Sedley. He was told that the Duke of Wellington had gone to try and rally his army, the advance of which had been utterly crushed the night before. "Crushed? Pshaw!" said Joss, whose heart was pretty stout at breakfast time. "The Duke has gone to beat the Emperor, as he has beaten all his generals before. His papers are burned, his effects are removed, and his quarters are being got ready for the Duke of Dalmatia," Joss's informant replied. "I had it from his own Marchedet hotel. Milord Duc de Richemont's people are packing up everything. His Grace has fled already, and the Duchess is only waiting to see the plate packed to join the King of France at Ostend." "The King of France is at Ghent, fellow," replied Joss, affecting incredulity. "He fled last night to Bruges, and embarks today from Ostend. The Duc de Berry is taken prisoner. Those who wish to be safe had better go soon, for the dikes will be opened tomorrow, and who can fly when the whole country is under water?" "Nonsense, sir! We are 3-1, sir, against any force Boney can bring into the field," Mr. Sedley objected. "The Austrians and Russians are on their march. He shall be crushed," Joss said, slapping his hand on the table. "The Prussians were 3-1 at Jena, and he took their army and kingdom in a week. They were 6-1 at Montmirail, and he scattered them like sheep. The Austrian army is coming, but with the Empress and the King of Rome at its head. And the Russians? Bah! The Russians will withdraw. No quarter is to be given to the English, on account of their cruelty to our braves on board the infamous pontoons. Look here! Here it is, in black and white. Here's the proclamation of His Majesty, the Emperor and King," said the now declared partisan of Napoleon, and taking the document from his pocket, Isidore sternly thrust it into his master's face, and already looked upon the frogged coat and valuables as his own spoil. Joss was, if not seriously alarmed as yet, at least considerably disturbed in mind. "Give me my coat and cap, sir," said he, "and follow me. I will go myself and learn the truth of these reports." Isidore was furious as Joss put on the braided frock. "Milord had better not wear that military coat," said he. "The Frenchmen have sworn not to give quarter to a single British soldier." "Silence, sirrah!" said Joss, with a resolute countenance still, and thrust his arm into the sleeve with indomitable resolution. In the performance of which heroic act he was found by Mrs. Rawdon Crawley, who at this juncture came up to visit Amelia, and entered without ringing at the antechamber door. Rebecca was dressed very neatly and smartly, as usual. Her quiet sleep after Rawdon's departure had refreshed her, and her pink smiling cheeks were quite pleasant to look at, in a town and on a day when everybody else's countenance wore the appearance of the deepest anxiety and gloom. She laughed at the attitude in which Joss was discovered, and the struggles and convulsions with which the stout gentleman thrust himself into the braided coat. "Are you preparing to join the army, Mr. Joseph?" she said. "Is there to be nobody left in Brussels to protect us poor women?" Joss succeeded in plunging into the coat, and came forward blushing and stuttering out excuses to his fair visitor. "How was she after the events of the morning? After the fatigues of the ball the night before?" Monsieur Isidore disappeared into his master's adjacent bedroom, bearing off the flowered dressing-gown. "How good of you to ask," said she, pressing one of his hands in both her own. "How cool and collected you look when everybody else is frightened. How is our dear little Emmy? It must have been an awful, awful parting." "Tremendous," Joss said. "You men can bear anything," replied the lady. parting or danger are nothing to you. Own now that you were going to join the army and leave us to our fate. I know you were. Something tells me you were. I was so frightened when the thought came into my head, for I do sometimes think of you when I am alone, Mr. Joseph, that I ran off immediately to beg and entreat you not to fly from us. This speech might be interpreted, My dear sir, should an accident befall the army, and a retreat be necessary, you have a very comfortable carriage, in which I propose to take a seat. I don't know whether Jos understood the words in this sense, but he was profoundly mortified by the ladies' inattention to him during their stay at Brussels. He had never been presented to any of Rawdon Crawley's great acquaintances. He had scarcely been invited to Rebecca's parties, for he was too timid to play much, and his presence bored George and Rawdon equally, who neither of them, perhaps, liked to have a witness of the amusements in which the pair chose to indulge. "Ah," thought Jos, "now she wants me, she comes to me. When there is nobody else in the way, she can think about old Joseph Sedley." But besides these doubts, he felt flattered at the idea Rebecca expressed of his courage. He blushed a good deal, and put on an air of importance. "I should like to see the action," he said. "Every man of any spirit would, you know. I've seen a little service in India, but nothing on this grand scale." "You men would sacrifice anything for a pleasure," Rebecca answered. "Captain Crawley left me this morning as gay as if he were going to a hunting party. What does he care? What do any of you care for the agonies and tortures of a poor forsaken woman? I wonder whether he could really have been going to the troops, this great lazy gourmand. Oh, dear Mr. Sedley, I have come to you for comfort, for consolation. I have been on my knees all the morning. I tremble at the frightful danger into which our husbands, our friends, our brave troops and allies are rushing, and I come here for shelter, and find another of my friends, the last remaining to me, bent upon plunging into the dreadful scene." "My dear madam," Jos replied, now beginning to be quite soothed, "don't be alarmed. I only said I should like to go. What Briton would not? But my duty keeps me here. I can't leave that poor creature in the next room." And he pointed with his finger to the door of the chamber in which Amelia was. "Good, noble brother," Rebecca said, putting her handkerchief to her eyes, and smelling the eau de cologne with which it was scented. "I have done you injustice. You have got a heart. I thought you had not." "Oh, upon my honor," Jos said, making a motion as if he would lay his hand upon the spot in question, "you do me injustice. Indeed you do, my dear Mrs. Crawley." "I do, now your heart is true to your sister. But I remember 2 years ago, when it was false to me," Rebecca said, fixing her eyes upon him for an instant, and then turning away into the window. Jos blushed violently. That organ, which he was accused by Rebecca of not possessing, began to thump tumultuously. He recalled the days when he had fled from her, and the passions which had once inflamed him, the days when he had driven her in his curricle, when she had knit the green purse for him, when he had sat enraptured, gazing at her white arms and bright eyes. "I know you think me ungrateful," Rebecca continued, coming out of the window, and once more looking at him and addressing him in a low, tremulous voice. "Your coldness, your averted looks, your manner when we have met of late, when I came in just now, all proved it to me. But were there no reasons why I should avoid you? Let your own heart answer that question. Do you think my husband was too much inclined to welcome you? The only unkind words I have ever had from him, I will do Captain Crawley that justice, have been about you and most cruel, cruel words they were. "Good gracious, what have I done?" asked Jos in a flurry of pleasure and perplexity. "What have I done to... "Is jealousy nothing?" said Rebecca. "He makes me miserable about you, and whatever it might have been once, my heart is all his. I am innocent now, am I not, Mr. Sedley?" All Jos's blood tingled with delight as he surveyed this victim to his attractions. A few adroit words, one or two knowing, tender glances of the eyes, and his heart was inflamed again, and his doubts and suspicions forgotten. From Solomon downwards, have not wiser men than he been cajoled and befooled by women? "If the worst comes to the worst," Becky thought, "my retreat is secure, and I have a right-hand seat in the barouche." There is no knowing into what declarations of love and ardor the tumultuous passions of Mr. Joseph might have led him, if Isidore the valet had not made his reappearance at this minute, and begun to busy himself about the domestic affairs. Jos, who was just going to gasp out an avowal, choked almost with the emotion that he was obliged to restrain. Rebecca, too, bethought her that it was time she should go and comfort her dearest Amelia. "Au revoir," she said, kissing her hand to Mr. Joseph, and tapped gently at the door of his sister's apartment. As she entered and closed the door on herself, he sank down in a chair and gazed and sighed and puffed portentously. "That coat is very tight for milor," Isidore said, still having his eye on the frogs. But his master heard him not. His thoughts were elsewhere, now glowing, maddening, upon the contemplation of the enchanting Rebecca, anon shrinking guiltily before the vision of the jealous Rawdon Crawley, with his curling fierce mustachios, and his terrible dueling pistols loaded and cocked. Rebecca's appearance struck Amelia with terror, and made her shrink back. It recalled her to the world and the remembrance of yesterday. In the overpowering fears about tomorrow, she had forgotten Rebecca, jealousy, everything, except that her husband was gone and was in danger. Until this dauntless worldling came in and broke the spell and lifted the latch, we too have forborne to enter into that sad chamber. How long had that poor girl been on her knees? What hours of speechless prayer and bitter prostration had she passed there? The war chroniclers who write brilliant stories of fight and triumph scarcely tell us of these. These are too mean parts of the pageant, and you don't hear widows' cries or mothers' sobs in the midst of the shouts and jubilation in the great chorus of victory. And yet, when was the time that such have not cried out, heartbroken, humble protestants, unheard in the uproar of the triumph? After the first movement of terror in Amelia's mind, when Rebecca's green eyes lighted upon her, and rustling in her fresh silks and brilliant ornaments, the latter tripped up with extended arms to embrace her, a feeling of anger succeeded, and from being deadly pale before, her face flushed up red, and she returned Rebecca's look after a moment with a steadiness that surprised and somewhat abashed her rival. "Dearest Amelia, you are very unwell," the visitor said, putting forth her hand to take Amelia's. "What is it? I could not rest until I knew how you were." Amelia drew back her hand. Never since her life began had that gentle soul refused to believe or to answer any demonstration of goodwill or affection. But she drew back her hand and trembled all over. "Why are you here, Rebecca?" she said, still looking at her solemnly with her large eyes. These glances troubled her visitor. "She must have seen him give me the letter at the ball," Rebecca thought. "Don't be agitated, dear Amelia," she said, looking down. "I came but to see if you were well. "Are you well?" said Amelia. "I dare say you are. You don't love your husband. You would not be here if you did. Tell me, Rebecca, did I ever do you anything but kindness?" "Indeed, Amelia, no," the other said, still hanging down her head. "When you were quite poor, who was it that befriended you? Was I not a sister to you? You saw us all in happier days before he married me. I was all in all then to him. Or would he have given up his fortune, his family, as he nobly did, to make me happy? Why did you come between my love and me? Who sent you to separate those whom God joined, and take my darling's heart from me, my own husband? Do you think you could love him as I did? His love was everything to me. You knew it, and wanted to rob me of it. For shame, Rebecca! Bad and wicked woman! False friend and false wife! Amelia, I protest before God I've done my husband no wrong," Rebecca said, turning from her. "Have you done me no wrong, Rebecca? You did not succeed, but you tried. Ask your heart if you did not." She knows nothing, Rebecca thought. "He came back to me. I knew he would. I knew that no falsehood, no flattery could keep him from me long. I knew he would come. I prayed so that he should." The poor girl spoke these words with a spirit and volubility which Rebecca had never before seen in her, and before which the latter was quite dumb. "But what have I done to you," she continued in a more pitiful tone, "that you should try and take him from me? I had him but for 6 weeks. You might have spared me those, Rebecca. And yet, from the very first day of our wedding, you came and blighted it. Now he is gone. Are you come to see how unhappy I am?" she continued. "You made me wretched enough for the past fortnight. You might have spared me today." I never came here," interposed Rebecca, with unlucky truth. "No, you didn't come. You took him away. Are you come to fetch him from me?" she continued in a wilder tone. "He was here, but he is gone now. There on that very sofa he sat. Don't touch it. We sat and talked there. I was on his knee, and my arms were round his neck, and we said, 'Our Father.' Yes, he was here, and they came and took him away, but he promised me to come back." "He will come back, my dear," said Rebecca, touched in spite of herself. "Look," said Amelia, "this is his sash. Isn't it a pretty color?" And she took up the fringe and kissed it. She had tied it round her waist at some part of the day. She had forgotten her anger, her jealousy, the very presence of her rival, seemingly, for she walked silently and almost with a smile on her face towards the bed, and began to smooth down George's pillow. Rebecca walked too, silently, away. "How is Amelia?" asked Jos, who still held his position in the chair. "There should be somebody with her," said Rebecca. "I think she is very unwell." And she went away with a very grave face, refusing Mr. Sedley's entreaties that she would stay and partake of the early dinner which he had ordered. Rebecca was of a good-natured and obliging disposition, and she liked Amelia rather than otherwise. Even her hard words, reproachful as they were complimentary, the groans of a person stinging under defeat. Meeting Mrs. O'Dowd, whom the Dean's sermons had by no means comforted, and who was walking very disconsolately in the park, Rebecca accosted the latter, rather to the surprise of the Major's wife, who was not accustomed to such marks of politeness from Mrs. Rod and Crawley, and informing her that poor little Mrs. Osborne was in a desperate condition, and almost mad with grief, sent off the good-natured Irishwoman straight to see if she could console her young favorite. "I've cares of my own enough," Mrs. O'Dowd said gravely, "and I thought poor Amelia would be little wanting for company this day. But if she's so bad as you say, and you can't attend to her, who used to be so fond of her, faith, I'll see if I can be of service. And so, good marnin' to you, madam." With which speech, and a toss of her head, the lady of the repater took a farewell of Mrs. Crawley, whose company she by no means courted. Becky watched her marching off, with a smile on her lip. She had the keenest sense of humor, and the Parthian look which the retreating Mrs. O'Dowd flung over her shoulder almost upset Mrs. Crawley's gravity. "My service to ye, me fine madam, and I'm glad to see ye so cheerful," thought Peggy. "It's not you that will cry your eyes out with grief, anyway." And with this she passed on, and speedily found her way to Mrs. Osborne's lodgings. The poor soul was still at the bedside where Rebecca had left her, and stood almost crazy with grief. The Major's wife, a stronger-minded woman, endeavored her best to comfort her young friend. "You must bear up, Amelia dear," she said kindly, "for he mustn't find you ill when he sends for you after the victory. It's not you are the only woman that are in the hands of God this day." "I know that. I am very wicked, very weak," Amelia said. She knew her own weakness well enough. The presence of her more resolute friend checked it, however, and she was the better of this control and company. They went on till 2 o'clock. Their hearts were with the column as it marched farther and farther away. Dreadful doubt and anguish, prayers and fears and griefs unspeakable, followed the regiment. It was the women's tribute to the war. It taxes both alike, and takes the blood of the men and the tears of the women. At 2:30 an event occurred of daily importance to Mr. Joseph. The dinner hour arrived. Warriors may fight and perish, but he must dine. He came into Amelia's room to see if he could coax her to share that meal. "Try," said he. "The soup is very good. Do try, Emmy." And he kissed her hand. Except when she was married, he had not done so much for years before. "You are very good and kind, Joseph," she said. "Everybody is. But, if you please, I will stay in my room today." The savor of the soup, however, was agreeable to Mrs. O'Dowd's nostrils, and she thought she would bear Mr. Joss company. So the two sat down to their meal. "God bless the meat," said the Major's wife solemnly. She was thinking of her honest Mick, riding at the head of his regiment. "'Tis but a bad dinner those poor boys will get today," she said with a sigh, and then, like a philosopher, fell to. Joss's spirits rose with his meal. He would drink the regiment's health, or indeed take any other excuse to indulge in a glass of champagne. "We'll drink to O'Dowd and the brave Dasht," said he, bowing gallantly to his guest. "Hey, Mrs. O'Dowd? Fill Mrs. O'Dowd's glass, Isidore." But all of a sudden Isidore started, and the Major's wife laid down her knife and fork. The windows of the room were open and looked southward, and a dull, distant sound came over the sun-lighted roofs from that direction. "What is it?" said Joss. "Why don't you pour, you rascal?" "C'est le feu," said Isidore, running to the balcony. "God defend us, it's cannon!" Mrs. O'Dowd cried, starting up, and followed too to the window. 1,000 pale and anxious faces might have been seen looking from other casements. And presently it seemed as if the whole population of the city rushed into the streets. End of chapter 31.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maureen O'Brien. Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray.
Chapter 32, in which Joss takes flight, and the war is brought to a close. We of peaceful London City have never beheld, and please God never shall witness, such a scene of hurry and alarm as that which Brussels presented. Crowds rushed to the Namur gate, from which direction the noise proceeded, and many rode along the level chaussee to be in advance of any intelligence from the army. Each man asked his neighbor for news, and even great English lords and ladies condescended to speak to persons whom they did not know. The friends of the French went abroad, wild with excitement, and prophesying the triumph of their emperor. The merchants closed their shops, and came out to swell the general chorus of alarm and clamor. Women rushed to the churches, and crowded the chapels, and knelt and prayed on the flags and steps. The dull sound of the cannon went on rolling, rolling. Presently, carriages with travelers began to leave the town, galloping away by the Ghent barrier. The prophecies of the French partisans began to pass for facts. "He has cut the armies in two," it was said. "He is marching straight on Brussels. He will overpower the English and be here tonight." "He will overpower the English," shrieked Isidore to his master, "and will be here tonight." The man bounded in and out from the lodgings to the street, always returning with some fresh particulars of disaster. Joss's face grew paler and paler. Alarm began to take entire possession of the stout civilian. All the champagne he drank brought no courage to him. Before sunset he was worked up to such a pitch of nervousness as gratified his friend Isidore to behold, who now counted surely upon the spoils of the owner of the laced coat. The women were away all this time. After hearing the firing for a moment, the stout major's wife bethought her of her friend in the next chamber, and ran in to watch, and, if possible, to console Amelia. The idea that she had that helpless and gentle creature to protect gave additional strength to the natural courage of the honest Irishwoman. She passed 5 hours by her friend's side, sometimes in remonstrance, sometimes talking cheerfully, oftener in silence and terrified mental supplication. "I never let go her hand once," said the stout lady afterwards, "until after sunset, when the firing was over." Pauline, the bonne, was on her knees at the church hard by, praying for son homme à elle. When the noise of the cannonading was over, Mrs. O'Dowd issued out of Amelia's room into the parlor adjoining, where Joss sat with 2 emptied flasks and courage entirely gone. Once or twice he had ventured into his sister's bedroom, looking very much alarmed, and as if he would say something. But the major's wife kept her place, and he went away without disburthening himself of his speech. He was ashamed to tell her that he wanted to fly. But when she made her appearance in the dining-room, where he sat in the twilight in the cheerless company of his empty champagne bottles, he began to open his mind to her. "Mrs. O'Dowd," he said, "hadn't you better get Amelia ready?" "Are you going to take her out for a walk?" said the major's lady. "Sure, she's too weak to stir." I've ordered the carriage," he said, and post-horses. Isidore has gone for them," Joss continued. "What do you want with driving tonight?" answered the lady. "Isn't she better on her bed? I've just got her to lie down." "Get her up," said Joss. "She must get up, I say." And he stamped his foot energetically. "I say the horses are ordered. Yes, the horses are ordered. It's all over, and—" "And what?" asked Mrs. O'Dowd. "I'm off to Ghent," Joss answered. "Everybody is going. There's a place for you. We shall start in half an hour." The major's wife looked at him with infinite scorn. "I don't move till O'Dowd gives me the route," said she. "You may go if you like, Mr. Sedley. But faith, Amelia and I stop here." "She shall go," said Jos, with another stamp of his foot. Mrs. O'Dowd put herself with arms akimbo before the bedroom door. "Is it her mother you're going to take her to?" she said. "Or do you want to go to mamma yourself, Mr. Sedley? Good marnin'. A pleasant journey to you, sir. Bon voyage, as they say. And take my counsel, and shave off them mustachios, or they'll bring you into mischief." "Tea! Dash, yelled out Jos, wild with fear, rage, and mortification. And Isidore came in at this juncture, swearing in his turn. "Pas de chevaux! Sacre bleu!" hissed out the furious domestic. All the horses were gone. Jos was not the only man in Brussels seized with panic that day. But Jos's fears, great and cruel as they were already, were destined to increase to an almost frantic pitch before the night was over. It has been mentioned how Pauline de Bonne had son homme à elle also in the ranks of the army that had gone out to meet the Emperor Napoleon. This lover was a native of Brussels and a Belgian hussar. The troops of his nation signalized themselves in this war for anything but courage, and young Van Cutsum, Pauline's admirer, was too good a soldier to disobey his colonel's orders to run away. Whilst in garrison at Brussels, young Regulus, he had been born in the Revolutionary times, found his great comfort and passed almost all his leisure moments in Pauline's kitchen, and it was with pockets and holsters crammed full of good things from her larder that he had taken leave of his weeping sweetheart to proceed upon the campaign a few days before. As far as his regiment was concerned, this campaign was over now. They had formed a part of the division under the command of his sovereign apparent, the Prince of Orange, and as respected length of swords and mustachios, and richness of uniform and equipments, Regulus and his comrades looked to be as gallant a body of men as ever trumpet sounded for. When Ney dashed upon the advance of the allied troops, carrying one position after the other, until the arrival of the great body of the British army from Brussels changed the aspect of the combat of Quatre Bras, the squadrons among which Regulus rode showed the greatest activity in retreating before the French, and were dislodged from one post and another which they occupied, with perfect alacrity on their part. Their movements were only checked by the advance of the British in their rear. Thus forced to halt, the enemy's cavalry, whose bloodthirsty obstinacy cannot be too severely reprehended, had at length an opportunity of coming to close quarters with the brave Belgians before them, who preferred to encounter the British rather than the French, and at once turning tail, rode through the English regiments that were behind them, and scattered in all directions. The regiment, in fact, did not exist any more. It was nowhere. It had no headquarters. Regulus found himself galloping many miles from the field of action, entirely alone. And whither should he fly for refuge so naturally as to that kitchen and those faithful arms in which Pauline had so often welcomed him? At some 10 o'clock, the clinking of a sabre might have been heard up the stair of the house where the Osbornes occupied a story in the continental fashion. A knock might have been heard at the kitchen door, and poor Pauline, come back from church, fainted almost with terror as she opened it and saw before her her haggard hussar. He looked as pale as the midnight dragoon who came to disturb Leonora. Pauline would have screamed, but that her cry would have called her masters and discovered her friend. She stifled her scream then, and leading her hero into the kitchen, gave him beer and the choice bits from the dinner, which Jos had not had the heart to taste. The hussar showed he was no ghost by the prodigious quantity of flesh and beer which he devoured, and during the mouthfuls he told his tale of disaster. His regiment had performed prodigies of courage, and had withstood for a while the onset of the whole French army. But they were overwhelmed at last, as was the whole British army by this time. Ney destroyed each regiment as it came up. The Belgians in vain interposed to prevent the butchery of the English. The Brunswickers were routed and had fled. Their duke was killed. It was a general debacle. He sought to drown his sorrow for the defeat in floods of beer. Isidore, who had come into the kitchen, heard the conversation and rushed out to inform his master. "It is all over!" he shrieked to Joss. "My Lord Duke is a prisoner. The Duke of Brunswick is killed. The British army is in full flight. There is only one man escaped, and he is in the kitchen now. Come and hear him." So Joss tottered into that apartment where Regulus still sat on the kitchen table, and clung fast to his flagon of beer. In the best French which he could muster, and which was in sooth of a very ungrammatical sort, Joss besought the hussar to tell his tale. The disasters deepened as Regulus spoke. He was the only man of his regiment not slain on the field. He had seen the Duke of Brunswick fall, the black hussars fly, the Écossais pounded down by the cannon. "And the blanks?" gasped Joss. "Cut in pieces," said the hussar. Upon which Pauline cried out, "Oh, my mistress, ma bonne petite dame!" went fairly into hysterics, and filled the house with her screams. Wild with terror, Mr. Sedley knew not how or where to seek for safety. He rushed from the kitchen back to the sitting-room and cast an appealing look at Amelia's door, which Mrs. O'Dowd had closed and locked in his face. But he remembered how scornfully the latter had received him, and after pausing and listening for a brief space at the door, he left it, and resolved to go into the street for the first time that day. So, seizing a candle, he looked about for his gold-laced cap, and found it lying in its usual place on a console table, in the ante-room, placed before a mirror at which Joss used to coquette, always giving his side locks a twirl, and his cap the proper cock over his eye, before he went forth to make appearance in public. Such is the force of habit that even in the midst of his terror he began mechanically to twiddle with his hair and arrange the cock of his hat. Then he looked amazed at the pale face in the glass before him, and especially at his mustachios, which had attained a rich growth in the course of near 7 weeks since they had come into the world. "They will mistake me for a military man," thought he, remembering Isidore's warning as to the massacre with which all the defeated British army was threatened. And staggering back to his bedchamber, he began wildly pulling the bell which summoned his valet. Isidore answered that summons. Joss had sunk in a chair. He had torn off his neckcloths and turned down his collars, and was sitting with both his hands lifted to his throat. "Coupez-moi, Isidore!" shouted he. "Vite! Coupez-moi!" Isidore thought for a moment he had gone mad, and that he wished his valet to cut his throat. "Les moustaches!" gasped Joss. "Les moustaches! Coupez! Rassi! Vite!" His French was of this sort, voluble, as we have said, but not remarkable for grammar. Isidore swept off the mustachios in no time with the razor, and heard with inexpressible delight his master's orders that he should fetch a hat and a plain coat. "N'importe plus. Habit militaire. Bonney à vous, prenez dehors," were Joss's words. The coat and cap were at last his property. This gift being made, Joss selected a plain black coat and waistcoat from his stock, and put on a large white neckcloth and a plain beaver. If he could have got a shovel hat, he would have worn it. As it was, you would have fancied he was a flourishing large parson of the Church of England. "Venez maintenant," he had continued. "Suivez, allez, party dans la rue." And so having said, he plunged swiftly down the stairs of the house and passed into the street. Although Regulus had vowed he was the only man of his regiment, or of the allied army almost, who had escaped being cut to pieces by Ney, it appeared that his statement was incorrect, and that a good number more of the supposed victims had survived the massacre. Many scores of Regulus's comrades had found their way back to Brussels, and all agreeing that they had run away, filled the whole town with an idea of the defeat of the Allies. The arrival of the French was expected hourly. The panic continued, and preparations for flight went on everywhere. "No horses!" thought Jos in terror. He made Isidore inquire of scores of persons whether they had any to lend or sell, and his heart sank within him at the negative answers returned everywhere. Should he take the journey on foot? Even fear could not render that ponderous body so active. Almost all the hotels occupied by the English in Brussels faced the park, and Jos wandered irresolutely about in this quarter, with crowds of other people, oppressed as he was by fear and curiosity. Some families he saw more happy than himself, having discovered a team of horses, and rattling through the streets in retreat. Others again there were whose case was like his own, and who could not, for any bribes or entreaties, procure the necessary means of flight. Amongst these would-be fugitives Jos remarked the Lady Bareacres and her daughter, who sat in their carriage in the porte-cochere of their hotel, all their imperials packed, and the only drawback to whose flight was the same want of motive power which kept Jos stationary. Rebecca Crawley occupied apartments in this hotel, and had before this period had sundry hostile meetings with the ladies of the Bareacres family. My Lady Bareacres cut Mrs. Crawley on the stairs when they met by chance, and in all places where the latter's name was mentioned, spoke perseveringly ill of her neighbor. The Countess was shocked at the familiarity of General Tufto with the aide-de-camp's wife. The Lady Blanche avoided her as if she had been an infectious disease. Only the Earl himself kept up a sly occasional acquaintance with her, when out of the jurisdiction of his ladies. Rebecca had her revenge now upon these insolent enemies. It became known in the hotel that Captain Crawley's horses had been left behind, and when the panic began, Lady Bareacres condescended to send her maid to the captain's wife with her ladyship's compliments, and a desire to know the price of Mrs. Crawley's horses. Mrs. Crawley returned a note with her compliments, and an intimation that it was not her custom to transact bargains with ladies' maids. This curt reply brought the Earl in person to Becky's apartment, but he could get no more success than the first ambassador. "Send a lady's maid to me!" Mrs. Crawley cried out in great anger. "Why didn't my Lady Bareacres tell me to go and saddle the horses? Is it her ladyship that wants to escape, or her ladyship's femme de chambre?" And this was all the answer that the Earl bore back to his Countess. What will not necessity do? The Countess herself actually came to wait upon Mrs. Crawley on the failure of her second envoy. She entreated her to name her own price. She even offered to invite Becky to Bareacres' house, if the latter would but give her the means of returning to that residence. Mrs. Crawley sneered at her. "I don't want to be waited on by bailiffs in livery," she said. "You will never get back through most probably, at least not you and your diamonds together. The French will have those. They will be here in 2 hours, and I shall be halfway to Ghent by that time. I would not sell you my horses, no, not for the 2 largest diamonds that your ladyship wore at the ball." Lady Bareacres trembled with rage and terror. The diamonds were sewed into her habit, and secreted in my lord's padding and boots. "Woman, the diamonds are at the banker's, and I will have the horses," she said. Rebecca laughed in her face. The infuriate countess went below and sat in her carriage. Her maid, her courier, and her husband were sent once more through the town, each to look for cattle, and woe betide those who came last. Her ladyship was resolved on departing the very instant the horses arrived from any quarter, with her husband or without him. Rebecca had the pleasure of seeing her ladyship in the horseless carriage, and keeping her eyes fixed upon her, and bewailing, in the loudest tone of voice, the countess's perplexities. "Not to be able to get horses," she said, "and to have all those diamonds sewed into the carriage cushions. What a prize it will be for the French when they come. The carriage and the diamonds, I mean, not the lady." She gave this information to the landlord, to the servants, to the guests, and the innumerable stragglers about the courtyard. Lady Bareacres could have shot her from the carriage window. It was while enjoying the humiliation of her enemy that Rebecca caught sight of Jos, who made towards her directly he perceived her. That altered, frightened, fat face told his secret well enough. He too wanted to fly, and was on the lookout for the means of escape. "He shall buy my horses," thought Rebecca, "and I'll ride the mare." Jos walked up to his friend and put the question for the 100th time during the past hour. Did she know where horses were to be had? "What, you fly?" said Rebecca, with a laugh. "I thought you were the champion of all the ladies, Mr. Sedley." I'm not a military man," gasped he. "And Amelia? Who is to protect that poor little sister of yours?" asked Rebecca. "You surely would not desert her?" "What good can I do her? Suppose the enemy arrive," Jos answered. "They'll spare the women, but my man tells me that they have taken an oath to give no quarter to the men. The dastardly cowards!" "Horrid!" cried Rebecca, enjoying his perplexity. "Besides, I don't want to desert her," cried the brother. "She shan't be deserted. There's a seat for her in my carriage, and one for you, dear Mrs. Crawley, if you will come, and if we can get horses," sighed he. "I have two to sell," the lady said. Jos could have flung himself into her arms at the news. "Get the carriage, Isidore," he cried. "We've found them! We have found them!" "My horses never were in harness," added the lady. "Bullfinch would kick the carriage to pieces if you put him in the traces." "But he is quiet to ride?" asked the civilian. "As quiet as a lamb, and as fast as a hare," answered Rebecca. "Do you think he is up to my weight?" Jos said. He was already on his back in imagination, without ever so much as a thought for poor Amelia. What person who loved a horse speculation could resist such a temptation? In reply, Rebecca asked him to come into her room, whither he followed her, quite breathless, to conclude the bargain. Jos seldom spent a half-hour in his life which cost him so much money. Rebecca, measuring the value of the goods which she had for sale by Jos's eagerness to purchase, as well as by the scarcity of the article, put upon her horses a price so prodigious as to make even the civilian draw back. She would sell both or neither, she said resolutely. Rawdon had ordered her not to part with them for a price less than what she specified. Lord Bareacres below would give her the same money, and with all her love and regard for the Sedley family, her dear Mr. Joseph must conceive that poor people must live. Nobody, in a word, could be more affectionate, but more firm about the matter of business. Jos ended by agreeing, as might be supposed of him. The sum he had to give her was so large that he was obliged to ask for time, so large as to be a little fortune for Rebecca, who rapidly calculated that with this sum, and the sale of the residue of Rawdon's effects, and her pension as a widow, should he fall, she would now be absolutely independent of the world and might look her weeds steadily in the face. Once or twice in the day she certainly had herself thought about flying, but her reason gave her better counsel. "Suppose the French do come," thought Becky. "What can they do to a poor officer's widow? Bah! The times of sacks and sieges are over. We shall be let to go home quietly, or I may live pleasantly abroad with a snug little income." Meanwhile, Jos and Isidore went off to the stables to inspect the newly purchased cattle. Jos bade his man saddle the horses at once. He would ride away that very night, that very hour. And he left the valet busy in getting the horses ready, and went homewards himself to prepare for his departure. It must be secret. He would go to his chamber by the back entrance. He did not care to face Mrs. O'Dowd and Amelia, and own to them that he was about to run. By the time Jos's bargain with Rebecca was completed, and his horses had been visited and examined, it was almost morning once more. But though midnight was long past, there was no rest for the city. The people were up, the lights in the houses flamed, crowds were still about the doors, and the streets were busy. Rumors of various natures went still from mouth to mouth. One report averred that the Prussians had been utterly defeated, another that it was the English who had been attacked and conquered, a third that the latter had held their ground. This last rumor gradually got strength. No Frenchmen had made their appearance. Stragglers had come in from the army, bringing reports more and more favorable. At last an aide-de-camp actually reached Brussels with dispatches for the commandant of the place, who placarded presently through the town an official announcement of the success of the Allies at Quatre Bras, and the entire repulse of the French under Ney after a 6 hours' battle. The aide-de-camp must have arrived some time while Jos and Rebecca were making their bargain together, or the latter was inspecting his purchase. When he reached his own hotel, he found a score of its numerous inhabitants on the threshold discoursing of the news. There was no doubt as to its truth, and he went up to communicate it to the ladies under his charge. He did not think it was necessary to tell them how he had intended to take leave of them, how he had bought horses, and what a price he had paid for them. But success or defeat was a minor matter to them, who had only thought for the safety of those they loved. Amelia, at the news of the victory, became still more agitated even than before. She was for going that moment to the army. She besought her brother with tears to conduct her thither. Her doubts and terrors reached their paroxysm, and the poor girl, who for many hours had been plunged into stupor, raved and ran hither and thither in hysteric insanity. A piteous sight. No man writhing in pain on the hard-fought field 15 miles off, where lay, after their struggles, so many of the brave. No man suffered more keenly than this poor harmless victim of the war. Jos could not bear the sight of her pain. He left his sister in the charge of her stouter female companion, and descended once more to the threshold of the hotel, where everybody still lingered and talked and waited for more news. It grew to be broad daylight as they stood here, and fresh news began to arrive from the war, brought by men who had been actors in the scene. Wagons and long country carts laden with wounded came rolling into the town. Ghastly groans came from within them, and haggard faces looked up sadly from out of the straw. Jos Sedley was looking at one of these carriages with a painful curiosity. The moans of the people within were frightful. The wearied horses could hardly pull the cart. "Stop! Stop!" a feeble voice cried from the straw, and the carriage stopped opposite Mr. Sedley's hotel. "It is George! I know it is!" cried Amelia, rushing in a moment to the balcony, with a pallid face and loose flowing hair. It was not George, however, but it was the next best thing. It was news of him. It was poor Tom Stubble, who had marched out of Brussels so gallantly 24 hours before, bearing the colors of the regiment, which he had defended very gallantly upon the field. a French lancer had speared the young ensign in the leg, who fell, still bravely holding to his flag. At the conclusion of the engagement, a place had been found for the poor boy in a cart, and he had been brought back to Brussels. "Mr. Sedley! Mr. Sedley!" cried the boy faintly, and Jos came up almost frightened at the appeal. He had not at first distinguished who it was that called him. Little Tom Stubble held out his hot and feeble hand. "I'm to be taken in here," he said. "Osborne and Dobbin said I was, and you are to give the man 2 Napoleons. My mother will pay you." This young fellow's thoughts, during the long feverish hours passed in the cart, had been wandering to his father's parsonage, which he had quitted only a few months before, and he had sometimes forgotten his pain in that delirium. The hotel was large, and the people kind, and all the inmates of the cart were taken in and placed on various couches. The young ensign was conveyed upstairs to Osborne's quarters. Amelia and the major's wife had rushed down to him when the latter had recognized him from the balcony. You may fancy the feelings of these women when they were told that the day was over, and both their husbands were safe. In what mute rapture Amelia fell on her good friend's neck and embraced her! In what a grateful passion of prayer she fell on her knees and thanked the power which had saved her husband! Our young lady, in her fevered and nervous condition, could have had no more salutary medicine prescribed for her by any physician than that which chance put in her way. She and Mrs. O'Dowd watched incessantly by the wounded lad, whose pains were very severe, and in the duty thus forced upon her, Amelia had not time to brood over her personal anxieties, or to give herself up to her own fears and forebodings after her wont. The young patient told in his simple fashion the events of the day, and the actions of our friends of the gallant dashed. They had suffered severely. They had lost very many officers and men. The major's horse had been shot under him as the regiment charged, and they all thought that O'Dowd was gone, and that Dobbin had got his majority, until, on their return from the charge to their own ground, the major was discovered seated on Pyramus's carcass, refreshing himself from a case bottle. It was Captain Osborne that cut down the French lancer who had speared the ensign. Amelia turned so pale at the notion that Mrs. O'Dowd stopped the young ensign in this story. And it was Captain Dobbin who, at the end of the day, though wounded himself, took up the lad in his arms and carried him to the surgeon, and thence to the cart which was to bring him back to Brussels. And it was he who promised the driver 2 louis if he would make his way to Mr. Sedley's hotel in the city, and tell Mrs. Captain Osborne that the action was over, and her husband was unhurt and well. "Indeed, but he has a good heart, that William Dobbin," Mrs. O'Dowd said, "though he is always laughing at me." Young Stubble vowed that there was not such another officer in the army, and never ceased his praises of the senior captain, his modesty, his kindness, and his admirable coolness in the field. To these parts of the conversation Amelia lent a very distracted attention. It was only when George was spoken of that she listened, and when he was not mentioned, she thought about him. In tending her patient, and in thinking of the wonderful escapes of the day before, her second day passed away not too slowly with Amelia. There was only one man in the army for her, and as long as he was well, it must be owned that its movements interested her little. All the reports which Jos brought from the streets fell very vaguely on her ears, though they were sufficient to give that timorous gentleman, and many other people then in Brussels, every disquiet. The French had been repulsed, certainly, but it was after a severe and doubtful struggle, and with only a division of the French army. The Emperor with the main body was away at Ligny, where he had utterly annihilated the Prussians, and was now free to bring his whole force to bear upon the Allies. The Duke of Wellington was retreating upon the capital, and a great battle must be fought under its walls, probably, of which the chances were more than doubtful. The Duke of Wellington had but 20,000 British troops on whom he could rely, for the Germans were raw militia, the Belgians disaffected, and with this handful his Grace had to resist 150,000 men that had broken into Belgium under Napoleon. Under Napoleon! What warrior was there, however famous and skilful, that could fight at odds with him? Jos thought of all these things and trembled. So did all the rest of Brussels, where people felt that the fight of the day before was but the prelude to the greater combat which was imminent. One of the armies opposed to the Emperor was scattered to the winds already. The few English that could be brought to resist him would perish at their posts, and the conqueror would pass over their bodies into the city. Woe be to those whom he found there! Addresses were prepared. Public functionaries assembled and debated secretly. Apartments were got ready, and tricolored banners and triumphal emblems manufactured to welcome the arrival of His Majesty the Emperor and King. The emigration still continued, and wherever families could find means of departure, they fled. When Jos, on the afternoon of the 17th of June, went to Rebecca's hotel, he found that the great Bareacres carriage had at length rolled away from the porte-cochere. The Earl had procured a pair of horses somehow, in spite of Mrs. Crawley, and was rolling on the road to Ghent. Louis the Desired was getting ready his portmanteau in that city too. It seemed as if misfortune was never tired of worrying into motion that unwieldy exile. Jos felt that the delay of yesterday had been only a respite, and that his dearly bought horses must of a surety be put into requisition. His agonies were very severe all this day. As long as there was an English army between Brussels and Napoleon, there was no need of immediate flight, but he had his horses brought from their distant stables to the stables in the courtyard of the hotel where he lived, so that they might be under his own eyes and beyond the risk of violent abduction. Isidore watched the stable door constantly, and had the horses saddled to be ready for the start. He longed intensely for that event. After the reception of the previous day, Rebecca did not care to come near her dear Amelia. She clipped the bouquet which George had brought her, and gave fresh water to the flowers, and read over the letter which he had sent her. "Poor wretch," she said, twirling round the little bit of paper in her fingers. "How I could crush her with this! And it is for a thing like this that she must break her heart, forsooth, for a man who is stupid, a coxcomb, and who does not care for her. My poor good Rawdon is worth 10 of this creature." And then she fell to thinking what she should do if anything happened to poor good Rawdon. And what a great piece of luck it was that he had left his horses behind. In the course of this day, too, Mrs. Crawley, who saw, not without anger, the Bareacres party drive off, bethought her of the precaution which the Countess had taken, and did a little needlework for her own advantage. She stitched away the major part of her trinkets, bills, and banknotes about her person, and so prepared was ready for any event, to fly if she thought fit, or to stay and welcome the conqueror, were he Englishman or Frenchman. And I am not sure that she did not dream that night of becoming a duchess and Madame le Maréchal, while Rawdon, wrapped in his cloak and making his bivouac under the rain at Mount St. John, was thinking with all the force of his heart about the little wife whom he had left behind him. The next day was a Sunday, and Mrs. Major O'Dowd had the satisfaction of seeing both her patients refreshed in health and spirits by some rest which they had taken during the night. She herself had slept on a great chair in Amelia's room, ready to wait upon her poor friend or the ensign should either need her nursing. When morning came, this robust woman went back to the house where she and her major had their billet, and here performed an elaborate and splendid toilette befitting the day. And it is very possible that whilst alone in that chamber which her husband had inhabited, and where his cap still lay on the pillow, and his cane stood in the corner, One prayer at least was sent up to heaven for the welfare of the brave soldier, Michael O'Dowd. When she returned, she brought her prayer book with her, and her uncle the dean's famous book of sermons, out of which she never failed to read every Sabbath. Not understanding all, happily, not pronouncing many of the words aright, which were long and abstruse, for the dean was a learned man and loved long Latin words, but with great gravity, vast emphasis, and with tolerable correctness in the main. "How often has my Mick listened to these sermons," she thought, "and me readin' in the cabin of a calm." She proposed to resume this exercise on the present day, with Amelia and the wounded ensign for a congregation. The same service was read on that day in 20,000 churches at the same hour, and millions of British men and women on their knees implored protection of the Father of all. They did not hear the noise which disturbed our little congregation at Brussels, much louder than that which had interrupted them 2 days previously, as Mrs. O'Dowd was reading the service in her best voice. The cannon of Waterloo began to roar. When Jos heard that dreadful sound, he made up his mind that he would bear this perpetual recurrence of terrors no longer, and would fly at once. He rushed into the sick man's room, where our 3 friends had paused in their prayers, and further interrupted them by a passionate appeal to Amelia. "I can't stand it any more, Emmy," he said. "I won't stand it, and you must come with me. I have bought a horse for you, never mind at what price, and you must dress and come with me, and ride behind Isidore." "God forgive me, Mr. Sedley, but you are no better than a coward," Mrs. O'Dowd said, laying down the book. "I say come, Amelia," the civilian went on. "Never mind what she says. Why are we to stop here and be butchered by the Frenchmen?" "You forget the dash, my boy," said the little stubble, the wounded hero, from his bed. And you won't leave me, will you, Mrs. O'Dowd?" "No, my dear fellow," said she, going up and kissing the boy. "No harm shall come to you while I stand by. I don't budge till I get the word from Mick. A pretty figure I'd be, wouldn't I, stuck behind that chap on a pillion?" This image caused the young patient to burst out laughing in his bed, and even made Amelia smile. "I don't ask her," Jos shouted out. "I don't ask that Irish woman, but you, Amelia. Once for all, will you come?" "Without my husband, Joseph?" Amelia said, with a look of wonder, and gave her hand to the Major's wife. Jos's patience was exhausted. "Good-bye, then," he said, shaking his fist in a rage, and slamming the door by which he retreated. And this time he really gave his order for march, and mounted in the courtyard. Mrs. O'Dowd heard the clattering hoofs of the horses as they issued from the gate, and looking on, made many scornful remarks on poor Joseph as he rode down the street with Isidore after him in the laced cap. The horses, which had not been exercised for some days, were lively, and sprang about the street. Jos, a clumsy and timid horseman, did not look to advantage in the saddle. "Look at him, Amelia dear, driving into the parlor window. Such a bull in a china shop I never saw." And presently the pair of riders disappeared at a canter down the street, leading in the direction of the Ghent road, Mrs. O'Dowd pursuing them with a fire of sarcasm so long as they were in sight. All that day, from morning until past sunset, the cannon never ceased to roar. It was dark when the cannonading stopped all of a sudden. All of us have read of what occurred during that interval. The tale is in every Englishman's mouth, and you and I, who were children when the great battle was won and lost, are never tired of hearing and recounting the history of that famous action. Its remembrance rankles still in the bosoms of millions of the countrymen of those brave men who lost the day. They pant for an opportunity of revenging that humiliation, and if a contest ending in a victory on their part should ensue, elating them in their turn, and leaving its cursed legacy of hatred and rage behind to us, there is no end to the so-called glory and shame, and to the alternations of successful and unsuccessful murder in which two high-spirited nations might engage. Centuries hence, we Frenchmen and Englishmen might be boasting and killing each other still, carrying out bravely the devil's code of honor. All our friends took their share and fought like men in the great field. All day long, whilst the women were praying 10 miles away, the lines of the dauntless English infantry were receiving and repelling the furious charges of the French horsemen. Guns which were heard at Brussels were ploughing up their ranks, and comrades falling, and the resolute survivors closing in. Towards evening, the attack of the French, repeated and resisted so bravely, slackened in its fury. They had other foes besides the British to engage, or were preparing for a final onset. It came at last. The columns of the Imperial Guard marched up the hill of Saint-Jean at length, and at once, to sweep the English from the height which they had maintained all day, in spite of all, unscared by the thunder of the artillery, which hurled death from the English line. The dark rolling column pressed on and up the hill. It seemed almost to crest the eminence, when it began to wave and falter. Then it stopped, still facing the shot. Then at last the English troops rushed from the post from which no enemy had been able to dislodge them, and the guard turned and fled. No more firing was heard at Brussels. The pursuit rolled miles away. Darkness came down on the field and city, and Amelia was praying for George, who was lying on his face, dead, with a bullet through his heart. End of chapter 32.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 33, in which Miss Crawley's relations are very anxious about her. The kind reader must please to remember, while the army is marching from Flanders, and after its heroic actions there is advancing to take the fortifications on the frontiers of France, previous to an occupation of that country, that there are a number of persons living peaceably in England who have to do with the history at present in hand, and must come in for their share of the chronicle. During the time of these battles and dangers, old Miss Crawley was living at Brighton, very moderately moved by the great events that were going on. The great events rendered the newspapers rather interesting, to be sure, and Briggs read out the Gazette, in which Rawdon Crawley's gallantry was mentioned with honour, and his promotion was presently recorded. "What a pity that young man has taken such an irretrievable step in the world," his aunt said. "With his rank and distinction he might have married a brewer's daughter with $250,000, like Miss Grain's, or have looked to ally himself with the best families in England. He would have had my money some day or other, or his children would, for I'm not in a hurry to go, Miss Briggs, although you may be in a hurry to be rid of me, and instead of that he is a doomed pauper, with a dancing-girl for a wife." "Will my dear Miss Crawley not cast an eye of compassion upon the heroic soldier whose name is inscribed in the annals of his country's glory?" said Miss Briggs, who was greatly excited by the Waterloo proceedings, and loved speaking romantically when there was an occasion. "Has not the captain, or the colonel as I may now style him, done deeds which make the name of Crawley illustrious?" "Briggs, you are a fool," said Miss Crawley. "Colonel Crawley has dragged the name of Crawley through the mud, Miss Briggs. Marry a drawing-master's daughter, indeed! Marry a dame de compagnie, for she was no better, Briggs. No, she was just what you are, only younger, and a great deal prettier and cleverer. Were you an accomplice of that abandoned wretch, I wonder, of whose vile arts he became a victim, and of whom you used to be such an admirer? Yes, I dare say you were an accomplice, but you will find yourself disappointed in my will, I can tell you, and you will have the goodness to write to Mr. Waxy and say that I desire to see him immediately." Miss Crawley was now in the habit of writing to Mr. Waxy, her solicitor, almost every day in the week, for her arrangements respecting her property were all revoked, and her perplexity was great as to the future disposition of her money. The spinster had, however, rallied considerably, as was proved by the increased vigour and frequency of her sarcasms upon Miss Briggs, all which attacks the poor companion bore with meekness, with cowardice, with a resignation that was half generous and half hypocritical, with the slavish submission, in a word, that women of her disposition and station are compelled to show. Who has not seen how women bully women? What tortures have men to endure comparable to those daily repeated shafts of scorn and cruelty with which poor women are riddled by the tyrants of their sex? Poor victims! But we are starting from our proposition, which is that Miss Crawley was always particularly annoying and savage when she was rallying from illness, as they say wounds tingle most when they are about to heal. While thus approaching, as all hoped, to convalescence, Miss Briggs was the only victim admitted into the presence of the invalid, yet Miss Crawley's relatives afar off did not forget their beloved kinswoman, and by a number of tokens, presents, and kind affectionate messages strove to keep themselves alive in her recollection. In the first place, let us mention her nephew, Rawdon Crawley. A few weeks after the famous fight of Waterloo, and after the Gazette had made known to her the promotion and gallantry of that distinguished officer, the Dieppe packet brought over to Miss Crawley at Brighton a box containing presents and a dutiful letter from the Colonel, her nephew. In the box were a pair of French epaulets, a cross of the Legion of Honor, and the hilt of a sword, relics from the field of battle, and the letter described with a good deal of humour how the latter belonged to a commanding officer of the guard, who, having sworn that the guard died but never surrendered, was taken prisoner the next minute by a private soldier, who broke the Frenchman's sword with the butt of his musket, when Rawdon made himself master of the shattered weapon. As for the cross and epaulets, they came from a colonel of French cavalry, who had fallen under the aide-de-camp's arm in the battle, and Rawdon Crawley did not know what better to do with the spoils than to send them to his kindest and most affectionate old friend. Should he continue to write to her from Paris, whether the army was marching? He might be able to give her interesting news from that capital, and of some of Miss Crawley's old friends of the emigration, to whom she had shown so much kindness during their distress. The spinster caused Briggs to write back to the colonel a gracious and complimentary letter, encouraging him to continue his correspondence. His first letter was so excessively lively and amusing that she should look with pleasure for its successors. "Of course I know," she explained to Miss Briggs, "that Rawdon could not write such a good letter any more than you could, my poor Briggs, and that it is that clever little wretch of a Rebecca who dictates every word to him, but that is no reason why my nephew should not amuse me, and so I wish to let him understand that I am in high good humour." I wonder whether she knew that it was not only Becky who wrote the letters, but that Mrs. Rawdon actually took and sent home the trophies, which she bought for a few francs from one of the innumerable peddlers, who immediately began to deal in relics of the war. The novelist, who knows everything, knows this also. Be this, however, as it may, Miss Crawley's gracious reply greatly encouraged our young friends, Rawdon and his lady, who hoped for the best from their aunt's evidently pacified humour, and they took care to entertain her with many delightful letters from Paris, whither, as Rawdon said, they had the good luck to go in the track of the conquering army. To the rector's lady, who went off to tend her husband's broken collarbone at the rectory at Queen's Crawley, the spinster's communications were by no means so gracious. Mrs. Bute, that brisk, managing, lively, imperious woman, had committed the most fatal of all errors with regard to her sister-in-law. She had not merely oppressed her and her household, she had bored Mrs. Crawley, and if poor Miss Briggs had been a woman of any spirit, she might have been made happy by the commission which her principal gave her to write a letter to Mrs. Bute Crawley, saying that Miss Crawley's health was greatly improved since Mrs. Bute had left her, and begging the latter on no account to put herself to trouble or quit her family for Miss Crawley's sake. This triumph over a lady who had been very haughty and cruel in her behaviour to Miss Briggs would have rejoiced most women, but the truth is Briggs was a woman of no spirit at all, and the moment her enemy was discomfited she began to feel compassion in her favour. How silly I was, Mrs. Bute thought, and with reason, ever to hint that I was coming, as I did, in that foolish letter when we sent Miss Crawley the guinea-fowls. I ought to have gone without a word to the poor dear doting old creature, and taken her out of the hands of that ninny Briggs, and that harpy of a femme de chambre. Oh, Bute, Bute, why did you break your collarbone? Why, indeed? We have seen how Mrs. Bute, having the game in her hands, had really played her cards too well. She had ruled over Miss Crawley's household utterly and completely, to be utterly and completely routed when a favourable opportunity for rebellion came. She and her household, however, considered that she had been the victim of horrible selfishness and treason, and that her sacrifices in Miss Crawley's behalf had met with the most savage ingratitude. Rawdon's promotion, and the honourable mention made of his name in the Gazette, filled this good Christian lady also with alarm. Would his aunt relent toward him, now that he was a lieutenant-colonel and a C.B., and would that odious Rebecca once more get into favour? The rector's wife wrote a sermon for her husband about the vanity of military glory and the prosperity of the wicked, which the worthy parson read in his best voice and without understanding one syllable of it. He had Pitt Crawley for one of his auditors, Pitt, who had come with his two half-sisters to church, which the old baronet could now by no means be brought to frequent. Since the departure of Becky Sharp, that old wretch had given himself up entirely to his bad courses, to the great scandal of the county and the mute horror of his son. The ribbons in Miss Horrocks' cap became more splendid than ever. The polite families fled the hall and its owner in terror. Sir Pitt went about tippling at his tenants' houses, and drank rum and water with the farmers at Mudbury and the neighbouring places on market days. He drove the family coach and four to Southampton with Miss Horrocks inside, and the county people expected every week, as his son did in speechless agony, that his marriage to her would be announced in the provincial paper. It was indeed a rude burden for Mr. Crawley to bear. His eloquence was palsied at the missionary meetings and other religious assemblies in the neighbourhood, where he had been in the habit of presiding, and of speaking for hours, for he felt, when he rose, that the audience said, "That is the son of the old reprobate Sir Pitt, who is very likely drinking at the public-house at this very moment." And once, when he was speaking of the benighted condition of the King of Timbuktu, and the number of his wives who were likewise in darkness, some tipsy miscreant from the crowd asked, "How many is there at Queen's Crawley, young square-toes?" to the surprise of the platform and the ruin of Mrs. Pitt's speech. And the two daughters of the house of Queen's Crawley would have been allowed to run utterly wild, for Pitt swore that no governess should ever enter into his doors again, had not Mr. Crawley, by threatening the old gentleman, forced the latter to send them to school. Meanwhile, as we have said, whatever individual differences there might be between them all, Miss Crawley's dear nephews and nieces were unanimous in loving her and sending her tokens of affection. Thus Mrs. Bute sent guinea fowls, and some remarkably fine cauliflowers, and a pretty purse or pincushion worked by her darling girls, who begged to keep a little place in the recollection of their dear aunt, while Mr. Pitt sent peaches and grapes and venison from the hall. The Southampton coach used to carry these tokens of affection to Miss Crawley at Brighton. It used sometimes to convey Mr. Pitt thither too, for his differences with Sir Pitt caused Mr. Crawley to absent himself a good deal from home now, and besides, he had an attraction at Brighton in the person of the Lady Jane Sheepshanks, whose engagement to Mr. Crawley has been formally mentioned in this history. Her ladyship and her sisters lived at Brighton with their mamma, the Countess Southdown, that strong-minded woman so favourably known in the serious world. A few words ought to be said regarding her ladyship and her noble family, who are bound by ties of present and future relationship to the house of Crawley. Respecting the chief of the Southdown family, Clement William, 4th Earl of Southdown, little need be told, except that his lordship came into Parliament, as Lord Wolsey, under the auspices of Mr. Wilberforce, and for a time was a credit to his political sponsor, and decidedly a serious young man. But words cannot describe the feelings of his admirable mother when she learned, very shortly after her noble husband's demise, that her son was a member of several worldly clubs, had lost largely at play at Watier's and the Cocoa Tree, that he had raised money on post-obits, had encumbered the family estate, that he drove four-in-hand and patronized the Ring, and that he actually had an opera-box where he entertained the most dangerous bachelor company. His name was only mentioned with groans in the dowager's circle. The Lady Emily was her brother's senior by many years, and took considerable rank in the serious world as author of some of the delightful tracts before mentioned, and of many hymns and spiritual pieces. A mature spinster, and having but faint ideas of marriage, her love for the blacks occupied almost all her feelings. It is to her, I believe, we owe that beautiful poem, "Lead us to some sunny isle, yonder in the western deep, where the skies for ever smile, and the blacks for ever weep," etc. She had correspondences with clerical gentlemen in most of our East and West India possessions, and was secretly attached to the Reverend Silas Hornblower, who was tattooed in the South Sea Islands. As for the Lady Jane, on whom, as it has been said, Mr. Pitt Crawley's affection had been placed, she was gentle, blushing, silent, and timid. In spite of his falling away, she wept for her brother, and was quite ashamed of loving him still. Even yet she used to send him little hurried, smuggled notes, and pop them in the post in private. The one dreadful secret which weighed upon her life was, that she and the old housekeeper had been to pay Southdown a furtive visit at his chambers in the Albany, and found him, oh, the naughty, dear, abandoned wretch, smoking a cigar with a bottle of curaçao before him. She admired her sister, she adored her mother, she thought Mr. Crawley the most delightful and accomplished of men after Southdown, that fallen angel, and her mamma and sister, who were ladies of the most superior sort, managed everything for her, and regarded her with that amiable pity of which your really superior woman always has such a share to give away. Her mamma ordered her dresses, her books, her bonnets, and her ideas for her. She was made to take pony riding, or piano exercise, or any other sort of bodily medicament, according as my Lady Southdown saw meet, and her ladyship would have kept her daughter in pinafores up to her present age of 6 and 20, but that they were thrown off when Lady Jane was presented to Queen Charlotte. When these ladies first came to their house at Brighton, it was to them alone that Mr. Crawley paid his personal visits, contenting himself by leaving a card at his aunt's house, and making a modest inquiry of Mr. Bowles or his assistant footman, with respect to the health of the invalid. When he met Miss Briggs coming home from the library with a cargo of novels under her arm, Mr. Crawley blushed in a manner quite unusual to him, as he stepped forward and shook Miss Crawley's companion by the hand. He introduced Miss Briggs to the lady with whom he happened to be walking, the Lady Jane Sheepshanks, saying, "Lady Jane, permit me to introduce to you my aunt's kindest friend and most affectionate companion, Miss Briggs, whom you know under another title as authoress of the delightful Lyrics of the Heart, of which you are so fond." Lady Jane blushed, too, as she held out a kind little hand to Miss Briggs, and said something very civil and incoherent about mamma, and proposing to call on Miss Crawley, and being glad to be made known to the friends and relatives of Mr. Crawley, and with soft, dove-like eyes, saluted Miss Briggs as they separated, while Pitt Crawley treated her to a profound courtly bow, such as he had used to H.H. the Duchess of Pumpernickel when he was attaché at that court. The artful diplomatist and disciple of the Machiavellian Binkie, it was he who had given Lady Jane that copy of poor Briggs's early poems, which he remembered to have seen at Queen's Crawley, with a dedication from the poetess to his father's late wife, and he brought the volume with him to Brighton, reading it in the Southampton coach, and marking it with his own pencil, before he presented it to the gentle Lady Jane. It was he, too, who laid before Lady Southern the great advantages which might occur from an intimacy between her family and Miss Crawley, advantages both worldly and spiritual, he said, for Miss Crawley was now quite alone. The monstrous dissipation and alliance of his brother Rawdon had estranged her affections from that reprobate young man. The greedy tyranny and avarice of Mrs. Bute Crawley had caused the old lady to revolt against the exorbitant pretensions of that part of the family, and though he himself had held off all his life from cultivating Miss Crawley's friendship, with perhaps an improper pride, he thought now that every becoming means should be taken, both to save her soul from perdition, and to secure her fortune to himself as the head of the house of Crawley. The strong-minded Lady Southton quite agreed in both proposals of her son-in-law, and was for converting Miss Crawley off-hand. At her own home, both at Southton and at Trottermore Castle, this tall and awful missionary of the truth rode about the country in her barouche with outriders, launched packets of tracts among the cottagers and tenants, and would order Gaffer Jones to be converted, as she would order Goody Hicks to take a James Powder, without appeal, resistance, or benefit of clergy. My Lord Southdown, her late husband, an epileptic and simple-minded nobleman, was in the habit of approving of everything which his Matilda did and thought, so that whatever changes her own belief might undergo, and it accommodated itself to a prodigious variety of opinion, taken from all sorts of doctors among the dissenters, she had not the least scruple in ordering all her tenants and inferiors to follow and believe after her. Thus, whether she received the Reverend Saunders McNitre, the Scotch divine, or the Reverend Luke Waters, the mild Wesleyan, or the Reverend Giles Jowls, the illuminated cobbler, who dubbed himself Reverend as Napoleon crowned himself Emperor, the household, children, tenantry of my Lady Southdown were expected to go down on their knees with her ladyship, and say amen to the prayers of either doctor. During these exercises old Southden, on account of his invalid condition, was allowed to sit in his own room, and have negus and the paper read to him. Lady Jane was the old Earl's favourite daughter, and tended him and loved him sincerely. As for Lady Emily, the authoress of The Washerwoman of Finchley Common, her denunciation of future punishments at this period, for her opinions modified afterward, were so awful that they used to frighten the timid old gentleman her father, and the physicians declared his fits always occurred after one of her ladyship's sermons. "I will certainly call," said Lady Southend then, in reply to the exhortation of her daughter's prétendu, Mr. Pitt Crawley. "Who is Miss Crawley's medical man?" Mr. Crawley mentioned the name of Mr. Creamer. "A most dangerous and ignorant practitioner, my dear Pitt. I have providentially been the means of removing him from several houses, though in one or two instances I did not arrive in time. I could not save poor dear General Glanders, who was dying under the hands of that ignorant man, dying. He rallied a little under the Podger's pills which I administered to him, but alas, it was too late. His death was delightful, however, and his change was only for the better. Creamer, my dear Pitt, must leave your aunt." Pitt expressed his perfect acquiescence. He, too, had been carried along by the energy of his noble kinswoman and future mother-in-law. He had been made to accept Saunders McNitre, Luke Waters, Giles Jowls, Podger's pills, Roger's pills, Pokey's elixir, every one of her ladyship's remedies, spiritual or temporal. He never left her house without carrying respectfully away with him piles of her quack theology and medicine. Oh, my dear brethren and fellow sojourners in Vanity Fair, which among you does not know and suffer under such benevolent despots? It is in vain you say to them, Dear madam, I took Podger's specific at your orders last year, and believe in it. Why am I to recant and accept the Rogers articles now? There is no help for it. The faithful proselytizer, if she cannot convince by argument, bursts into tears, and the recusant finds himself, at the end of the contest, taking down the bolus and saying, Well, Rogers be it. And as for her spiritual state, continued the lady, that, of course, must be looked to immediately. With Creamer about her, she may go off any day, and in what a condition, my dear Pitt, in what dreadful condition! I will send the Reverend Mr. Irons to her instantly. Jane, write a line to the Reverend Bartholomew Irons, in the third person, and say that I desire the pleasure of his company this evening at tea at 6:30. He is an awakening man. He ought to see Miss Crawley before she rests this night. And Emily, my love, get ready a packet of books for Miss Crawley. Put up A Voice from the Flames, A Trumpet Warning to Jericho, and The Fleshpot's Broken, or The Converted Cannibal. And The Washerwoman of Finchley Common, mamma, said Lady Emily. It is as well to begin soothingly at first. Stop, my dear ladies, said Pitt the diplomatist. With every deference to the opinion of my beloved and respected Lady Southden, I think it would be quite unadvisable to commence so early upon serious topics with Miss Crawley. Remember her delicate condition, and how very little accustomed she has hitherto been to considerations connected with her immortal welfare. Can we then begin too early, Pitt? Said Lady Emily, rising with 6 little books already in her hand. If you begin abruptly, you will frighten her altogether. I know my aunt's worldly nature so well as to be sure that any abrupt attempt at conversion will be the very worst means that can be employed for the welfare of that unfortunate lady. You will only frighten and annoy her. She will very likely fling the books away, and refuse all acquaintance with the givers. You are as worldly as Miss Crawley, Pitt, said Lady Emily, tossing out of the room, her books in her hand. And I need not tell you, my dear Lady Southden, Pitt continued in a low voice, and without heeding the interruption, how fatal a little want of gentleness and caution may be to any hopes which we may entertain with regard to the worldly possessions of my aunt. Remember, she has 70,000 pounds. Think of her age, and her highly nervous and delicate condition. I know that she has destroyed the will which was made in my brother's, Colonel Crawley's, favour. It is by soothing that wounded spirit that we must lead it into the right path, and not by frightening it. And so I think you will agree with me that— Of course, Lady Southden remarked. Jane, my love, you need not send that note to Mr. Irons. If her health is such that discussions fatigue her, we will wait her amendment. I will call upon Miss Crawley tomorrow. And if I might suggest, my sweet lady, Pitt said in a bland tone, it would be as well not to take our precious Emily, who is too enthusiastic, but rather that you should be accompanied by our sweet and dear Lady Jane. Most certainly Emily would ruin everything, Lady Southden said, and this time agreed to forego her usual practice, which was, as we have said, before she bore down personally upon any individual whom she proposed to subjugate, to fire in a quantity of tracts upon the menaced party. As a charge of the French was always preceded by a furious cannonade, Lady Southdown, we say, for the sake of the invalid's health, or for the sake of her soul's ultimate welfare, or for the sake of her money, agreed to temporize. The next day the great Southdown female family carriage, with its earl's coronet and the lozenge, upon which the 3 lambs trotted argent upon the field vert of the Southdens, were quartered with sable on a bend oar, 3 snuff-moles gules, the cognizance of the house of Binkie, drove up in state to Miss Crawley's door, and the tall serious footman handed in to Mr. Bowles her ladyship's cards for Miss Crawley, and one likewise for Miss Briggs. By way of compromise, Lady Emily sent in a packet in the evening for the latter lady, containing copies of The Washerwoman, and other mild and favourable tracts for Miss B.'s own perusal, and a few for the servants' hall, viz., Crumbs from the Pantry, The Frying Pan and the Fire, and The Livery of Sin, of a much stronger kind. End of chapter 33. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 34. James Crawley's pipe is put out. The amiable behaviour of Mr. Crawley, and Lady Jane's kind reception of her, highly flattered Miss Briggs, who was enabled to speak a good word for the latter, after the cards of the Southden family had been presented to Miss Crawley. A countess's card left personally, too, for her, Briggs, was not a little pleasing to the poor friendless companion. "What could Lady Southdown mean by leaving a card upon you, I wonder, Miss Briggs?" said the republican Miss Crawley, upon which the companion meekly said that she hoped there could be no harm in the lady of rank taking notice of a poor gentlewoman, and she put away this card in her work-box, amongst her most cherished personal treasures. Furthermore, Miss Briggs explained how she had met Mr. Crawley walking with his cousin and long affianced bride the day before, and she told how kind and gentle-looking the lady was, and what a plain, not to say common, dress she had, all the articles of which, from the bonnet down to the boots, she described and estimated with female accuracy. Miss Crawley allowed Briggs to prattle on without interrupting her too much. As she got well, she was pining for society. Mr. Creamer, her medical man, would not hear of her returning to her old haunts and dissipation in London. The old spinster was too glad to find any companionship at Brighton, and not only were the cards acknowledged the very next day, but Pitt Crawley was graciously invited to come and see his aunt. He came, bringing with him Lady Southdown and her daughter. The dowager did not say a word about the state of Miss Crawley's soul, but talked with much discretion about the weather, about the war and the downfall of the monster Bonaparte, and above all about doctors, quacks, and the particular merits of Dr. Podgers, whom she then patronized. During their interview Pitt Crawley made a great stroke, and one which showed that, had his diplomatic career not been blighted by early neglect, he might have risen to a high rank in his profession. When the Countess Dowager of Southdown fell foul of the Corsican upstart, as the fashion was in those days, and showed that he was a monster stained with every conceivable crime, a coward and a tyrant not fit to live, one whose fall was predicted, etc., Pitt Crawley suddenly took up the cudgels in favour of the man of destiny. He described the First Consul as he saw him in Paris at the Peace of Amiens, when he, Pitt Crawley, had the gratification of making the acquaintance of the great and good Mr. Fox, a statesman whom, however much he might differ with him, it was impossible not to admire fervently, a statesman who had always had the highest opinion of the Emperor Napoleon. And as he spoke in terms of the strongest indignation of the faithless conduct of the allies toward this dethroned monarch, who, after giving himself generously up to their mercy, was consigned to an ignoble and cruel banishment, while a bigoted popish rabble was tyrannizing over France in his stead. This orthodox horror of Romish superstition saved Pitt Crawley in Lady Southdown's opinion, whilst his admiration for Fox and Napoleon raised him immeasurably in Miss Crawley's eyes. Her friendship with that defunct British statesman was mentioned when we first introduced her in this history. A true Whig, Miss Crawley had been in opposition all through the war, and though, to be sure, the downfall of the Emperor did not very much agitate the old lady, or his ill-treatment tend to shorten her life or natural rest, yet Pitt spoke to her heart when he lauded both her idols, and by that single speech made immense progress in her favour. "And what do you think, my dear?" Miss Crawley said to the young lady, for whom she had taken a liking at first sight, as she always did for pretty and modest young people, though it must be owned her affections cooled as rapidly as they rose. Lady Jane blushed very much, and said that she did not understand politics, which she left to wiser heads than hers, but though mamma was, no doubt, correct, Mr. Crawley had spoken beautifully. And when the ladies were retiring at the conclusion of their visit, Miss Crawley hoped Lady Southdown would be so kind as to send her Lady Jane sometimes, if she could be spared, to come down and console a poor, sick, lonely old woman. This promise was graciously accorded, and they separated upon great terms of amity. "Don't let Lady Southdown come again, Pitt," said the old lady. "She is stupid and pompous like all your mother's family, whom I never could endure. But bring that nice, good-natured Lady Jane as often as ever you please." Pitt promised that he would do so. He did not tell the Countess of Southdown what opinion his aunt had formed of her ladyship, who, on the contrary, thought that she had made a most delightful and majestic impression on Miss Crawley. And so, nothing loath to comfort a sick lady, and perhaps not sorry in her heart to be freed now and again from the dreary spouting of the Reverend Bartholomew Irons, and the serious toadies who gathered round the footstool of the pompous Countess, her mamma, Lady Jane became a pretty constant visitor to Miss Crawley, accompanied her in her drives, and solaced many of her evenings. She was so naturally good and soft that even Firkin was not jealous of her, and the gentle Briggs thought her friend was less cruel to her when Lady Jane was by. Towards her ladyship Miss Crawley's manners were charming. The old spinster told her 1,000 anecdotes about her youth, talking to her in a very different strain from that in which she had been accustomed to converse with the godless little Rebecca. For there was that in Lady Jane's innocence which rendered light talking impertinence before her, and Miss Crawley was too much of a gentlewoman to offend such purity. The young lady herself had never received kindness except from this old spinster and her brother and father, and she repaid Miss Crawley's engouement by artless sweetness and friendship. In the autumn evenings, when Rebecca was flaunting at Paris, the gayest among the gay conquerors there, and our Amelia, our dear wounded Amelia, where was she? Lady Jane would be sitting in Miss Crawley's drawing-room, singing sweetly to her, in the twilight, her little simple songs and hymns, while the sun was setting and the sea was roaring on the beach. The old spinster used to wake up when these ditties ceased, and ask for more. As for Briggs, and the quantity of tears of happiness which she now shed as she pretended to knit, and looked out at the splendid ocean darkling before the windows, and the lamps of heaven beginning more brightly to shine, who, I say, can measure the happiness and sensibility of Briggs? Pitt, meanwhile, in the dining-room, with a pamphlet of the Corn Laws or a missionary register by his side, took that kind of recreation which suits romantic and unromantic men after dinner. He sipped Madeira, built castles in the air, thought himself a fine fellow, felt himself much more in love with Jane than he had been any time these 7 years, during which their liaison had lasted without the slightest impatience on Pitt's part, and slept a good deal. When the time for coffee came, Mr. Bowles used to enter in a noisy manner and summon Squire Pitt, who would be found in the dark, very busy with his pamphlet. "I wish, my love, I could get someone to play at piquet with me," Miss Crawley said one night, when this functionary made his appearance with the candles and the coffee. "Poor Briggs can no more play than an owl, she is so stupid." The spinster always took an opportunity of abusing Briggs before the servants, "and I think I should sleep better if I had my game." At this Lady Jane blushed to the tips of her little ears, and down to the ends of her pretty fingers, and when Mr. Bowles had quitted the room, and the door was quite shut, she said, "Miss Crawley, I can play a little. I used to play a little with poor dear papa." "Come and kiss me. Come and kiss me this instant, you dear, good little soul," cried Miss Crawley in an ecstasy, and in this picturesque and friendly occupation Mr. Pitt found the old lady and the young one when he came upstairs with his pamphlet in his hand. How she did blush all the evening, that poor Lady Jane! It must not be imagined that Mr. Pitt Crawley's artifices escaped the attention of his dear relations at the rectory at Queen's Crawley. Hampshire and Sussex lie very close together, and Mrs. Bute had friends in the latter county who took care to inform her of all, and a great deal more than all, that passed at Miss Crawley's house at Brighton. Pitt was there more and more. He did not come for months altogether to the Hall, where his abominable old father abandoned himself completely to rum and water, and the odious society of the Horrocks family. Pitt's success rendered the rector's family furious, and Mrs. Bute regretted more, though she confessed less, than ever her monstrous fault in so insulting Miss Briggs, and in being so haughty and parsimonious to Bowles and Firkin, that she had not a single person left in Miss Crawley's household to give her information of what took place there. It was all Bute's collarbone, she persisted in saying. If that had not broke, I never would have left her. I am a martyr to duty, and to your odious, unclerical habit of hunting, Bute. "Hunting? Nonsense! It was you that frightened her, Barbara," the divine interposed. "You're a clever woman, but you've got a devil of a temper, and you're a screw with your money, Barbara." "You'd have been screwed in gaol, Bute, if I had not kept your money." "I know I would, my dear," said the rector good-naturedly. "You are a clever woman, but you manage too well, you know." And the pious man consoled himself with a big glass of port. "What the deuce can she find in that spooney of a Pitt Crawley?" he continued. "The fellow has not pluck enough to say bo to a goose. I remember when Rawdon, who is a man, and be hanged to him, used to flog him round the stables as if he was a whipping-top, and Pitt would go howling home to his ma. Ha, ha! Why, either of my boys would wipe him with one hand. Jim says he's remembered at Oxford as Miss Crawley still, the spooney." "I say, Barbara," his reverence continued after a pause. "What?" said Barbara, who was biting her nails and rubbing the table. "I say, why not send Jim over to Brighton to see if he can do anything with the old lady? He's very near getting his degree, you know. He's only been plucked twice. So was I. But he's had the advantages of Oxford and a university education. He knows some of the best chaps there. He pulls stroke in the Boniface boat. He's a handsome feller. It, ma'am, let's put him on the old woman, hey? And tell him to thrash Pitt if he says anything. Ha, ha, ha!" "Jim might go down and see her, certainly," the housewife said, adding with a sigh, "if we could but get one of the girls into the house, but she could never endure them, because they are not pretty." Those unfortunate and well-educated women made themselves heard from the neighbouring drawing-room, where they were thrumming away with hard fingers an elaborate music-piece on the pianoforte, as their mother spoke, And indeed they were at music, or at backboard, or at geography, or at history, the whole day long. But what avail all these accomplishments in Vanity Fair to girls who are short, poor, plain, and have a bad complexion? Mrs. Bute could think of nobody but the curate to take one of them off her hands, and Jim coming in from the stable at this minute, through the parlour window, with a short pipe stuck in his oilskin cap, he and his father fell to talking about odds on the Saint Leger, and the colloquy between the rector and his wife ended. Mrs. Bute did not augur much good to the cause from the sending of her son James as an ambassador, and saw him depart in rather a despairing mood, nor did the young fellow himself, when told what his mission was to be, expect much pleasure or benefit from it, but he was consoled by the thought that possibly the old lady would give him some handsome remembrance of her, which would pay a few of his most pressing bills at the commencement of the ensuing Oxford term, and so took his place by the coach from Southampton, and was safely landed at Brighton on the same evening, with his portmanteau, his favourite bulldog Towser, and an immense basket of farm and garden produce, from the dear rectory folks to the dear Miss Crawley. Considering it was too late to disturb the invalid lady on the first night of his arrival, he put up at an inn, and did not wait upon Miss Crawley until a late hour in the noon of the next day. James Crawley, when his aunt had last beheld him, was a gawky lad, at that uncomfortable age when the voice varies between an unearthly treble and a preternatural bass, when the face not uncommonly blooms out with appearances for which Rowland's Calidore is said to act as a cure, when boys are seen to shave furtively with their sisters' scissors, and the sight of other young women produces intolerable sensations of terror in them, when the great hands and ankles protrude a long way from garments which have grown too tight for them, when their presence after dinner is at once frightful to the ladies, who are whispering in the twilight in the drawing-room, and inexpressibly odious to the gentlemen over the mahogany, who are restrained from freedom of intercourse and delightful interchange of wit by the presence of that gawky innocence, when, at the conclusion of the second glass, papas say, "Jack, my boy, go out and see if the evening holds up," and the youth, willing to be free, yet hurt at not being yet a man, quits the incomplete banquet. James, then a hobbledehoy, was now become a young man, having had the benefits of a university education, and acquired the inestimable polish which is gained by living in a fast set at a small college, and contracting debts, and being rusticated, and being plucked. He was a handsome lad, however, when he came to present himself to his aunt at Brighton, and good looks were always a title to the fickle old lady's favour. Nor did his blushes and awkwardness take away from it. She was pleased with these healthy tokens of the young gentleman's ingenuousness. He said he had come down for a couple of days to see a man of his college, and to pay my respects to you, ma'am, and my father's and mother's, who hope you are well. Pitt was in the room with Miss Crawley when the lad was announced, and looked very blank when his name was mentioned. The old lady had plenty of humour, and enjoyed her correct nephew's perplexity. She asked after all the people at the rectory with great interest, and said she was thinking of paying them a visit. She praised the lad to his face, and said he was well grown and very much improved, and that it was a pity his sisters had not some of his good looks, and finding on inquiry that he had taken up his quarters at an hotel, would not hear of his stopping there, but bade Mr. Bowles send for Mr. James Crawley's things instantly. "And hark ye, Bowles," she added with great graciousness, "you will have the goodness to pay Mr. James's bill." She flung Pitt a look of arch triumph, which caused that diplomatist almost to choke with envy. Much as he had ingratiated himself with his aunt, she had never yet invited him to stay under her roof, and here was a young whipper-snapper, who at first sight was made welcome there. "I beg your pardon, sir," said Bowles, advancing with a profound bow. "What hotel, sir, shall Thomas fetch the luggage from?" "Oh, damn," said the young James, starting up as if in some alarm. "I'll go." "What?" said Miss Crawley. "The Tom Cribb's Arms," said James, blushing deeply. Miss Crawley burst out laughing at this title. Mr. Bowles gave one abrupt guffaw, as a confidential servant of the family, but choked the rest of the volley. The diplomatist only smiled. I didn't know any better," said James, looking down. "I've never been here before. It was the coachman told me." The young story-teller. The fact is that on the Southampton coach, the day previous, James Crawley had met the Tutbury Pet, who was coming to Brighton to make a match with a Rottingdean fibber, and enchanted by the Pet's conversation, had passed the evening in company with that scientific man and his friends at the inn in question. "I'd best go and settle the score," James continued. "Couldn't think of asking you, ma'am," he added, generously. This delicacy made his aunt laugh the more. "Go and settle the bill, Bowles," she said, with a wave of her hand, "and bring it to me." Poor lady, she did not know what she had done. There's a little dog, said James, looking frightfully guilty. I'd best go for him. He bites footmen's calves. All the party cried out with laughing at this description, even Briggs and Lady Jane, who was sitting mute during the interview between Miss Crawley and her nephew, and Bowles, without a word, quitted the room. Still, by way of punishing her elder nephew, Miss Crawley persisted in being gracious to the young Oxonian. There were no limits to her kindness or her compliments when they once began. She told Pitt he might come to dinner, and insisted that James should accompany her in her drive, and paraded him solemnly up and down the cliff on the back seat of the barouche. During all this excursion, she condescended to say civil things to him. She quoted Italian and French poetry to the poor bewildered lad, and persisted that he was a fine scholar, and was perfectly sure he would gain a gold medal and be a senior wrangler. "Ha ha!" laughed James, encouraged by these compliments. "Senior wrangler, indeed! That's at the other shop." "What is the other shop, my dear child?" said the lady. "Senior wranglers at Cambridge, not Oxford," said the scholar, with a knowing air, and would probably have been more confidential, but that suddenly there appeared on the cliff in a tax-cart, drawn by a bang-up pony, dressed in white flannel coats with mother-of-pearl buttons, his friends the Tutbury Pet and the Rottingdean Fibber, with 3 other gentlemen of their acquaintance, who all saluted poor James there in the carriage as he sat. This incident damped the ingenuous youth's spirits, and no word of yea or nay could he be induced to utter during the rest of the drive. On his return he found his room prepared and his portmanteau ready, and might have remarked that Mr. Bowles' countenance, when the latter conducted him to his apartment, wore a look of gravity, wonder, and compassion. But the thought of Mr. Bowles did not enter his head. He was deploring the dreadful predicament in which he found himself, in a house full of old women, jabbering French and Italian, and talking poetry to him. "Regularly up a tree, by jingo!" exclaimed the modest boy, who could not face the gentlest of her sex, not even Briggs, when she began to talk to him, whereas put him at Iffley Lock, and he could outslang the boldest bargeman. At dinner James appeared choking in a white neckcloth, and had the honour of handing my Lady Jane downstairs, while Briggs and Mr. Crawley followed afterward, conducting the old lady, with her apparatus of bundles and shawls and cushions. Half of Briggs' time at dinner was spent in superintending the invalid's comfort, and in cutting up chicken for her fat spaniel. James did not talk much, but he made a point of asking all the ladies to drink wine, and accepted Mr. Crawley's challenge, and consumed the greater part of a bottle of champagne which Mr. Bowles was ordered to produce in his honour. The ladies having withdrawn, and the 2 cousins being left together, Pitt, the ex-diplomatist, became very communicative and friendly. He asked after James' career at college, what his prospects in life were, hoped heartily he would get on, and, in a word, was frank and amiable. James's tongue unloosed with the port, and he told his cousin his life, his prospects, his debts, his troubles at the Little Go, and his rows with the proctors, filling rapidly from the bottles before him, and flying from port to Madeira with joyous activity. "The chief pleasure which my aunt has," said Mr. Crawley, filling his glass, "is that people should do as they like in her house. This is Liberty Hall, James, and you can't do Miss Crawley a greater kindness than to do as you please, and ask for what you will. I know you all have sneered at me in the country for being a Tory. Miss Crawley is liberal enough to suit any fancy. She is a Republican in principle, and despises everything like rank or title." "Why are you going to marry an earl's daughter?" said James. "My dear friend, remember it is not poor Lady Jane's fault that she is well born," Pitt replied with a courtly air. "She cannot help being a lady. Besides, I am a Tory, you know." "Oh, as for that," said Jim, "there's nothing like old blood. No, dammy, nothing like it. I'm none of your radicals. I know what it is to be a gentleman, dammy. See the chaps in a boat race. Look at the fellers in a fight. I look at a dog killing rats. Which is it wins? The good-blooded ones. Get some more port, Bowles, old boy, whilst I buzz this bottle here. What was I a-saying?" "I think you were speaking of dogs killing rats," Pitt remarked mildly, handing his cousin the decanter to buzz. "Killing rats, was I? Well, Pitt, are you a sporting man? Do you want to see a dog as can kill a rat? If you do, come down with me to Tom Corduroy's in Castle Street Mews, and I'll show you such a bull-terrier as—" "Pooh! Gammon!" cried James, bursting out laughing at his own absurdity. "You don't care about a dog or a rat. It's all nonsense. I'm blessed if I think you know the difference between a dog and a duck." "No, by the way," Pitt continued with increased blandness, "it was about blood you were talking, and the personal advantages which people derive from patrician birth. Here's the fresh bottle." "Blood's the word," said James, gulping the ruby fluid down. "Nothing like blood, sir, in hosses, dogs, and men. Why, only last term, just 'fore I was rusticated, that is, I mean, just before I had the measles, there was me and Ringwood of Christchurch, Bob Ringwood, Lord Cinquebar's son, having our beer at the Bell in Blenheim, when the Banbury bargeman offered to fight either of us for a bowl of punch. I couldn't. My arm was in a sling. Couldn't even take the drag down. A brute of a mare of mine had fell with me only 2 days before, out with the Abingdon, and I thought my arm was broke. Well, sir, I couldn't finish him, but Bob had his coat off at once. He stood up to the Banbury man for 3 minutes, and polished him off in 4 rounds easy. Gad, how he did drop, sir! And what was it? Blood, sir, all blood." "You don't drink, James," the ex-attaché continued. "In my time at Oxford the men passed round the bottle a little quicker than you young fellows seem to do." "Come, come," said James, putting his hand to his nose and winking at his cousin with a pair of vinous eyes. "No jokes, old boy. No trying it on me. You want to trot me out, but it's a no-go. In vino veritas, old boy. Mars, Bacchus, Apollo virorum, hey? I wish my aunt would send down some of this to the governor. It's a precious good tap." "You had better ask her," Machiavel continued, "or make the best of your time now. What says the bard, nunc vino pellite curas cras ingens iteramibus aecor? And the Bacchanalian, quoting the above with a House of Commons air, tossed off nearly a thimbleful of wine with an immense flourish of his glass. At the rectory, when the bottle of port wine was opened after dinner, the young ladies had each had a glass from a bottle of currant wine. Mrs. Bute took 1 glass of port, honest James had a couple commonly, but as his father grew very sulky if he made further inroads on the bottle, the good lad generally refrained from trying for more, and subsided either into the currant wine, or to some private gin and water in the stables, which he enjoyed in the company of the coachman and his pipe. At Oxford the quantity of wine was unlimited, but the quality was inferior, and when quantity and quality united, as at his aunt's house, James showed that he could appreciate them indeed, and hardly needed any of his cousin's encouragement in draining off the 2nd bottle supplied by Mr. Bowles. When the time for coffee came, however, and for a return to the ladies, of whom he stood in awe, the young gentleman's agreeable frankness left him, and he relapsed into his usual surly timidity, contenting himself by saying yes and no, by scowling at Lady Jane, and by upsetting 1 cup of coffee during the evening. If he did not speak, he yawned in a pitiable manner, and his presence threw a damp upon the modest proceedings of the evening, for Miss Crawley and Lady Jane at their piquet, and Miss Briggs at her work, felt that his eyes were wildly fixed on them, and were uneasy under that maudlin look. "He seems a very silent, awkward, bashful lad," said Miss Crawley to Mr. Pitt. "He is more communicative in men's society than with ladies," Machiavel dryly replied, perhaps rather disappointed that the port wine had not made Jim speak more. He had spent the early part of the next morning in writing home to his mother a most flourishing account of his reception by Miss Crawley. But he knew little what evils the day was bringing for him, and how short his reign of favour was destined to be. A circumstance which Jim had forgotten, a trivial but fatal circumstance, had taken place at the Cribbs Arms on the night before he had come to his aunt's house. It was no other than this. Jim, who was always of a generous disposition, and when in his cups especially hospitable, had in the course of the night treated the Tutbury champion and the Rottingdean man, and their friends, twice or thrice to the refreshment of gin and water, so that no less than 18 glasses of that fluid at 8d. per glass were charged in Mr. James Crawley's bill. It was not the amount of 8d., but the quantity of gin, which told fatally against poor James's character when his aunt's butler, Mr. Bowles, went down at his mistress's request to pay the young gentleman's bill. The landlord, fearing lest the account should be refused altogether, swore solemnly that the young gent had consumed personally every farthing's worth of the liquor, and Bowles paid the bill finally, and showed it on his return home to Mrs. Firkin, who was shocked at the frightful prodigality of gin, and took the bill to Miss Briggs as accountant general, who thought it her duty to mention the circumstance to her principal, Miss Crawley. Had he drunk a dozen bottles of claret, the old spinster could have pardoned him. Mr. Fox and Mr. Sheridan drank claret. Gentlemen drank claret. But 18 glasses of gin consumed among boxers in an ignoble pot-house, it was an odious crime, and not to be pardoned readily. Everything went against the lad. He came home perfumed from the stables, whither he had been to pay his dog Towser a visit, and whence he was going to take his friend out for an airing, when he met Miss Crawley and her wheezy Blenheim spaniel, which Towser would have eaten up had not the Blenheim fled squealing to the protection of Miss Briggs, while the atrocious master of the bulldog stood laughing at this horrible persecution. This day, too, the unlucky boy's modesty had likewise forsaken him. He was lively and facetious at dinner. During the repast he levelled one or two jokes against Pitt Crawley. He drank as much wine as upon the previous day, and going quite unsuspiciously to the drawing-room, began to entertain the ladies there with some choice Oxford stories. He described the different pugilistic qualities of Molyneux and Dutch Sam, offered playfully to give Lady Jane the odds upon the Tutbury Pet against the Rottingdean man, or take them as her ladyship chose, and crowned the pleasantry by proposing to back himself against his cousin Pitt Crawley, either with or without the gloves. "And that's a fair offer, my buck," he said with a loud laugh, slapping Pitt on the shoulder, "and my father told me to make it too, and he'll go to halves in the bet, ha!" So saying, the engaging youth nodded knowingly at poor Miss Briggs, and pointed his thumb over his shoulder at Pitt Crawley in a jocular and exulting manner. Pitt was not pleased altogether, perhaps, but still not unhappy in the main. Poor Jim had his laugh out, and staggered across the room with his aunt's candle, when the old lady moved to retire, and offered to salute her with the blandest tipsy smile, and he took his own leave and went upstairs to his bedroom, perfectly satisfied with himself, and with a pleased notion that his aunt's money would be left to him in preference to his father and all the rest of his family. Once up in the bedroom, one would have thought he could not make matters worse, and yet this unlucky boy did. The moon was shining very pleasantly out on the sea, and Jim, attracted to the window by the romantic appearance of the ocean and the heavens, thought he would farther enjoy them while smoking. Nobody would smell the tobacco, he thought, if he cunningly opened the window and kept his head and pipe in the fresh air. This he did, but being in an excited state, poor Jim had forgotten that his door was open all this time, so that the breeze blowing inwards and a fine thorough draught being established, the clouds of tobacco were carried downstairs, and arrived with quite undiminished fragrance to Miss Crawley and Miss Briggs. That pipe of tobacco finished the business, and the Bute Crawleys never knew how many thousands of pounds it cost them. Firkin rushed downstairs to Bowles, who was reading out the fire and the frying-pan to his aide-de-camp in a loud and ghostly voice. The dreadful secret was told to him by Firkin with so frightened a look that for the first moment Mr. Bowles and his young man thought that robbers were in the house, the legs of whom had probably been discovered by the woman under Miss Crawley's bed. When made aware of the fact, however, to rush upstairs at 3 steps at a time, to enter the unconscious James's apartment, calling out, "Mr. James!" in a voice stifled with alarm, and to cry, "For God's sake, sir, stop that 'ere pipe!" was the work of a minute with Mr. Bowles. "Oh, Mr. James, what 'ave you done?" he said in a voice of the deepest pathos, as he threw the implement out the window. "What 'ave you done, sir? Missus can't abide 'em." "Missus needn't smoke," said James with a frantic misplaced laugh, and thought the whole matter an excellent joke. But his feelings were very different in the morning, when Mr. Bowles' young man, who operated upon Mr. James's boots, and brought him his hot water to shave that beard which he was so anxiously expecting, handed a note in to Mr. James in bed in the handwriting of Miss Briggs. "Dear Sir," it said, "Miss Crawley has passed an exceedingly disturbed night, owing to the shocking manner in which the house has been polluted by tobacco. Miss Crawley bids me say she regrets that she is too unwell to see you before you go, and above all that she ever induced you to remove from the ale-house, where she is sure you will be much more comfortable during the rest of your stay in Brighton." And herewith honest James's career as a candidate for his aunt's favour ended. He had, in fact, and without knowing it, done what he menaced to do. He had fought his cousin Pitt with the gloves. Where, meanwhile, was he who had once been first favourite for this race for money? Becky and Rawdon, as we have seen, were come together after Waterloo, and were passing the winter of 1815 at Paris in great splendour and gaiety. Rebecca was a good economist, and the price poor Jos Sedley had paid for her 2 horses was in itself sufficient to keep their little establishment afloat for a year at the least. There was no occasion to turn into money my pistols, the same which I shot Captain Marker, or the gold dressing-case, or the cloak lined with sable. Becky had it made into a pelisse for herself, in which she rode in the Bois de Boulogne to the admiration of all, and you should have seen the scene between her and her delighted husband, whom she rejoined after the army had entered Cambray, and when she unsewed herself, and let out of her dress all those watches, knick-knacks, bank-notes, cheques, and valuables, which she had secreted in the wadding previous to her meditated flight from Brussels. Tufto was charmed, and Rawdon roared with delightful laughter, and swore that she was better than any play he ever saw, by Jove, and the way in which she jockeyed Jos, and which she described with infinite fun, carried up his delight to a pitch of quite insane enthusiasm. He believed in his wife as much as the French soldiers in Napoleon. Her success in Paris was remarkable. All the French ladies voted her charming. She spoke their language admirably. She adopted at once their grace, their liveliness, their manner. Her husband was stupid, certainly. All English are stupid, and besides, a dull husband at Paris is always a point in the lady's favour. He was the heir of the rich and spirituelle Miss Crawley, whose house had been open to so many of the French noblesse during the emigration. They received the colonel's wife in their own hotels. Why, wrote a great lady to Miss Crawley, who had bought her lace and trinkets at the Duchess's own price, and given her many a dinner during the pinching times after the Revolution, why does not our dear Miss come to her nephew and niece, and her attached friends in Paris, all the world refos of the charming mistress and her espiègle beauty? Yes, we see in her the grace, the charm, the wit of our dear friend Miss Crawley. The king took notice of her yesterday at the Tuileries, and we are all jealous of the attention which Monsieur pays her. If you could have seen the spite of a certain stupid Milady Bareacres, whose eagle beak and toque and feathers may be seen peering over the heads of all assemblies, when Madame the Duchess of Angoulême, the august daughter and companion of kings, desired especially to be presented to Mrs. Crawley as your dear daughter and protégée, and thanked her in the name of France for all your benevolence towards our unfortunates during their exile. She is of all the societies, of all the balls, yes, of the dances, no, and yet how interesting and pretty this fair creature looked surrounded by the homage of the men, and so soon to be a mother. To hear her speak of you, her protectress, her mother, would bring tears to the eyes of ogres. How she loves you! How we all love our admirable, our respectable Miss Crawley! It is to be feared that this letter of the Parisian great lady did not by any means advance Mrs. Becky's interest with her admirable, her respectable relative. On the contrary, the fury of the old spinster was beyond bounds when she found what was Rebecca's situation, and how audaciously she had made use of Miss Crawley's name to get an entrée into Parisian society. Too much shaken in mind and body to compose a letter in the French language in reply to that of her correspondent, she dictated to Briggs a furious answer in her own native tongue, repudiating Mrs. Rawdon Crawley altogether, and warning the public to beware of her as a most artful and dangerous person. But as Madame the Duchess of X had only been 20 years in England, she did not understand a single word of the language, and contented herself by informing Mrs. Rawdon Crawley at their next meeting that she had received a charming letter from that chère Miss, and that it was full of benevolent things for Miss Crawley, who began seriously to have hopes that the spinster would relent. Meanwhile she was the gayest and most admired of Englishwomen, and had a little European congress on her reception night. Prussians and Cossacks, Spaniards and English, all the world was at Paris during this famous winter. To have seen the stars and cordons in Rebecca's humble saloon would have made all Baker Street pale with envy. Famous warriors rode by her carriage in the Bois, or crowded her modest little box at the opera. Rawdon was in the highest spirits. There were no duns in Paris as yet. There were parties every day at the Failrs or Beauvilliers. Play was plentiful and his luck good. Tufto, perhaps, was sulky. Mrs. Tufto had come over to Paris at her own invitation, and besides this contretemps there were a score of generals now round Becky's chair, and she might take her choice of a dozen bouquets when she went to the play. Lady Bareacres and the chiefs of the English society, stupid and irreproachable females, writhed with anguish at the success of the little upstart Becky, whose poisoned jokes quivered and rankled in their chaste breasts. But she had all the men on her side. She fought the women with indomitable courage, and they could not talk scandal in any tongue but their own. So in fêtes, pleasures, and prosperity, the winter of 1815 and 1816 passed away with Mrs. Rawdon Crawley, who accommodated herself to polite life, as if her ancestors had been people of fashion for centuries past, and who from her wit, talent, and energy, indeed merited a place of honour in Vanity Fair. In the early spring of 1816, Galignani's journal contained the following announcement in an interesting corner of the paper. On the 26th of March, the lady of the Lieutenant Colonel Crawley, of the Life Guards Green, of a son and that heir. This event was copied into the London papers, out of which Miss Briggs read the statement to Miss Crawley at breakfast at Brighton. The intelligence, expected as it might have been, caused a crisis in the affairs of the Crawley family. The spinster's rage rose to its height, and sending instantly for Pitt, her nephew, and for the Lady Southdown, from Brunswick Square, she requested an immediate celebration of the marriage which had been so long pending between the two families, and she announced that it was her intention to allow the young couple 1,000 a year during her lifetime, at the expiration of which the bulk of her property would be settled upon her nephew and her dear niece, Lady Jane Crawley. Waxy came down to ratify the deeds. Lord Southden gave away his sister. She was married by a bishop, and not by the Reverend Bartholomew Irons, to the disappointment of the irregular prelate. When they were married, Pitt would have liked to take a hymeneal tour with his bride, as became people of their condition, but the affection of the old lady toward Lady Jane had grown so strong that she fairly owned she could not part with her favourite. Pitt and his wife came therefore and lived with Miss Crawley, and, greatly to the annoyance of poor Pitt, who conceived himself a most injured character, being subject to the humours of his aunt on one side and of his mother-in-law on the other, Lady Southden from her neighbouring house reigned over the whole family, Pitt, Lady Jane, Miss Crawley, Briggs, Bowles, Firkin, and all. She pitilessly dosed them with her tracts and her medicine, she dismissed Creamer, she installed Rogers, and soon stripped Miss Crawley of even the semblance of authority. The poor soul grew so timid that she actually left off bullying Briggs any more, and clung to her niece, more fond and more terrified every day. Peace to thee, kind and selfish, vain and generous old heathen, we shall see thee no more. Let us hope that Lady Jane supported her kindly, and led her with gentle hand out of the busy struggle of Vanity Fair. End of chapter 34.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 35. Widow and Mother. The news of the great fights of Quatre Bras and Waterloo reached England at the same time. The Gazette first published the result of the two battles, at which glorious intelligence all England thrilled with triumph and fear. Particulars then followed, and after the announcement of the victories came the list of the wounded and the slain. Who can tell the dread with which that catalogue was opened and read? Fancy, at every village and homestead almost, through the 3 kingdoms, the great news coming of the battles in Flanders, and the feelings of exultation and gratitude, bereavement and sickening dismay, when the lists of the regimental losses were gone through, and it became known whether the dear friend and relative had escaped or fallen. Anybody who will take the trouble of looking back to a file of the newspapers of the time must even now feel at second hand this breathless pause of expectation. The lists of casualties are carried on from day to day. You stop in the midst, as in a story which is to be continued in our next. Think what the feelings must have been, as those papers followed each other fresh from the press. And if such an interest could be felt in our country, and about a battle where but 20,000 of our people were engaged, think of the condition of Europe for 20 years before, where people were fighting not by thousands, but by millions, each one of whom, as he struck his enemy, wounded horribly some other innocent heart far away. The news which that famous Gazette brought to the Osbornes gave a dreadful shock to the family and its chief. The girls indulged unrestrained in their grief. The gloom-stricken old father was still more borne down by his fate and sorrow. He strove to think that a judgment was on the boy for his disobedience. He dared not own that the severity of the sentence frightened him, and that its fulfilment had come too soon upon his curses. Sometimes a shuddering terror struck him, as if he had been the author of the doom which he had called down on his son. There was a chance before of reconciliation. The boy's wife might have died, or he might have come back and said, "Father, I have sinned." But there was no hope now. He stood on the other side of the gulf impassable, haunting his parent with sad eyes. He remembered them once before so, in a fever, when everyone thought the lad was dying, and he lay on his bed speechless, and gazing with a dreadful gloom. Good God, how the father clung to the doctor then, and with what a sickening anxiety he followed him. What a weight of grief was off his mind when, after the crisis of the fever, the lad recovered, and looked at his father once more with eyes that recognized him. But now there was no help or cure or chance of reconcilement. Above all, there were no humble words to soothe vanity outraged and furious, or bring to its natural flow the poisoned, angry blood. And it is hard to say which pang it was that tore the proud father's heart most keenly, that his son should have gone out of the reach of his forgiveness, or that the apology which his own pride expected should have escaped him. Whatever his sensations might have been, however, the stern old man would have no confidant. He never mentioned his son's name to his daughters, but ordered the elder to place all the females of the establishment in mourning, and desired that the male servants should be similarly attired in deep black. All parties and entertainments, of course, were to be put off. No communications were made to his future son-in-law, whose marriage day had been fixed. But there was enough in Mr. Osborne's appearance to prevent Mr. Bullock from making any inquiries or in any way pressing forward that ceremony. He and the ladies whispered about it under their voices in the drawing-room sometimes, whither the father never came. He remained constantly in his own study, the whole front part of the house being closed until some time after the completion of the general mourning. About 3 weeks after the 18th of June, Mr. Osborne's acquaintance, Sir William Dobbin, called at Mr. Osborne's house in Russell Square with a very pale and agitated face, and insisted upon seeing that gentleman. Ushered into his room, and after a few words which neither the speaker nor the host understood, the former produced from an enclosure a letter sealed with a large red seal. "My son, Major Dobbin," the alderman said with some hesitation, "dispatched me a letter by an officer of the 18th who arrived in town today. My son's letter contains one for you, Osborne." The alderman placed the letter on the table, and Osborne stared at him for a moment or two in silence. His looks frightened the ambassador, who, after looking guiltily for a little time at the grief-stricken man, hurried away without another word. The letter was in George's well-known bold handwriting. It was that one which he had written before daybreak on the 16th of June, and just before he took leave of Amelia. The great red seal was emblazoned with the sham coat of arms which Osborne had assumed from the peerage, with "Pax in Bello" for a motto, that of the ducal house with which the vain old man tried to fancy himself connected. The hand that signed it would never hold pen or sword more. The very seal that sealed it had been robbed from George's dead body as it lay on the field of battle. The father knew nothing of this, but sat and looked at the letter in terrified vacancy. He almost fell when he went to open it. Have you ever had a difference with a dear friend? How his letters, written in the period of love and confidence, sicken and rebuke you? What a dreary mourning it is to dwell upon those vehement protests of dead affection! What lying epitaphs they make over the corpse of love! What dark, cruel comments upon life and vanities! Most of us have got, or written, drawers full of them. They are closet skeletons which we keep and shun. Osborne trembled long before the letter from his dead son. The poor boy's letter did not say much. He had been too proud to acknowledge the tenderness which his heart felt. He only said that on the eve of a great battle he wished to bid his father farewell, and solemnly to implore his good offices for the wife, it might be for the child, whom he left behind him. He owned with contrition that his irregularities and his extravagance had already wasted a large part of his mother's little fortune. He thanked his father for his former generous conduct, and he promised him that if he fell on the field or survived it, he would act in a manner worthy of the name of George Osborne. His English habit, pride, awkwardness perhaps, had prevented him from saying more. His father could not see the kiss George had placed on the superscription of his letter. Mr. Osborne dropped it with the bitterest, deadliest pang of balked affection and revenge. His son was still beloved and unforgiven. About 2 months afterwards, however, as the young ladies of the family went to church with their father, they remarked how he took a different seat from that which he usually occupied when he chose to attend divine worship, and that from his cushion opposite he looked up at the wall over their heads. This caused the young women likewise to gaze in the direction towards which their father's gloomy eyes pointed, and they saw an elaborate monument upon the wall, where Britannia was represented weeping over an urn, and a broken sword and a couchant lion indicated that the piece of sculpture had been erected in honor of a deceased warrior. The sculptors of those days had stocks of such funeral emblems in hand, as you may see still on the walls of St. Paul's, which are covered with hundreds of these braggart heathen allegories. There was a constant demand for them during the first 15 years of the present century. Under the memorial in question were emblazoned the well-known and pompous Osborne arms, and the inscription said that the monument was "Sacred to the memory of George Osborne, Jr., Esquire, later captain in His Majesty's 18th Regiment of Foot, who fell on the 18th of June, 1815, aged 28 years, while fighting for his king and country in the glorious victory of Waterloo. Dulce et decorum est pro patria mori." The sight of that stone agitated the nerves of the sisters so much that Miss Maria was compelled to leave the church. The congregation made way respectfully for those sobbing girls clothed in deep black, and pitied the stern old father seated opposite the memorial of the dead soldier. "Will he forgive Mrs. George?" the girls said to themselves as soon as their ebullition of grief was over. Much conversation passed, too, among the acquaintances of the Osborne family, who knew of the rupture between the son and father caused by the former's marriage, as to the chance of a reconciliation with the young widow. There were bets among the gentlemen, both about Russell Square and in the city. If the sisters had any anxiety regarding the possible recognition of Amelia as a daughter of the family, it was increased presently, and towards the end of the autumn, by their father's announcement that he was going abroad. He did not say whither, but they knew at once that his steps would be turned towards Belgium, and were aware that George's widow was still in Brussels. They had pretty accurate news indeed of poor Amelia from Lady Dobbin and her daughters. Our honest captain had been promoted in consequence of the death of the second major of the regiment on the field, and the brave O'Dowd, who had distinguished himself greatly here, as upon all occasions where he had a chance to show his coolness and valour, was a colonel and companion of the Bath. Very many of the brave 18th, who had suffered severely upon both days of action, were still at Brussels in the autumn, recovering of their wounds. The city was a vast military hospital for months after the great battles, and as men and officers began to rally from their hurts, the gardens and places of public resort swarmed with maimed warriors, old and young, who, just rescued out of death, fell to gambling and gaiety and love-making, as people of Vanity Fair will do. Mr. Osborne found out some of the 18th easily. He knew their uniform quite well, and had been used to follow all the promotions and exchanges in the regiment, and loved to talk about it and its officers, as if he had been one of the number. On the day after his arrival at Brussels, and as he issued from his hotel which faced the park, he saw a soldier in the well-known facings, reposing on a stone bench in the garden, and went and sat down, trembling, by the wounded convalescent man. "Were you in Captain Osborne's company?" he said, and added after a pause, "He was my son, sir." The man was not of the captain's company, but he lifted up his unwounded arm and touched his cap sadly and respectfully to the haggard, broken. "The whole army didn't contain a finer or a better officer," the soldier said. "The sergeant of the captain's company, Captain Raymond had it now, was in town, though, and was just well of a shot in the shoulder. His honour might see him if he liked, who could tell him anything he wanted to know about the umpteenth actions. But his honour had seen Major Dobbin, no doubt, the brave captain's great friend, and Mrs. Osborne, who was here too, and had been very bad, he heard everybody say. They say she was out of her mind, like, for 6 weeks or more. But your honour knows all about that, and asking your pardon," the man added. Osborne put a guinea into the soldier's hand, and told him he should have another if he would bring the sergeant to the Hôtel du Parc, a promise which very soon brought the desired officer to Mr. Osborne's presence. And the first soldier went away, and after telling a comrade or two how Captain Osborne's father was arrived, and what a free-handed, generous gentleman he was, they went and made good cheer with drink and feasting, as long as the guineas lasted, which had come from the proud purse of the mourning old father. In the sergeant's company, who was also just convalescent, Osborne made the journey of Waterloo and Quatre Bras, a journey which thousands of his countrymen were then taking. He took the sergeant with him in his carriage, and went through both fields under his guidance. He saw the point of the road where the regiment marched into action on the 16th, and the slope down which they drove the French cavalry, who were pressing on the retreating Belgians. There was the spot where the noble captain cut down the French officer who was grappling with the young ensign for the colours, the colour sergeants having been shot down. Along this road they retreated on the next day, and here was the bank at which the regiment bivouacked under the rain of the night of the 17th. Farther on was the position which they took and held during the day, forming time after time to receive the charge of the enemy's horsemen, and lying down under the shelter of the bank from the furious French cannonade. And it was at this declivity, when at evening the whole English line received the order to advance, as the enemy fell back after his last charge, that the captain, hurraying and rushing down the hill waving his sword, received a shot and fell dead. It was Major Dobbin who took back the captain's body to Brussels, the sergeant said in a low voice, and had him buried, as your honour knows. The peasants and relic hunters about the place were screaming round the pair, as the soldier told his story, offering for sale all sorts of mementos of the fight, crosses and epaulettes and shattered cuirasses and eagles. Osborne gave a sumptuous reward to the sergeant when he parted with him, after having visited the scenes of his son's last exploits. His burial place he had already seen. Indeed, he had driven thither immediately after his arrival at Brussels. George's body lay in the pretty burial ground of Laeken, near the city, in which place, having once visited it on a party of pleasure, he had lightly expressed a wish to have his grave made. And there the young officer was laid by his friend, in the unconsecrated corner of the garden, separated by a little hedge from the temples and towers and plantations of flowers and shrubs under which the Roman Catholic dead repose. It seemed a humiliation to old Osborne to think that his son, an English gentleman, a captain in the famous British Army, should not be found worthy to lie in ground where mere foreigners were buried. Which of us is there can tell how much vanity lurks in our warmest regard for others, and how selfish our love is? Old Osborne did not speculate much on this mingled nature of his feelings, and how his instinct and selfishness were combating together. He firmly believed that everything he did was right, that he ought on all occasions to have his own way. And like the sting of a wasp or serpent, his hatred rushed out, armed and poisonous, against anything like opposition. He was proud of his hatred as of everything else. Always to be right, always to trample forward, and never to doubt. Are not these the great qualities with which dullness takes the lead in the world? As after the drive to Waterloo, Mr. Osborne's carriage was nearing the gates of the city at sunset, they met another open barouche in which were a couple of ladies and a gentleman, and by the side of which an officer was riding. Osborne gave a start back, and the sergeant seated with him cast a look of surprise at his neighbour as he touched his cap to the officer, who mechanically returned his salute. It was Amelia, with the lame young ensign by her side, and opposite to her, her faithful friend, Mrs. O'Dowd. It was Amelia, but how changed from the fresh and comely girl Osborne knew. Her face was white and thin. Her pretty brown hair was parted under a widow's cap, the poor child. Her eyes were fixed and looking nowhere. They stared blank in the face of Osborne as the carriages crossed each other, but she did not know him. Nor did he recognize her, until, looking up, he saw Dobbin riding by her, and then he knew who it was. He hated her. He did not know how much until he saw her there. When her carriage had passed on, he turned and stared at the sergeant with a curse and defiance in his eye cast at his companion, who could not help looking at him, as much as to say, "How dare you look at me? Damn you, I do hate her. It is she who has tumbled my hopes and all my pride down." "Tell the scoundrel to drive on, quick!" he shouted with an oath to the lackey on the box. A minute afterwards a horse came clattering over the pavement behind Osborne's carriage, and Dobbin rode up. His thoughts had been elsewhere as the carriages passed each other, and it was not until he had ridden some paces forward that he remembered it was Osborne who had just passed him. Then he turned to examine if the sight of her father-in-law had made any impression on Amelia, but the poor girl did not know who had passed. Then William, who daily used to accompany her in her drives, taking out his watch, made some excuse about an engagement which he suddenly recollected, and so rode off. She did not remark that either, but sat looking before her, over the homely landscape towards the woods in the distance, by which George marched away. "Mr. Osborne! Mr. Osborne!" cried Dobbin, as he rode up and held out his hand. Osborne made no motion to take it, but shouted out once more, and with another curse to his servant to drive on. Dobbin laid his hand on the carriage side. "I will see you, sir," he said. "I have a message for you." "From that woman?" said Osborne fiercely. "No," replied the other, "from your son." At which Osborne fell back into the corner of his carriage, and Dobbin, allowing it to pass on, rode close behind it, and so through the town until they reached Mr. Osborne's hotel, and without a word. There he followed Osborne up to his apartments. George had often been in the rooms, They were the lodgings which the Crawleys had occupied during their stay in Brussels. "Pray, have you any commands for me, Captain Dobbin? Or, I beg your pardon, I should say Major Dobbin. Since better men than you are dead, and you step into their shoes," said Mr. Osborne in that sarcastic tone which he sometimes was pleased to assume. "Better men are dead," Dobbin replied. "I want to speak to you about one." "Make it short, sir," said the other with an oath, scowling at his visitor. "I am here as his closest friend," the Major resumed, "and the executor of his will. He made it before he went into action. Are you aware how small his means are, and of the straitened circumstances of his widow?" "I don't know his widow, sir," Osborne said. "Let her go back to her father." But the gentleman whom he addressed was determined to remain in good temper, and went on without heeding the interruption. "Do you know, sir, Mrs. Osborne's condition? Her life, and her reason almost, have been shaken by the blow which has fallen on her. It is very doubtful whether she will rally. There is a chance left for her, however, and it is about this I came to speak to you. She will be a mother soon. Will you visit the parent's offence upon the child's head, or will you forgive the child, for poor George's sake?" Osborne broke out into a rhapsody of self-praise and imprecations, by the first excusing himself to his own conscience for his conduct, by the second exaggerating the undutifulness of George. No father in all England could have behaved more generously to a son who had rebelled against him wickedly. He had died without even so much as confessing he was wrong. Let him take the consequences of his undutifulness and folly. As for himself, Mr. Osborne, he was a man of his word. He had sworn never to speak to that woman or to recognize her as his son's wife. "And that's what you may tell her," he concluded with an oath. "And that's what I will stick to the last day of my life." There was no hope from that quarter, then. The widow must live on her slender pittance, or on such aid as Joss could give her. "I might tell her, and she would not heed it," thought Dobbin sadly, for the poor girl's thoughts were not here at all since her catastrophe, and stupefied under the pressure of her sorrow, good and evil were alike indifferent to her. So indeed were even friendship and kindness. She received them both uncomplainingly, and having accepted them, relapsed into her grief. Suppose some 12 months after the above conversation took place to have passed in the life of our poor Amelia. She has spent the first portion of that time in a sorrow so profound and pitiable that we, who have been watching and describing some of the emotions of that weak and tender heart, must draw back in the presence of the cruel grief under which it is bleeding. Tread silently round the hapless couch of the poor prostrate soul. Shut gently the door of the dark chamber wherein she suffers, as those kind people did who nursed her through the first months of her pain, and never left her until heaven had sent her consolation. A day came, of almost terrified delight and wonder, when the poor widowed girl pressed a child upon her breast, a child with the eyes of George who was gone, a little boy as beautiful as a cherub. What a miracle it was to hear its first cry! How she laughed and wept over it! How love and hope and prayer woke again in her bosom as the baby nestled there! She was safe. The doctors who attended her and had feared for her life or for her brain had waited anxiously for this crisis before they could pronounce that either was secure. It was worth the long months of doubt and dread which the persons who had been constantly with her had passed, to see her eyes once more beaming tenderly upon them. Our friend Dobbin was one of them. It was he who brought her back to England and to her mother's house, when Mrs. O'Dowd, receiving a peremptory summons from her colonel, had been forced to quit her patient. To see Dobbin holding the infant, and to hear Amelia's laugh of triumph as she watched him, would have done any man good who had a sense of humour. William was the godfather of the child, and exerted his ingenuity in the purchase of cups, spoons, pap boats, and corals for this little Christian. How his mother nursed him and dressed him and lived upon him. How she drove away all nurses, and would scarce allow any hand but her own to touch him. How she considered that the greatest favour she could confer upon his godfather, Major Dobbin, was to allow the Major occasionally to dandle him, need not be told here. This child was her being. Her existence was a maternal caress. She developed the feeble and unconscious creature with love and worship. It was her life which the baby drank in from her bosom. Of nights, and when alone, she had stealthy and intense raptures of motherly love, such as God's marvellous care has awarded to the female instinct, joys how far higher and lower than reason, blind, beautiful devotions which only women's hearts know. It was William Dobbin's task to muse upon these movements of Amelia's and to watch her heart, and if his love made him divine almost all the feelings which agitated it, alas, he could see with a fatal perspicuity that there was no place there for him, and so gently he bore his fate, knowing it and content to bear it. I suppose Amelia's father and mother saw through the intentions of the Major, and were not ill-disposed to encourage him, for Dobbin visited their house daily and stayed for hours with them, or with Amelia, or with the honest landlord, Mr. Clapp, and his family. He brought, on one pretext or another, presents to everybody, and almost every day, and went with the landlord's little girl, who was rather a favourite with Amelia, by the name of Major Sugarplums. It was this little child who commonly acted as mistress of the ceremonies to introduce him to Mrs. Osborne. She laughed one day when Major Sugarplum's cab drove up to Fulham, and he descended from it, bringing out a wooden horse, a drum, a trumpet, and other warlike toys for little Georgie, who was scarcely 6 months old, and for whom the articles in question were entirely premature. The child was asleep. "Hush!" said Amelia, annoyed perhaps at the creaking of the Major's boots, and she held out her hand, smiling because William could not take it until he had rid himself of his cargo of toys. "Go downstairs, little Mary," said he presently to the child. "I want to speak to Mrs. Osborne." She looked up rather astonished, and laid down the infant on its bed. "I'm come to say good-bye, Amelia," said he, taking her slender little white hand gently. "Good-bye? And where are you going?" she said, with a smile. "Send the letters to the agents," he said. "They'll forward them. For you will write to me, won't you? I shall be away a long time." "I'll write to you about Georgie," she said. "Dear William, how good you have been to him and to me. Look at him. Isn't he like an angel?" The little pink hands of the child closed mechanically round the honest soldier's finger, and Amelia looked up in his face with bright maternal pleasure. The cruellest looks could not have wounded him more than that glance of hopeless kindness. He bent over the child and mother. He could not speak for a moment, and it was only with all his strength that he could force himself to say, "God bless you." "God bless you," said Amelia, and held up her face and kissed him. "Hush! Don't wake Georgie," she added, as William Dobbin went to the door with heavy steps. She did not hear the noise of his cab wheels as he drove away, She was looking at the child, who was laughing in his sleep. End of chapter 35.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gemma Blythe of Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 36. How to Live Well on Nothing a Year. I suppose there is no man in this Vanity Fair of ours so little observant as not to think sometimes about the worldly affairs of his acquaintances, or so extremely charitable as not to wonder how his neighbor Jones or his neighbor Smith can make both ends meet at the end of the year. With the utmost regard for the family, for instance, for I dine with them twice or thrice in the season, I cannot but own that the appearance of the Jenkinses in the park, in the large barouche with the grenadier footman, will surprise and mystify me to my dying day. For though I know the equipage is only jobbed, and all the Jenkins people are on board wages, yet those 3 men in the carriage must represent an expense of $600 a year at the very least. And then there are the splendid dinners the 2 boys had eaten, the prize governess and masters for the girls, the trip abroad, or to Eastbourne or Worthing in the autumn, the annual ball with the supper at Gunter's, who, by the way, supplies most of the first-rate dinners which Jay gives, as I know very well, having been invited to one of them to fill a vacant place, when I saw at once that these repasts are very superior to the common run of entertainments for which the humbler sort of Jay's acquaintances get cards. Who, I say, with the most good-natured feelings in the world, can help wondering how the Jenkinses make out matters? What is Jenkins? We all know, commissioner of the tape and sealing-wax office, with £1,200 a year for a salary. Had his wife a private fortune? Pooh! Miss Flint, one of 11 children of a small squire in Buckinghamshire. All she ever gets from her family is a turkey at Christmas, in exchange for which she has to board 2 or 3 of her sisters in the off-season, and lodge and feed her brothers when they come to town. How does Jenkins balance his income? I say, as every friend of his must say, how is it that he has not been outlawed long since, and that he ever came back, as he did to the surprise of everybody, last year from Boulogne? I is here introduced to personify the world in general, the Mrs. Grundy of each respected reader's private circle, every one of whom can point to some families of his acquaintance who live nobody knows how. Many a glass of wine have we all of us drunk. I have very little doubt, hob and nobbing with the hospitable giver, and wondering how the deuce he paid for it. Some 3 or 4 years after his stay in Paris, when Rawdon Crawley and his wife were established in a very small, comfortable house in Curzon Street, Mayfair, there was scarcely one of the numerous friends whom they entertained at dinner that did not ask the above question regarding them. The novelist, it has been said before, knows everything, and as I am in a situation to be able to tell the public how Crawley and his wife lived without any income, may I entreat the public newspapers, which are in the habit of extracting portions of the various periodical works now published, not to reprint the following exact narrative and calculations, of which I ought, as the discoverer, and at some expense too, to have the benefit. My son, I would say, were I blessed with a child, you may by deep inquiry and constant intercourse with him learn how a man lives comfortably on nothing a year. But it is best not to be intimate with gentlemen of this profession, and to take the calculations at second hand, as you do logarithms, for to work them yourself, depend upon it, will cost you something considerable. On nothing per annum, then, and during a course of some 2 or 3 years, of which we can afford to give but a very brief history, Crawley and his wife lived very happily and comfortably at Paris. It was in this period that he quitted the Guards and sold out of the army. When we find him again, his mustachios and the title of colonel on his card are the only relics of his military profession. It has been mentioned that Rebecca, soon after her arrival in Paris, took a very smart and leading position in the society of that capital, and was welcomed at some of the most distinguished houses of the restored French nobility. The English men of fashion in Paris courted her, too, to the disgust of the ladies, their wives, who could not bear the parvenu. For some months the salons of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, in which her place were secure, and the splendors of the new court, where she was received with much distinction, delighted and perhaps a little intoxicated Mrs. Crawley, who may have been disposed during this period of elation to slight the people, honest young military men mostly, who formed her husband's chief society. But the colonel yawned sadly among the duchesses and great ladies of the court. The old women who played écarté made such a noise about the 5-franc piece that it was not worth Colonel Crawley's while to sit down at a card-table. The wit of their conversation he could not appreciate, being ignorant of their language, and what good could his wife get, he urged, by making curtsies every night to a whole circle of princesses? He left Rebecca presently to frequent these parties alone, resuming his own simple pursuits and amusements amongst the amiable friends of his own choice. The truth is, when we say of a gentleman that he lives elegantly on nothing a year, we use the word nothing to signify something unknown, meaning simply that we don't know how the gentleman in question defrays the expenses of his establishment. Now, our friend the colonel had a great aptitude for all games of chance, and, exercising himself, as he continually did, with the cards, the dice-box, or the cue, it is natural to suppose that he attained a much greater skill in the use of these articles than men can possess who only occasionally handle them. To use a cue at billiards, well, is like using a pencil, or a German flute, or a small sword. You cannot master any one of these implements at first, and it is only by repeated study and perseverance, joined to a natural taste, that a man can excel in the handling of either. Now Crawley, from being only a brilliant amateur, had grown to be a consummate master of billiards. Like a great general, his genius used to rise with the danger, and when the luck had been unfavorable to him for a whole game, and the bets were consequently against him, he would, with consummate skill and boldness, make some prodigious hits which would restore the battle, and come in a victor at the end, to the astonishment of everybody, that is, who was a stranger to his play. Those who were accustomed to see it were cautious how they staked their money against a man of such sudden resources and brilliant and overpowering skill. At games of cards he was equally skillful, for though he would constantly lose money at the commencement of an evening, playing so carelessly and making such blunders, that newcomers were often inclined to think meanly of his talent, yet, when roused to action and awakened to caution by repeated small losses, it was remarked that Crawley's play became quite different, and that he was pretty sure of beating his enemy thoroughly before the night was over. Indeed, very few men could say that they ever had the better of him. His successes were so repeated that no wonder the envious and the vanquished spoke sometimes with bitterness regarding them. And as the French say of the Duke of Wellington, who never suffered a defeat, that only an astonishing series of lucky accidents enabled him to be an invariable winner, yet even they allow that he cheated at Waterloo, and was enabled to win the last great trick. So it was hinted at headquarters in England that some foul play must have taken place in order to account for the continuous successes of Colonel Crawley. Though Frascati's and the Salon were open at that time in Paris, the mania for play was so widely spread that the public gambling rooms did not suffice for the general order, and gambling went on in private houses as much as if there had been no public means for gratifying the passion. At Crawley's charming little reunions of an evening this fatal amusement commonly was practiced, much to good-natured little Mrs. Crawley's annoyance. She spoke about her husband's passion for dice with the deepest grief. She bewailed it to everybody who came to her house. She besought the young fellows never, never to touch a box, and when young Green of the Rifles lost a very considerable sum of money, Rebecca passed a whole night in tears, as the servant told the unfortunate young gentleman, and actually went on her knees to her husband to beseech him to remit the debt and burn the acknowledgment. How could he? He had lost just as much himself to Blackstone of the Hussars and Count Punter of the Hanoverian cavalry. Green might have, at any decent time, but pay, of course he must pay. To talk of burning IOUs was child's play. Other officers, chiefly young, for the young fellows gathered round Mrs. Crawley, came from her parties with long faces, having dropped more or less money at her fatal card tables. Her house began to have an unfortunate reputation. The old hands warned the less experienced of their danger. Colonel O'Dowd of the regiment, one of those occupying in Paris, warned Lieutenant Spooney of that corps. A loud and violent fracas took place between the infantry colonel and his lady, who were dining at the Café de Paris, and Colonel and Mrs. Crawley, who were also taking their meal there. The ladies engaged on both sides. Mrs. O'Dowd snapped her fingers in Mrs. Crawley's face and called her husband no better than a blackguard. Colonel Crawley challenged Colonel O'Dowd. C.B., the commander-in-chief, hearing of the dispute, sent for Colonel Crawley, who was getting ready the same pistols which he shot Captain Marker, and had such a conversation with him that no duel took place. If Rebecca had not gone on her knees to General Tufto, Crawley would have been sent back to England, and he did not play, except with civilians, for some weeks after. But, in spite of Rawdon's undoubted skill and constant successes, it became evident to Rebecca, considering these things, that their position was but a precarious one, and that, even though they paid scarcely anybody, their little capital would end one day by dwindling into zero. "Gambling," she would say, "dear, is good to help your income, but not as an income itself. Some day people may be tired of play, and then where are we?" Rawdon acquiesced in the justice of her opinion, and in truth he had remarked that after a few nights of his little suppers, gentlemen were tired of playing with him, and, in spite of Rebecca's charms, did not present themselves very eagerly. Easy and pleasant as their life at Paris was, it was, after all, only an idle dalliance and amiable trifling, and Rebecca saw that she must push Rawdon's fortune in their own country. She must get him a place or appointment at home or in the colonies, and she determined to make a move upon England as soon as the way could be cleared for her. As a first step, she made Crawley sell out of the Guards and go on half-pay. His function as aide-de-camp to General Tufto had ceased previously. Rebecca laughed in all companies at that officer, at his toupee, which he mounted on coming to Paris, at his waistband, at his false teeth, at his pretensions to be a lady-killer above all, and his absurd vanity in fancying every woman whom he came near was in love with him. It was to Mrs. Brent, the beetle-browed wife of Mr. Commissary Brent, to whom the general transferred his attentions now. His bouquets, his dinners at the restaurateurs, his opera boxes, and his knickknacks. Poor Mrs. Tufto was no more happy than before, and had still to pass long evenings alone with her daughters, knowing that her general was gone off, scented and curled, to stand behind Mrs. Brent's chair at the play. Becky had a dozen admirers in his place, to be sure, and could cut her rival to pieces with her wit. But, as we have said, she was growing tired of this idle social life. Opera boxes and restaurateur dinners paled upon her. Nosegays could not be laid by as a provision for future years, and she could not live upon knickknacks, laced handkerchiefs, and kid gloves. She felt the frivolity of pleasure and longed for more substantial benefits. At this juncture news arrived which was spread among the many creditors of the colonel at Paris, and which caused them great satisfaction. Miss Crawley, the rich aunt from whom he expected his immense inheritance, was dying. The colonel must haste to her bedside. Mrs. Crawley and her child would remain behind until he came to reclaim them. He departed for Calais, and having reached that place in safety, it might have been supposed that he went to Dover. But instead he took the diligence to Dunkirk, and thence travelled to Brussels, for which place he had a former predilection. The fact is, he owed more money at London than at Paris, and he preferred the quiet little Belgian city to either of the more noisy capitals. Her aunt was dead. Mrs. Crawley ordered the most intense mourning for herself in Little Rawdon. The colonel was busy arranging the affairs of the inheritance. They could take the premier now, instead of the little entresol of the hotel which they occupied. Mrs. Crawley and the landlord had a consultation about the new hangings, an amicable wrangle about the carpets, and a final adjustment of everything except the bill. She went off in one side of his carriages, her French bonne with her, the child by her side, the admirable landlord and landlady smiling farewell to her from the gate. General Tufto was furious when he heard she was gone, and Mrs. Brent furious with him for being furious. Lieutenant Spooney was cut to the heart, and the landlord got ready his best apartments previous to the return of the fascinating little woman and her husband. He kept the trunks which he left in his charge with the greatest care. They had been especially recommended to him by Madame Crawley. They were not, however, found to be particularly valuable when opened some time after. But before she went to join her husband in the Belgian capital, Mrs. Crawley made an expedition into England, leaving behind her her little son upon the continent under the care of her French maid. The parting between Rebecca and the little Rawdon did not cause either party much pain. She had not, to say truth, seen much of the young gentleman since his birth. After the amiable fashion of French mothers, she had placed him out at nurse in a village in the neighborhood of Paris, where little Rawdon passed the first months of his life, not unhappily, with a numerous family of foster brothers in Wooden. His father would ride over many a time to see him here, and the elder Rawdon's paternal heart glowed to see him rosy and dirty, shouting lustily and happy in the making of mud pies under the superintendence of the gardener's wife, his nurse. Rebecca did not care much to go and see the son and heir. Once he spoiled a new dove-covered pelisse of hers. He preferred his nurse's caresses to his mamma's, and when finally he quitted that jolly nurse and almost parent, he cried loudly for hours. He was only consoled by his mother's promise that he should return to his nurse the next day. Indeed, the nurse herself, who probably would have been pained at the parting too, was told that the child would immediately be restored to her, and for some time awaited quite anxiously his return. In fact, our friends may have said to have been among the first of that brood of hardy English adventurers who have subsequently invaded the continent and swindled in all the capitals of Europe. The respect in those happy days of 1817 to 18 was very great for the wealth and honor of Britons. They had not then learned, as I am told, to haggle for bargains with the pertinacity which now distinguishes them. The great cities of Europe had not been as yet open to the enterprise of our rascals. And whereas there is now hardly a town of France or Italy in which you shall not see some noble countryman of our own, with that happy swagger and insolence of demeanor which we carry everywhere, swindling inn landlords, passing fictitious checks upon credulous bankers, robbing coachmakers of their carriages, goldsmiths of their trinkets, easy travellers of their money at cards, even public libraries of their books. 30 years ago you needed but to be English, travelling in a private carriage, and credit was at your hand wherever you chose to seek it. And gentlemen, instead of cheating, were cheated. It was not for some weeks after the Crawleys' departure that the landlord of the hotel which they occupied during their residence at Paris found out the losses which he had sustained. Not until Madame Marabou, the milliner, made repeated visits with her little bill for articles supplied to Madame Crawley. Not until Monsieur Dillot, from Boulet d'Or in the Palais Royal, had asked half a dozen times whether charmante Milady, who had bought watches and bracelets of him, was de retour. It is a fact that even the poor gardener's wife, who had nursed Madame's child, was never paid after the first 6 months for that supply of the milk of human kindness with which she had furnished the lusty and healthy little Rawdon. No, not even the nurse was paid. The Crawleys were in too great a hurry to remember their trifling debt to her. As for the landlord of the hotel, his curses against the English nation were violent for the rest of his natural life. He asked all travellers whether they knew a certain Colonel Crawley, avec sa femme, une petite dame. It was melancholy to hear his accents as he spoke of that catastrophe. Rebecca's object in her journey to London was to effect a kind of compromise with her husband's numerous creditors, and by offering them a dividend of 9 pence or a shilling in the pound, to secure a return for him into his own country. It does not become us to trace the steps which she took in the conduct of this most difficult negotiation, but, having shown them to their satisfaction that the sum which she was empowered to offer was all her husband's available capital, and having convinced them that Colonel Crawley would prefer a perpetual retirement on the Continent to a residence in this country with his debts unsettled, having proved to them that there was no possibility of money accruing to him from other quarters, and no earthly chance of their getting a larger dividend than that which she was empowered to offer, she brought the colonel's creditors unanimously to accept her proposals, and purchased with 1,500 pounds of ready money more than 10 times that amount of debts. Mrs. Crawley employed no lawyer in the transaction. The matter was so simple, to have or to leave, as she justly observed, that she made the lawyers of the creditors themselves do the business, and Mr. Lewis, representing Mr. Davids, of Red Lion Square, and Mr. Moss, acting for Mr. Manasseh, of Cursitor Square, chief creditors of the colonels, complimented his lady upon the brilliant way in which she did business, and declared that there was no professional man who could beat her. Rebecca received their congratulations with perfect modesty, ordered a bottle of sherry and a bread cake to the little dingy lodgings where she dwelt, while conducting the business to treat the enemy's lawyers, shook hands with them at parting, in excellent good humor, and returned straightway to the Continent, to rejoin her husband and son, and acquaint the former with the glad news of his entire liberation. As for the latter, he had been considerably neglected during his mother's absence by Mademoiselle Genevieve, her French maid, for that young woman, contracting an attachment for a soldier in the garrison of Calais, forgot her charge in the society of this militaire, and little Rawdon very narrowly escaped drowning on Calais sands at this period, where the absent Genevieve had left and lost him. And so Colonel and Mrs. Crawley came to London and it is at their house in Curzon Street, Mayfair, that they really show the skill which must be possessed by those who would live on the resources above named. End of chapter 36.